Hello. Welcome back to the Silent Style Variety channel. Today I'll be doing the same thing we've done for the last two streams, so no fun to be had here because nothing good ever happens. But at least we know what we're getting ourselves into. So if you don't know, we'll be working on the map for my upcoming D&D campaign while we watch the news in the top right. Yeah, that's the one. In the top right corner of your screen. I'll make sure to state the name of the channel and the date of release for each of the videos we'll be watching. All videos will be played at 1.5 speed with closed captions and the highest resolution available. So let's get started. First video we have lined up here. It's called My Daily Routine in a War, Reach by Reach Abid. This was posted 3 weeks back. Let's check it out. This is, I thought, so we can start this. I think it's a good idea not always to hear about the news, talking about people. It's quite a good idea to hear from the people themselves, just kind of, so you see these people that we're talking about. These aren't just numbers. These are actual human beings living their lives. Anyway.
This is actually our daily routine from day to night in Gaza. It's time to go pray. Come with me. I prayed Fajr prayer, which is one of the 5 obligatory prayers in Islam. Then I went back to sleep. Then I woke up at 9 a.m. to throw the trash and went with my brother Yusuf to fill up the water gallons. Fill up water gallons? Anyway, I want to charge my devices and battery at the charging station that works on solar power from these solar panels. At 11 a.m. I got ready to go shop in the street, but luckily enough, one of the few markets in Gaza opened, and we bought some groceries from there. And I just want you guys to realize that we people in Gaza literally shop in the street. By that I mean the sellers setting up a table or stacked cardboard boxes to place their products on, then using a tent for shade to stay cool. However, customers aren't able to get shade everywhere they go, making you go back home extremely sweaty and tired. Then at 12 p.m. after getting groceries and going back home, it's time to pray Dhuhr. You know, for me, praying is like an escape from the reality of the situation I'm living through. Then at 1 p.m. after praying Dhuhr, I went to get the devices that I charged a couple hours ago. But the guy who works at the charging station told because I'm trying to get to 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Get that verification mark, so subscribe. Anyways, back to the video. So the guy that works at the charging station told me to come back at 4 p.m. since the battery was still charging. Then at 1:30 p.m. after getting my devices and going back home, I connected internet. For me, connecting internet is the second way I escape reality. Then at 2 p.m. once I was connecting internet, I thought to myself, you know we guys have 3 meals a day, which are breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What if I told you that we used to have that same routine as well? But since food prices have been tripled, we ended up decreasing it from 3 meals a day to only 1 meal a day. Then at 3 p.m. my brother Yusuf and I went outside to get some snacks. We went to this little market. I could pick this, bro. We bought baked bread, chips, and some snacks. It was the best snack we could get. And whilst we were there, we bought some biscuits. And then instantly after that, we went to fill up our water gallons at this water station. After filling up our water gallons and getting our snacks, we went back home. Now it's 4 p.m. It's time to pray Asr. Asr prayer, also called the afternoon prayer, is the third mandatory prayer in Islam. Then after praying Asr, I remembered that I had to go get the battery that I charged at the start of the day. Then at 5 p.m. after getting my battery from the charging station, I ate my snack, which was baked bread chips. Then at 6 p.m. I looked back. I looked back at the old memories that I had. I was a top performing student, getting top of my class, and the electricity, education, the running water in my house, and the life that I had before everything happened. It's 7 p.m. It's time to pray Maghrib. Maghrib is a prayer in Islam that we pray when the sun sets. And at 8 p.m. after praying Maghrib, I brushed my teeth. If you made it this far, you might as well drop a toothbrush emoji in the comments. Now it's 8:30 p.m. It's time to pray Asha. Asha prayer is the 5th and final prayer of the day in Islam. Then at 9 p.m. I forgot to mention that at 5 p.m. when I came back home, I found out that unfortunately the internet crashed. Which meant I can no longer connect Wi-Fi anymore. But alhamdulillah, it came back at 9 p.m. which I very much enjoyed. Then after connecting internet, I slept at 11 p.m. That's how our daily routine looks like here. So make sure to like and subscribe and comment down below to your thoughts on this daily routine.
I know it's easy to treat this a bit lighthearted. I mean, I'm glad the kid was, you know, positive and everything. And how do I say this? It's a very unfortunate situation these people are in, and I'm glad they're able to stay positive. And if religion is the way that, you know, helps him and a lot of others through it, then good for them. I just don't want us to lose sight of the fact that they shouldn't be in the situation to begin with. Up next, we have a video from the Majority Report. This interview is insane. This came out 11 days ago. Yeah. So more or less, these videos should be coming out, you know, they'll be more recent as we go along. That's sort of the idea here.
CBS Mornings.
A morning show.
This is a morning show.
Nate Burleson has like a fluffy question for Ta-Nehisi Coates that you would expect. It was just like a general talk about your book. This is...
What's the power of writing was the question.
Yes,
really.
right.
Yes,
I mean,
yeah. Why is it important to write books? It was sort of the question. Which, you know, I mean, it's CBS
that's morning TV. You're...
Right.
This is being played in doctors' offices. I actually hope that some people heard this and got educated, honestly.
Yeah, this is an interesting exchange. So Ta-Nehisi Coates is speaking, and what is her name too?
That's Gail King.
Her name's Gail King is on the set. And the third person interviewing him is Tony Dopill, who these are all regulars on this show. For a brief time, Dokapil lived in my building, and he was going through a divorce. It became clear, and I say that only because, you know, I know that he has family in Israel. I mean, this is where now. I don't know if this is really relevant. I mean, you know, people speak about what's going on in America with and without having family in America. But I only mention it because the way that Dokapil starts off this exchange, it is impossible to imagine anybody ever saying this to a different award-winning writer. I mean, you know, Ta-Nehisi Coates is a mainstream, one of the most awarded authors that we have in mainstream, regardless of, you know, I've had, you know, nuanced issues with his take in the past about things, but just like, this is not consistent with the rules of engagement that we see on a morning show with such a prestigious author. And I would suggest that on any other topic and any other author, Dokapil, if he asked a question in this way, would be yanked. Like, you would not get away with it. It is a total attack on, and you can tell that Ta-Nehisi Coates was not expecting
taken aback
this level of sort of like personal insult. All right, let's start.
Actually, I want to dive into the Israel-Palestine section of the book. It's the largest section of the book. And I have to say, when I read the book, I imagine if I took your name out of it, took away the awards and the acclaim, took the cover off the book, the publishing house goes away, the content of that section would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist.
Backpack.
And so then I found myself wondering, why does Ta-Nehisi Coates, who I've known for a long time, read his work for a long
I mean, are you kidding me? In the backpack of an extremist? Like, let's just sort of break down what he's saying here.
Yep.
He's not, like just even the use of backpack. What is he saying? That a backpack, like an extremist would write this and put it in his backpack? Or an extremist who carries around a backpack? Like, what are we talking about here? He's talking about a terrorist. He's talking about a terrorist who would blow up things. That's what's in a backpack. What was in the backpack in Boston at that bombing? What was in the, you know, like, backpack? That's what an extremist with a backpack, that's what he's signaling.
And this interview is a phenomenal example of Zionism and racism working hand in hand. I mean, he's essentially alluding to the fact that his writing is a terrorist sympathizing book, saying this to his face on morning television.
He's not even saying that it's sympathizing. It sounds like it was written
by a terrorist.
By a terrorist. And the idea that you would open up your question this way to anyone else under any other circumstances is, I've never seen anything like that. All right, let's just go back a little bit.
would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist. And so then I found myself wondering, why does Ta-Nehisi Coates, who I've known for a long time, read his work for a long time, very talented, smart guy, leave out so much? Why leave out that Israel is surrounded by countries that want to eliminate it? Why leave out that Israel deals with terror groups that want to eliminate it? Why not detail anything of the first and the second intifada, the cafe bombings, the bus bombings, the little kids blown to bits? And is it because you just don't believe that Israel, in any condition, has a right to exist?
Well, I would say the perspective that you just outlined, there is no shortage of that perspective in American media. That's the first thing I would say. I am most concerned always with those who don't have a voice, with those who don't have the ability to talk. I have asked repeatedly in my interviews whether there is a single network, mainstream organization in America with a Palestinian-American bureau chief or correspondent who actually has a voice to articulate their part of the world. I've been a reporter for 20 years. The reporters of those who believe more sympathetically about Israel and its right to exist don't have a problem getting their voice out. But what I saw in Palestine, what I saw on the West Bank, what I saw in Haifa in Israel, what I saw in the South Hebron Hills, those were the stories that I have not heard. And those were the stories that I was most occupied with. I wrote a 260-page book.
Okay, so now, like, you know, I really think, like, Coates is so thrown off by the nature of this question that he's not sure how hard he should go at this point. And so he's basically just saying, like, you know, you're saying that I wasn't representative enough of your perspective in my book. Well, your entire profession is completely devoid of an alternate perspective to the one that you're espousing. Again, he's ignoring the fact that he just said what you're writing is extremist, backpack extremism. And I mean, very not so subtle. Like, you're writing like you're a terrorist. And you'll see, though, at one point, Coates starts to realize, like, what's going on. Like, he catches his breath and he starts to get a lot more aggressive. Like, in this moment, he is, I think, still absorbing the fact that, like, are you kidding me?
Also, the threat to this reporter, that apparently he read the book and he decided to be antagonistic about it. He's expressing a desire that Coates write some exhaustive history about the Middle East that's also pro-Israel. But he's just basically speaking about the racism, the quotidian racism that he saw on a day-to-day basis when he visited there. And that very idea, that very observation is threatening to this person.
It's terroristic to understand, like, what's going on in the West Bank.
Yep.
heard. And those were the stories that I was most occupied with. I wrote a 260-page book. It is not a treatise on the entirety of the conflict between Palestinians and the Israelis.
But if you were to read this book, you would be left wondering, why does any of Israel exist? What a horrific place, committing horrific acts on a daily basis. So I think the question is central and key. If Israel has a right to exist, and if your answer is no, then I guess the question becomes, why do the Palestinians have a right to exist? Why do 20 different Muslim countries have a right?
Why do 20 different Muslim... Okay, so why does Israel have a right to exist? Just notice the sleight of hand here. But why do Palestinians have a right to exist? Those are the two sides that he says. Israel's a state. If you were saying, do Jewish people have a right to exist? Do Israelis have a right to exist? And do Palestinians have a right to exist? Okay, then there's an equivalence there. He's talking about a state that was formed and by the United Nations with the support of the West versus an ethnic group of people, and then just casually talks about other Muslim countries. But just pay attention to these little subtleties.
Israel has a right to exist, and if your answer is no, then I guess the question becomes, why do the Palestinians have a right to exist? Why do 20 different Muslim countries have a right?
My answer is that no country in this world establishes its ability to exist through rights. Countries establish their ability to exist through force, as America did. And so I think this question of right to Israel does exist. It's a fact. The question of its right is not a question that I would be faced with any other country.
But you write a book that delegitimizes the pillars of Israel. It seems like an effort to topple the whole building of it. So I come back to the question, and it's what I struggled with throughout this book. What is it that so particularly offends you about the existence of a Jewish state that is a Jewish safe place, and not any of the other states out there?
There's nothing that...
All right. As a Jew, I can tell you that what I hear in that question is, why are you an anti-Semite? I mean, that's the sort of like implication of that question. What is it about Jewish state? And I mean, he does a great job of answering it. But just to be clear with that, and I think this is where like Coates finally realized, like, oh my God, this guy. All right, go ahead.
Is it that so particularly offends you about the existence of a Jewish state that is a Jewish safe place, and not any of the other states out there?
There's nothing that offends me about a Jewish state. I'm offended by the idea of states built on ethnocracy, no matter where they are.
Muslim included.
I would not want a state where any group of people lay down their citizenship rights based on ethnicity. The country of Israel is a state in which half the population exists on one tier of citizenship, and everybody else that's ruled by Israelis exists on another tier, including Palestinian Israeli citizens. The only people that exist on that first tier are Israeli Jews. Why do we support that? Why is that okay? I'm the child of Jim Crow. I'm the child of people that were born into a country where that was exactly the case of American apartheid. I walk over there and I walk through the occupied territories and I walk down the street in Hebron. And the guy says to me, I can't walk down the street unless I profess my religion. I'm with another pastor. No. I want to. This is very, very important.
It is
extremely important.
Let me lay it down.
I'm working with the person that is guiding me is a Palestinian whose father, whose grandfather, and grandmother was born in this town. And I have more freedom to walk than he does. He can't ride on certain roads. He can't get water in the same way that Israeli citizens who live less than a mile away from him can. Why is that okay?
Why is that? Why is there no agency in this book for the Palestinians? They exist in your narrative merely as victims of the Israelis, as though they were not offered peace at any juncture, as though they don't have a stake in this as well. What is their role in the lack of a Palestinian?
I have a very, 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 very moral compass about this. And again, perhaps it's because of my ancestry. Either apartheid is right or it's wrong. It's really, really simple. Either what I saw was right or it's wrong. I am, for instance, against the death penalty. What the person did to get the death penalty, it really doesn't matter to me. I don't care if they were selling a nickel bag of marijuana or if they were a serial killer. I am against the death penalty. I am against the state that discriminates against people on the basis of ethnicity. I'm against that. There is nothing the Palestinians could do that would make that okay for me. My book is not based on the hyper-morality
What's the last
of the Palestinian people.
In less than, because many people feel it's complicated. You say it's not complicated. Less than 20 seconds. What's your message?
Less than 20 seconds. I want people to read the book. And I don't make the assumption that somebody would just read the book and have read nothing else.
Okay. You're still invited to High Holidays. I'll see you at the show. I mean it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he means it, buddy.
I mean it.
Hey, Sam, why don't you lay it down?
Lay it down.
Lay it down, buddy.
I have said in many other contexts there are no there's no zealots like the zealotry of a convert, and I only mention that because Dokapol has written about his circumcision as an adult.
Recircumcision.
He had his medical circumcision when he was born, but he had another one.
It's very graphic. You can look it up if you like.
I can't handle that at all. But I mean, that is honestly,
I unfortunately read it. Yeah.
One of the most the implication that to write something like this, to write something that, and now it's possible. I haven't read the book, so it's possible that Ta-Nehisi Coates has written something that is violent or extremist towards Israel, but I seriously doubt it. What I think he's probably written is there's a tremendous amount of injustice that's going on here, and it's possible that Ta-Nehisi Coates said, like, and I know the idea that Jews would do this, like, where do they get off? I also find very hard to believe. It's more likely he's saying, like, I don't believe that there should be two cohorts of people who ostensibly are in the, under the rule of one authority, and one cohort gets all sorts of rights, and the other is a second or third class, or maybe has absolutely no rights of citizenship whatsoever. That's probably more likely what's going on. And I mean, honestly, like, I don't know that you could take that approach on that show with any other author on any other topic and not be on double, triple secret probation, you lose your job.
Ta-Nehisi Coates mentions Jim Crow and talks about how he was a child of Jim Crow to connect it to the system of apartheid in Israel. And what does that guy do, the host? He basically says, well, why don't they have any agency? Like, just graph that onto the example that Coates alluded to before with Jim Crow. Why don't black people have agency in the South?
Yeah.
Why don't they have agency to overthrow this system?
They're violent.
They've been offered rights. They've been offered peace. So, like, he just...
I mean, I'm glad Emma brought this up. This was the one thing that just immediately jumped to my head, like with him saying like, oh yeah, they were offered rights, or why don't they have agency? It's the like, you would never, at least not today, make that same argument about black people in America. You wouldn't say that, oh yeah, you know, they were offered rights, and why don't they have equal rights, or why didn't they accept this condition? You know, maybe it's something with them, or like that's an insane argument. So to see that it's used today with people in Palestine, it's just a bit jarring to see that, hey, this mentality of looking at people as lesser than, it hasn't gone away. It's alive and well, and it's clearly being practiced.
just dismisses that, and then don't get past that microaggression at the end. Honestly, don't get past that. When he says you're still invited to high holidays, that's essentially saying, okay. You know, I wrote this down because it was a great point. Joshua Gutterman Trannon said on Twitter last night, it's not the ultimate point, but the quote, "You're still invited to high holidays" is absolutely a racialized threat about conditional acceptance, which I thought was a really smart way to put it. And that's why I said earlier, this is a great example of Zionism and racism working hand in hand.
The condescension too, like, you're a smart guy. I've been impressed by you before. What's the deal here? Like, I'd never heard of this guy in my life before. But...
What is it about your particular issue with Jewish control?
Yeah.
That is very strange. I mean, yeah, the agency issue, like, you know, this whole Nat Turner thing. I mean, can we really allow them to stay in the same hotels as us? I mean, how come there's no agency?
That's the thing, and you mentioned this, but every time you said, implied or alluded to what was written in the book, I wanted to know what was actually written, because if it's just, are those observations, are they accurate? Regardless of what you think they mean for implications of the right for Israel to exist or the pillars of Israel, are they true? Is there an apartheid there, or is there not?
It's completely like, this is not an appropriate thing to say, because this is what extremists say. How about you don't throw away all those things and start to reevaluate your take on this? See, I mean, you have a choice, right? If someone who you highly respect, someone who is very awarded, someone who is an incredibly thoughtful writer, who has the imprimatur of all of the gatekeepers of thoughtful writing, says something you don't like, you have a choice. You can either decide to ignore all that and just assume that it's extremist because that's your projection on it, or you can start to look inward and say, hey, wait a second, maybe my perspective on this. And I mean, he sort of told on himself when he said, like, I couldn't help but, first of all, one chapter, couldn't help but think about this throughout the whole book. Interesting.
He's auditioning too to get his name out there.
Can't wait to read the book, though.
Doug Wilson, well, no, he's been on that show for a long time. He had a best-selling book about his father. You know, I think his father was like a pot dealer or something like that. I mean, he's...
No, I know. I just mean like in the way that Bash and Tapper, like they make sure to plant their flag about both sides being anti-Semitic when they go after Rashida Tlaib. Like there's an incentive structure that rewards this kind of thing.
I think it's actually just an ideology. I mean, I don't think
it can be both. Right?
I don't think this guy's going to gain anything from it. I think it's ideological. I mean, having had conversations like this with older, less informed members of my family, I think it's ideological. I really do.
Fair enough.
And I think it's his attempt at disciplining Coates. I don't think he sees any upside for himself. Like I say, any other context, this guy is in somebody's office and they're going like, "What, are you having something wrong at home?"
That's the thing. I always think along those lines, like, oh, the heads will like this, but you see Jake Tapper getting Matt Duss's DMs about like, oh, be a man and tag me. It's like, oh, this is operating on a pretty low emotional level.
100%.
Maybe you guys are right. That's it.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern.
So yeah, the Majority Report, I think, phenomenal work. Honestly, I was thinking this as I was watching this. It is really, as sad as I am and as horrific as the situation is, I can't help but say I am happy that there is somebody speaking up and that these people are doing it. Somebody with a voice and platform, and they are taking this responsibility, and they are sharing information, and they are educating people. So yeah, just props to the whole Majority Report team. Speaking of the interview, I did want to watch the interview itself. I think it's I do like seeing it directly from the source, you know, just so I don't get accused of like, oh yeah, cherry picking any clips or whatever, or even the videos that I watch being of people that cherry pick or anything. So here it is, the original video. The reason this comes after is just because of the release date. This came out 10 days ago. So how are they reacting to it before it came out? It came out on their YouTube channel 10 days ago. The interview happened before. They're not prophetic. They weren't able to magically see the video before it came out. Anyway, so here's the interview in question. This was on MSNBC. Let's see it. Let's watch it firsthand. But I think, as you saw, Ta-Nehisi Coates wasn't very aggressive with his response, as much as he could have been, or I would argue should have been. But I imagine there wasn't really an expectation of such an attack. It was very off. It was very weird. Anyway, let's watch the interview. It's not that long, or at least part of the interview. I think this is the full interview, but this is what MSNBC had released.
Ta-Nehisi Coates is a New York Times bestselling author and recipient of the National Book Award, among other accolades. His latest book, The Message, is in bookstores now, and he joins me now. Good to see you, man.
Good to be back.
Back at it.
Good to be back there, too.
Yeah, well, I'm going to start with this from the book, because I think it sets up our conversation and all the conversations people will see you having over the next few.
Oh, my mistake. This is not the interview in question. I don't pre-watch anything. I try to watch it all together live on stream, so I'll occasionally make mistakes like this, which, I don't know, sue me, I guess. But yeah, let's see what happens in this interview, I suppose.
Few weeks. You said the late Jamal Khashoggi, the murdered writer from Saudi Arabia, was fond of the Arabic proverb, say your word, then leave. I try to live by that, because I am at my worst out there defending, you say my children, which are your books, defending my books, and I'm at my best making more of them. This part of the gig, I think, is your least favorite.
Well, being here with you is not. The thing I was actually thinking of was this sort of discourse that happens when writers write what they write, and then somebody replies, and then the writer decides that they need to clarify. I've engaged in that in the past.
It's a trap a little bit.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's really helped me.
Well, part of what makes it hard, and part of this book, as much as anything, and someone asked me the other day, I was raving about it, and they said, what's it about? And that was brought up a little short.
Right, stop, right. So with me both.
Well, it's as much as anything, it's a love letter to writing.
Yes, it is.
It's a love letter to writing.
Yes.
And part of what comes through is that the work that goes into the clarity of writing is almost impossible to do in any other medium.
Yeah, and that was like a really, really important thing for me. I think people forget that, in an era where, obviously video is so important here. But I think people really forget that at the base of it, somebody has to write something down. And when I was teaching at Howard University, which still I'm teaching, which so much of this book comes out of, the thing I was trying to impress upon my students is, even if all of you don't go on to be essayists, poets, fiction writers, the process of learning to express yourself with clarity is valuable. It's valuable no matter what you go on to do. The things that I try to do, in the extreme, in order to write a book like that, is no different than the things I try to do when I'm trying to write a memo or email.
There are 3 essays in this book. The one that I think is probably going to get the most attention.
Dakar.
Yeah, exactly. How'd you know? Most attention and the most controversy and the most discourse is about your trip to both Israel and Palestine, to the West Bank and Tel Aviv and other parts of Israel. Just start by talking about your way into that story. Like what, you read a little bit about that in the essay, about a few lines in the case for reparations that you felt like maybe you were glib about a history that was much more complex.
I think glib is the correct word. When you're writing something radical, as it was at the time, in 2014 for the case of reparation, you're really always trying to ground it in some sort of real thing so that people can perceive it. And in the case of reparations, it was reparations, and I want to be very clear about this, from the state of Germany to the state of, actually West Germany to the state of Israel, not necessarily directly to Holocaust victims.
Right.
I neglected to ask a very important question, which is, what is the nature of that state? Because for me, the case of reparations was not simply about compensation for something that has been done, but about making the world safe from a particular kind of oppression at large. And as it turned out, as was very clearly revealed to me when I did my travels, to use the state of Israel, reparations to the state of Israel, as an example, actually undermined the very message of the thing I was trying to get across in the article.
And why is that?
Because Israel's an apartheid state. And I don't mean that as a slur. I mean that in repeating the reports of Amnesty International. I mean that in repeating the reports of the Human Rights Campaign. I mean that in reporting the reports of the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem. I mean that in reporting the fears of Israel's own prime ministers, Ehud Barak, Ehud Olmert. And I mean that in terms of what I actually saw, which was a society in which half the people live and have the benefits of full citizenship, and the other half live on various tiers somewhere below that. This was immediately clear to me the first day I got there. And certainly by the second day when I was walking through Hebron and I literally saw streets where certain people could walk down and certain people couldn't, where I could walk down as long as I was clear that I was not Muslim, and other people could not. When it was made clear to me that I was with a group of people and spending time with a group of people who, should they fall into any sort of trouble or get into any sort of trouble, would be treated by the military justice system, while all around them were Israeli Jewish citizens who were subject to the benefits of the civil system. You can imagine the difference in the degree of harshness there. Oh, and it went on. It went on. You know, it was pretty clear across the board in terms of the laws and the policies.
I've been on those same streets in Hebron and had the same reaction, which is that this is obviously a moral abomination.
Obviously.
But I thought about your case for reparations essay because the gap from the case for reparations is on, to me, irrefutable and rock solid moral footing.
Yes.
It is the case that American wealth was built on the plunder, that there is something owed. From that moral certainty to the, okay, well, what are we going to do about it? Things do start to get more complex.
Yes.
And from the moral certainty of standing on the street in Hebron to, this is not morally acceptable,
right,
to, how do we have 15 million people between the river and the sea with
yeah,
full equality, peace, and flourishing? That is more complex.
Yeah, that is. But you know what? In many ways, the next step is a lot.
It's more complex. It's more complex to have equal rights for everyone? How is it more complex? Explain that to me. If you can look at what's happening in Israel and recognize the moral abomination, as you put it, how is it complex in any way to say that having equal rights for everyone there is complex? That should be step one. That should be the most obvious thing to do.
Clearer to me, in fact, and actually was the case for reparations, because the other thing I was confronted with was the extent to which Palestinian voices have been completely pushed out of the frame. So the first step is actually an easy one, to elevate, the voices of the people who are actually having the experience and ask them what should happen here, and not, one or two of them, but in some sort of mass way. In many ways, that essay is about my complex relationship with journalism, which I love, which is a process I love, which is one that I actually applied right there. But I have to tell you, and I've said this and I'll continue to say this, I would be very interested in how many major media organizations have a bureau in Jerusalem where they have a Palestinian correspondent or bureau chief. I would love to see those numbers. Obviously, I think anybody should have the opportunity to work that kind of job, just like I think anybody should have the opportunity to cover race in America. But if there were no black people doing it, or very few, we'd have a problem with that.
It's interesting you say that. Let me just stop for a second. It's interesting you say that because I thought about you choosing to write about this topic. I thought of a conversation that you and I had before I wrote my second book, A Colony and Nation, which is about race and policing and the criminal justice system, in which we were just talking as friends, and I was like, I don't know, I want to write this book, but is it a little weird for a white guy to write this book? And you were like, well, you're an American. It's your story as much as anyone, so you should write about it. And in the case of this, neither you or I are either Jewish, Israeli, Palestinian, or Arab. Mm-hmm. But we're Americans, and America is not some small part of what's going on over there.
No, we're a large part of it, and it's marked everywhere. There's an essay I talk, an exhibit I talk about City of David where I went to, where there's an actual plaque that thanks America for its support. I was recently reading a report by a Palestinian American scholar, Nora Erekat, and Josh Paul, who resigned from the State Department. One of the points they made was every plane that drops a bomb on Gaza was gotten from here. Those are our bombs. We're responsible. And that's what, a lot of times the pushback is, well, look, there are bad things happening, all over the world. Why particularly are you picking on this one thing? I'm picking on because I'm responsible. Because it is the presidents of this country who have said, we have a special relationship with Israel. So if we have a special relationship, then I have to treat it specially, if that's a word, especially maybe. And so that to me was what, very much called me here.
I want to talk about some other things, but I want one more point on this. The thing that I have already started to see people say about you, and the thing that I think you will see a lot of, will be basically of this form, that you are well-meaning but naive, smart and curious, but essentially got led on a very one-sided sort of propaganda tour, a kind of Potemkin tour, in which the full complexity, you could have been taken to Surat and you would have met Israeli families living under rocket fire, right? You could have, this all happened before October 7th, but you could have been taken to Israeli victims of brutality and terrorism and things like that. And that you came away with this very one-sided image from this one-sided experience.
Well, I'll say two things. The first thing is, it is very, very difficult to spend almost 30 years in media as I have and not be very much exposed. And frankly, to live in America and be a thinking person and not be exposed to the defenders of the Zionist project. It's just, it's hard to do that. It's all around us. So that was not the thing I was lacking in familiarity with. The second thing I would say is, look, I am against the death penalty, okay? I don't care if the guy slaughtered 10 children and ate half of them. I don't think that person should be killed. There is nothing I would see that would change my opinion on apartheid. Absolutely nothing. My case is not based on a higher or elevated Palestinian morality. It's not based on the notion that Palestinians are somehow angels or somehow morally better than. This is what I believe about human beings. And there's no thing that I would see that would make that go away. I am against segregation. I am against apartheid. I am against Jim Crow. Nothing will make that okay. Nothing they can do would make that okay.
There's a line in the book that I think is kind of the thesis of the Ta-Nehisi Project. You were talking to two, there's an amazing organization called Breaking Silence.
Yeah.
Two folks that are Israelis who had served in the IDF and who then come out later to talk about what they had done and how
Sorry. This was just to the point that they were making about, that Palestinians are angels or whatever. I think it's insane to expect a perfect victim. Nobody is a perfect victim. We've all done stuff. We've all, I don't know. To expect the victim of the situation to have to be perfect for their victimization to be legitimate, or their status as a victim to be legitimate is insane. It is a insane standard to put upon anyone. And non-stop, it has been tried to be used against the Palestinians. It's the same arguments you hear, like, oh yeah, these Palestinians, they're anti-LGBT, okay, yes, that is a problem. That's not a good thing. Does that justify the genocide of Palestinians? No. Does that justify apartheid? No. Does that justify ethnic cleansing? No. Does that justify cutting off food and water and electricity? No. At no point should this be a matter of... And I understand the argument behind it. I understand oh yeah, is this a civilization you want to preserve, or this enlightened liberal one? But this argument only comes from people who are opposed to those exact same rights back home. The hypocrisy is very clear. And again, let's say they're these horrible people, which again, I don't think they are. But let's say they're these horrible people. Does that justify killing them? No. If you are using some argument to justify killing them, then you are just saying it's okay to kill people under certain circumstances. I don't think that's ever okay.
Morally abominable the occupation is. And you say they were raised under the story that Jewish people were the ultimate victims of history. But they've been confronted with an incredible truth, that there was no ultimate victim, that victims and victimizers were ever flowing.
This is true of human beings. This is true of human beings. And just like Zionism doesn't represent a particular a Jewish exception or something that is being perpetrated that human beings haven't done before, that humans aren't capable of doing, you don't get an exception from the fact that victims victimize all the time. That is the nature of the thing, and something that, frankly, I, as a Black American carrying all of that, presently wrestling with.
I mean, you write about that in The Beautiful Struggle, just at the micro level of your block in Baltimore, right?
There is no inherent deep nobility. And now I'm speaking of my own people, for having been subjected to enslavement, Jim Crow, etc. It's bad, it's wrong. Hopefully it confers some degree of wisdom upon you, but sometimes it doesn't. You know what I mean? And sometimes people just decide, hey, the lesson actually is power. And so I look, that part that you just quoted is actually very, very important to me, because the people you are quoting are people who served in the IDF in the actual occupation. So it's like, what was I supposed to do? I talked to people who were victims of it. I talked to people who did it. Is it that I did not talk to the right people who did it? You know what I mean? I'm just not, that's hard for me. That's hard for me.
In one of the essays of the book, you travel to South Carolina, where you meet an English teacher who teaches an AP English class who had assigned Between the World and Me, your second book. She assigned it Between the World and Me. Yeah. Just checking, just making sure. Between the World and Me, her AP English class, and pursuant to the sort of critical race theory panic that we saw come in the wake of 2020, and South Carolina law and complaints by local school board members, it gets pulled. And you go down. It's a beautiful essay, but I also just love the scene because you go there expecting basically this full reactionary high.
I was ready for it.
Ready for it. And what do you get when you get down there?
I think that we forget that when somebody says this is a very, very red district, that means 70-30, and 30% is actually a lot of people who are fully capable of organizing themselves. And that's what I saw. I saw that people were quite upset with the prospect that this teacher, Mary Wood, who was from Chapin, by the way, who went to Chapin High School, homegrown, teachers in the high school she went to, that she would be driven out because she deigned to expose her AP English class, by the way, to this book, and folks turned out to support her, and it was magnificent to see.
I do think there's a deep humanism that runs through this whole.
This is a point worth mentioning. Yes, just because it's a red state doesn't mean there is nobody liberal or conservative or progressive there, or the other way around. Just because it's a blue state doesn't mean there isn't anyone who's conservative or Republican. It's just a matter of this electoral college system is pretty insane. If you want the democracy, if you want, the majority rule, if you want everyone to share their points equally, then the only way to do that is that one person, one vote, and that vote counts as one all the way through. It doesn't suddenly count as 2, it doesn't suddenly count as half, depending on the district or, you know, the state. Just raw numbers wise, I'm sorry. These conservative, I guess, positions, or these more hawkish tendencies, they're in the minority. People generally don't want war. People generally want peace. People generally want to get along with their neighbors, and people generally don't want to have these, you know, at least I have to think this, I really do, that the average person isn't some insane, like, rabid racist, you know? You need to have these people represented equally throughout, because then, I'm sorry, you're not going to have these politicians who don't represent the majority. The majority vote should be all that matters. This electoral college system is the only way people are able to game the system and play politics. You either appeal to the majority of the people, or you don't.
Through, I think, your intellectual project and your writing project and through the book, which comes back to this, like, there are no fixed categories of humanness, right. And that the racecraft, the desire to create these fixed categories, is always in the tool of creating some hierarchy. Yeah. But that the work of writing and the intellectual work of clarity is to constantly be pulling away at that fiction.
It is, what you just said is extremely uncomfortable and true. It's like a great difficulty of you know, in my mind, of being a writer, because you're never completely at home. You're never really, like, you never have the luxury of saying, these are my people, we're right, we're okay, this is my side. No, these are my people culturally, these are my people historically, but I can't tell you that tomorrow I might not have to say something. You know, and I saw that. I saw that in Israel, by the way. Like, I saw that up front, that I might not have to say something. I might have to say something that might, you know, find me an outcast, you know, from my own home, you know?
Ta-Nehisi Coates is the author of The Message, which I heartily recommend you read. It is out now. You can get it wherever you get your books. Good to have you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Thanks for having me back.
All right, so a little bit of mainstream media for us to digest, again, from 10 days ago on MSNBC. Let's go back to our regularly scheduled news cycle. So Democracy Now!, as always, phenomenal source. From 8 days ago, the war in Lebanon, giving more space for Israel to keep up slaughter in Gaza. And they're going to be interviewing journalist Akram al-Satari.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to Gaza, where authorities say Israel's year-long war has now wiped out a shocking 902 entire families off the civil registry. Another 1,300 families where only one family member has survived. The official death toll in Gaza has topped 41,800, but that's believed to be a vast undercount. On one day in Gaza this week, Israel killed over 100 people, with 51 in Khan Yunis alone, including 12 children. Over the last 24 hours, the Palestinian Health Ministry reports at least 14 people were killed, 50 wounded in Gaza, as Israel bombed residential buildings near the Nusayrat camp and struck civilian homes in Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis. This comes as Israeli forces have killed at least 50 Palestinians across the West Bank since launching raids on August 28th. An Israeli airstrike Thursday on the Tulkarm refugee camp killed at least 18 Palestinians when an Israeli fighter jets targeted a crowded cafe, the largest and deadliest airstrike in the occupied West Bank in more than 2 decades. Israel's military claimed the bombing targeted the head of Hamas's infrastructure in Tulkarm. There's a West Bank-wide strike today protesting that attack. But we're staying in Gaza right now, where most corporate media in the United States rarely get a report from, as Israel's banned international journalists from being there. For more, we are joined by Akram al-Satari. He is a journalist based in Gaza, standing outside the Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah and in central Gaza. Very little attention, Akram, is being paid right now to what is happening in Gaza as the attacks intensify there because of the attention on Lebanon and Iran. Can you describe what's happening on the ground?
Well, the situation in Gaza is still the same for the last 1 year. The corporate media is not paying enough attention for the situation in Gaza, not because of the war in Lebanon, but because of the embarrassment that is caused by the fact that the Palestinians have been suffering for such a very long time. And the suffering has reached all different components and aspects of their life. Families were lost, like you have just said. The children are living now with their parents, as you have just rightly said. Some people ended up living alone without their families, elderly people, as you have just said. Some children are left in the hospital for strangers to care for them as foster family because they lost their families and no other family members remaining to look after them. The international community, including the Arab region powers and the international powers, have been talking for the past year about the importance of upholding the principles of the international humanitarian law. However, they failed to observe those international rules. They failed to maintain the dignity of the Palestinians. They failed to maintain the right of the Palestinians to a decent life. They failed to maintain the right of the Palestinians to a shelter. They failed to uphold the right of the Palestinians to access medical care. And because of that, we have a very large number of Palestinians, around 95,000 Palestinians, who need urgent medical care outside of Gaza. However, they are staying in Gaza. Some of them are already dying because the very lacking situation when it comes to the medical supplies, and also for the medical and surgical expertise that is needed to conduct such precise surgical interventions to save their lives or to improve their health conditions or to prevent any kind of disability. 2.3 million people in Gaza have been subjected to continuous evacuation orders where they are asked by Israeli forces to move from one area to another. 150,000 people were moving in 24 hours in Khan Yunis area. Around 250,000, a quarter of a million, were asked also to move all together in 3 hours in Gaza central area. And now I think Israel is contemplating some more options, including the forceful transfer of the people in the Gaza North to the Gaza South and declaring the Gaza North as a military zone. So the problem of the Palestinians is that the international community could not dictate any kind of solution, could not even make Israel reconsider its positions when it comes to the way it has been dealing with the larger Palestinian population. 2.34 million people, including women, around 1 million child, because around half of the Palestinian population is under 18. So the suffering is still continuous. And without the war in Lebanon, Palestinians were not helped a lot, and all they could access is below the minimum of any average human being outside of the Gaza Strip. So the suffering is continuous, and now the war in Lebanon is adding further burdens on the Palestinians and is giving more space for the Israeli forces to continue the bombardment in different areas. In Khan Yunis area, like you said, in one night, 54 people were killed. 22 of them were same family members, and 12 of them were children. Today, just now, a few minutes ago, 4 women were killed in an area in Gaza central area. 4 women, 2 old women and 2 of their daughters. Some other grandsons and granddaughters were injured, and the sound of sirens in this place is also reminding us of the continuation of the crisis of the people of Palestine and of the political and moral failure by the international community to help the Palestinians and to realize their very basic rights. People are just passing by. Right behind me, you can see now, people are mourning the death of their dears. Non-stop flow of the people. Non-stop flow of the mothers, the daughters, the sisters, the sons, the grandparents who are coming there just to see off their dears. Some of them are lucky enough to make it to the hospital because the body of their dears is in the morgue. But many more, up to 10,000 Palestinians, are still missing. Missing means they have already been decomposed under the rubble of their houses. Missing means there have been some people who are living and eating and sleeping in the hope that they would find the decomposed body of their dears that has already become something that melted in the soil. Missing means some families that were scattered and they were never reunited, that they're still suffering and they're still hoping justice would be served. This is a glimpse on the life of the Palestinians, and this is part of the suffering that the people have been living and are still living. And this is only one aspect of the suffering that I have been seeing in Gaza. Food is still very scarce. Cooking gas is still very scarce. Water is extremely polluted. Living conditions are extremely below the standard. Some of the diseases are befalling the people in the Gaza Strip. Children have been suffering from digestive problems. Elderly people have been suffering from digestive problems. They have not been living in decent shelters. They are using only sheets of clothes to make sure that they can stay. So everything that has to do with the humanity is compromised in the Gaza Strip and is missing.
Can you talk, Akram, about the children who are wounded? More than 1,000 children in Gaza have lost at least one limb. We have a conflict in Gaza that has created the term WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. Can you talk more about this as you cover what's happening there?
Well, I had the chance to meet some of the people, not only children, but elderly people who are affected by the ongoing bombardment, and also the weapons that are being used against the people in Gaza have been causing some kind of strange cuts. I spoke to one woman around 35, 37 years old. She was telling me that there was a missile that hit her home, and all of a sudden the missile penetrated the soil and something went out of the soil, cutting her 2 legs, and now she has to live with 2 amputations, and she needs to be trained as to how she can respond to her basic needs. There were some attempts by international organizations to build some limbs, artificial limbs center. They are facing a considerable challenge bringing in the needed stuff, bringing in the needed materials. The children are bearing the brunt of those things. In Nasser Hospital, in Shuhada al-Aqsa Hospital, Kamal Adwan Hospital, the Indonesian hospital, I have seen children with different degrees of the injuries and also with different amputations. Some of them lost their 2 limbs, some of them lost 1 limb, some of them lost 3 limbs, some of them lost sight. And they are all in need. Number 1, to training to make sure that they can be reintegrated in life, and more importantly, they can deal with the reality that has unfolded after they have been injured. Number 2, they are facing a great challenge, the very lacking situation that Gaza is living again. People are struggling to secure the food, let alone the medical consumables, the medications, the bandages that are needed for the dressing. So their life is extremely complicated, and I have seen different people who were just talking to me about their condition and who were asked to take their children out of the hospital, and they were telling me, because somehow I was communicating with them to know the exact situation of their children. They were telling me, how can we probably take our children back home when we have no home? How can I take a child with 2 amputations in 2 limbs, in 2 legs, and they cannot walk, and they need to find some appropriate and conducive adapted environment for them to be able to survive and to live with, adapt with the new disability? And how can we take them home when they have no home and when we are living in tents that are erected in Al Mawasi area? They are erected on the sand, close to the beach. Now, by the tidal movement increasing, and there's one more bombardment if you could hear it just now, with the tidal movement, they are now soaking in seawater. So a person who's not amputated is suffering with this. Now you can imagine the suffering of a child who's living in a tent that is not equipped to deal with his disability. So the situation is very lacking, and the most important thing is that the number of children who are like that is increasing because, again, of the ongoing bombardment. 113 people were killed in the last 72 hours, and around 400 were injured. Around half of them are children. And you will definitely find some children who lost their limbs among the people who are affected, and that brings more suffering to the lives of the people, and that increases the number of the children who are suffering with no clear answers as to how can they be saved. Now there are some attempts to bring children outside of Gaza. Like in the last few days, around 70 children were leaving outside Gaza. But when you have around 1,000 children in need to limbs, and they're not allowed to leave Gaza, and they have also some medical course to be followed, and they need advanced medical care because of some of the infections and their fresh amputations and wounds, the situation is very critical. And again, the international community failed to bring comfort to the life of those children after all they have seen.
Akram al-Satri, I want to thank you so much for being with us. Journalist based in Gaza, joining us from outside the Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Please stay safe. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
If you've noticed, I've been going through the cutting a lot faster. Whoops. Sorry. A lot faster than I did last time. I spent the time to get the right cardboard size pieces so I could put all the pieces of the map on it, and so I could just cut them directly on stream. However, this has been helping and making it a lot easier to go through it. However, one of the cardboard boxes that I used is very big. So I'm not going to be able to fit it on here, and I'm not sure how I'm supposed to cut it, actually. So I'll probably have to cut parts of it while standing, and then I'll use these smaller parts on stream. Just a bit of, preparation for the next time I try to do something like this, which I have no idea when I would be doing something similar to this. Anyway, I guess we're back to some mainstream media with Channel 4 News. Channel 4 News is one of the places that are I have a bit mixed feelings about. They cover some things very well. They cover some things when nobody else would even touch them. So that obviously props, and credit where credit is due. Of course, some other things they obviously need to work on. I'm not the biggest fan of Saida Warsi. She's a British governmental person. I have no idea what her position is in the British government. But she wrote a book, and it was quite interesting to hear, I guess, her perspective on it. A lot of this will be talking about, like, obviously the perception of, like, Muslims and Islam and stuff. While I don't agree with a lot of stuff, I agree with, that there definitely is some sort of bigotry or discrimination that is very okay. It's such an acceptable discrimination that we have nowadays, and we've had for a while. It is, it's been called the last acceptable bigotry, but I don't want to give it such a grand title or anything, but it is something I've definitely been able to see and notice. So yeah, let's hear from her and her experience.
We are at a crossroads in this country, and we have to decide whether we are going to be an inclusive, tolerant country which believes in liberal values, or whether we are going to become an increasingly inward-looking, protectionist, ethno-nationalist, bordering on fascist. These are dangerous times. We are living in an unstable world. We are living at a time when more power, more money, more growth, more diplomacy, everything is moving south and east. And if Britain is to retain its place in the world, then the one thing it should be is a beacon of inclusive liberal values. It should be a place which is considered to be a haven, not a place where hate starts to become mainstream and part of people's lives.
Hello and welcome to the Political Forecast. Today I'm speaking to Baroness Varsi, Sayeeda Varsi, the former Conservative Cabinet Minister. She's long been an outspoken critic of her party over its attitudes towards Islam. And then just last week, an investigation was launched against her over a post on social media, and she dramatically resigned the whip, saying it's a reflection of how far right the Conservative Party has moved since her time in office. Now she's released a book called Muslims Don't Matter, which is an impassioned polemic setting out her views on the hypocrisy and double standards applied to British Muslims. Sayeeda Varsi, welcome to the podcast. Your book starts with, I'm done with apologising. I need to tell you bluntly exactly how I and so many of my fellow Muslims feel right now in Britain. You know, you say you're angry, you're outraged even, so I wanted you to just vent, really. Tell us why you're angry now, here.
I think I've got to the point, Kathy, I'm post-50, and there's something about women who get post-50 who just start looking at what the future looks like and what their future generations are going to look like. And it suddenly occurred to me that I don't feel safe in my own country. Here I am, nearly 70 years on from when my family arrived in the United Kingdom, and 5 generations later, I'm still having to make the case for why I belong and why I matter. And I just thought, I'm done. I'm done with explaining. I'm done with justifying. I'm done with apologizing. I'm done with condemning. I'm done with caveating. I'm done with trying to explain every single sentence of a 7th century text. I'm done with being held accountable for the actions of any one of the 2 billion people around the world who might be born into the same faith that I was born into. I'm just done.
And was there any one particular incident that sort of made you just sort of lose it like that?
I think there were a number of moments. I think one, the rising rhetoric from mainstream politicians, the fact that what we used to occasionally see was a fringe pastime of a few, oddball politicians was now becoming so mainstream. The fact that Islamophobia and anti-Muslim racism was so overt now. I mean, people aren't even trying to hide it anymore. It's not a dog whistle, it's a huge siren call, it's a foghorn going off, and we still think that's fine. The war in Gaza, and how the way in which we've responded to that, as opposed to the way in which we've responded to other conflicts around the world. The realization that so many of my friends and family were making plan Bs and exit routes, and we're talking about where else they could move to when we finally had to leave, that this was a real conversation happening. And then a conversation between my husband and myself. I talk about this in the book, where we go for regular walks, and we were sat at Nossel Priory. I can still recall this moment with a coffee, and we started talking about this. And I said to him, are we going to be the family like those Jews in Europe in the 1920s and 30s who kept saying, oh, stop being so dramatic, it's not going to happen, and yet everybody around us could see it coming? And are we being blind optimists when actually the situation means we should too be planning our plan B?
Well, and of course, while you were editing this book, the riots broke out over the summer, and there was real fear amongst many British Muslims, wasn't there? And just describe what that felt like, what you feared might happen.
Well, first of all, the overt anti-Muslim racism and Islamophobia on our streets, where people were literally going out to find Muslims to beat up, where Muslims were being burnt out of the buildings in which they were in, where mosques were being threatened to be set alight, where cars were being stopped and people were trying to find out who the occupants of those cars were. And that here we were in 2024 ringing up family and friends and saying, don't go out, be really careful, be careful what routes you take home, don't use public transport. That how had we found ourselves back in this place that in 2024 we were going to see effectively Muslim pogroms on our streets? And the overt bigotry that we saw at that time, I think, was deeply shocking. And for many people who'd been having these conversations about exit routes, that was the moment when they said, we told you so. It started. And I think at that point I was editing the book, and in many ways those riots made the points that I was warning of in the book. It was such a clear manifestation of the arguments that I was making.
And when you were sitting at that priory with your husband with the cup of coffee, where did you think about going? Do you think you will find refuge somewhere else?
Well, that was the point that we both made, having had that conversation. And we talked about, what should we have? How should we buy things? Is it time to have assets which are more liquid? To the point where we said, is it time to buy the diamonds? Is it time to have things upon us where we could pick and leave? And my husband just turned to me and he went, this is our home. And if anybody is going to fight for our rightful place in it, then surely you have to be part of that. And I think it's at that point where I thought, this is, this cannot be the way that our story with Britain ends, and that I have to fight for our rightful place in it. And that has to start with having a frank, open conversation. So this book really was a way of, I think, what the younger generation of my kids would call journaling, journaling my fears, journaling my heartbreak, and using it as a way of starting a conversation.
And you were Britain's first Muslim cabinet minister, and yet now you've resigned the Conservative whip. The Tories have been your home for 3 decades. Does that feel like a real wrench?
Of course it does. I mean, this has been my family. I'm 53, and for more than half of my life, this has been part of my wider family. And it has been the party in which I have made lifelong friendships, which have gone on to become relationships in so many interesting ways. It's the party where I have grown up as a politician. It's the party that I served my country at the cabinet table. It's the party that I chaired. I was chairman of the Conservative Party. And that's why it's broken my heart that over a period of probably the last 6-7 years, it has moved so far to the right, and the rhetoric has become so dangerous and toxic that it disturbs me. And I think the only thing that keeps me going is the fact that what I'm hearing is not the Conservative Party. What I'm hearing is extremist rhetoric, which in conservative parties of the past would have been rejected. I mean, what I keep reminding people of when they talk about the history of the Conservative Party and Enoch Powell, and I say, yeah, Enoch Powell was seen to be a fringe voice who was sidelined. Enoch Powell didn't serve at the centre of the party and be considered to be a leadership candidate.
Well, I mean, isn't that rather overstating it? There's no one taking it to that level.
If you listen to some of the rhetoric that's being put out now, if you look at some of the people in the party who are actually once again celebrating what they thought was the Enoch Powell moment, it is really deeply disturbing rhetoric. You've only had to look at what's happened, come out of party conference over the last week or so.
But you said the actual leadership contenders. I mean, put your money where your mouth is. Who are you referring to there?
When you start saying to people that we have to control immigration, but we specifically have to control a particular kind of immigration because there are a particular kind of people who have a particular kind of culture which is at odds with us. I mean, that's
so this
more
is
than
Kelly
a dog whistle,
Badenoch
right? That's more
saying
than a
that
dog
not all
whistle.
cultures are equally valid, and she criticised recent immigrants to the UK who hate Israel. Do you think that's racist?
And she specifically talked about the Nigerian experience and talked about Nigerian Muslims and Nigerian Christians. And this was really dangerous politics from another country being brought to bear on the politics of the United Kingdom. And that's disturbing.
Do you think it's racist, those comments?
I think those comments are divisive. I think those comments are dangerous. And I think those comments do not suit somebody who seeks to lead a great...
Yes. I think the answer she should, or I believe she should be looking for here is yes. Yes. What? What are you talking about? Yes, that's insanely racist. Oh, these people think this way. That's an insane statement to make about a whole group of people. That's racist. What are you talking about?
Great parties such as the Conservative Party.
But you just compared her to Enoch Powell, but you won't call her racist? What's holding you back?
I think it's really important that if I'm going to talk about the way in which we use language, it's important that you're thoughtful in that. I mean, the one thing that the last 12 months have taught me in doing the podcast that I do with David Baddiel, where, we talk about some incredibly difficult issues against a very difficult backdrop, that there is a way in which these conversations can be had which are both civilized and civilizing. And my warning signs, my anger towards what is coming out of the party has to be done in a way, hopefully, with a language that will allow my colleagues to listen rather than just be shouted at.
Well, after you resigned the whip, the party announced that it was investigating you for posting a picture of yourself on X drinking from a coconut, congratulating Mariha Hussein, who was recently found not guilty of racially aggravated public order offence for carrying a placard portraying Rishi Sunak and Suella Braverman, at the time Prime Minister and Home Secretary, as coconuts. I mean, why do you think you're being investigated?
Well, hopefully I'll find out, because I haven't been given a copy of the complaint or the complainant's details as yet. And lawyers are now involved. This is a legal matter, and I've been advised by my lawyers not to discuss the matter. But I think what it was clear from what I put out was that, as a lawyer, I fundamentally believe in the rule of law, and I congratulated somebody on being acquitted by a court of law.
But do you think, allying yourself with that term coconut, which many find, really insulting, the prosecutor, for example, said that it was seen as a racial slur, you may be brown on the outside, but you're white on the inside. I mean, do you not think some of your former Conservative colleagues, people of colour who were in the cabinet at the time, might find what you said offensive?
I'm not going to retry the coconut trial on this podcast, Kathy. And like I said, there is a procedure within the party at the moment, and I'm going to let that procedure run its course.
But, James Cleverly, for example, former Home Secretary, said, quoted, "You're not properly black if you're a Tory," as a particularly pernicious attack. And he said, "I've been called a coconut too many times to laugh it off." He was clearly offended by that. So do you think you were sort of getting up their noses, in a quite deliberate way, saying what you did on Twitter?
I just find it hard to take any lessons on these issues from James Cleverly. James Cleverly, unfortunately, went on television and defended one of his colleagues for going to a party with a blackface. And he thought that was just fine. It was just banter. So, you can't, as I said on Twitter at the time, Kathy, James cannot say blackface is banter, but coconuts are kryptonite. So I have a long and proud record of anti-racism. Well before I came into frontline politics as a racial justice campaigner, I am incredibly proud of the work that we did during my time in cabinet on anti-racism. And I'm proud of the way in which we changed the party and made it much more inclusive and diverse during my time as party chairman and beyond. And I will now let the procedure take its course.
Would you yourself have depicted the former Prime Minister, the former Home Secretary in that way?
I'm genuinely not going to keep answering these questions. I think it's really important for the process to take its course.
Just looking at some of the things that the former Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has said, though, she's talked about an invasion, her words, of people crossing the channel, and she's described the grooming gangs as predominantly British Pakistani men. Do you think she has said things that were racist?
I have detailed this in previous interviews, and I've said it in the book. I think that her rhetoric was racist. I think it was deliberately designed to divide. It was deliberately designed to malign and misrepresent and misinform. And what we saw this summer was that when that kind of disinformation starts to take hold, it has real-life violent consequences on the streets of this country.
Do you think some of the rhetoric she's deployed, she's given a kind of free pass for by some in the media, for example, because she's a person of colour?
I think if you can pick out these individual cases, Kathy, and we could spend the next few hours talking about individuals in politics and the appalling rhetoric that they have used over the last few years. I think there is a much bigger issue at stake here. We are at a crossroads in this country, and we have to decide whether we are going to be an inclusive, tolerant country which believes in liberal values, or whether we are going to become an increasingly inward-looking, protectionist, ethno-nationalist, bordering on fascist values. And what I think is at stake here is no longer just the Conservative Party or individual colleagues or individual rhetoric. This book is about saying these are dangerous times. We are living in an unstable world. We are living at a time where more power, more money, more growth, more diplomacy, everything is moving south and east. And if Britain is to retain its place in the world, then the one thing it should be is a beacon of inclusive liberal values. It should be a place which is considered to be a haven, not a place where hate starts to become mainstream and part of people's lives. So it's about fighting for the very future of what this country will be like. And I hope that this book plays its part in being part of that conversation.
Do you have any faith in the new government to create that more inclusive country that you hope is there?
I have faith from conversations that I've already had with Labour colleagues that they recognise this, that the summer riots have been a wake-up call and that they're committed to make things different. And I think if you look at even early statements from people like Lisa Nandy, for example, the first time she walked into the Department for Culture.
Respectfully, doubt. Big doubt. I'm sorry, the new Labour government in the UK is not much better. It's just the same old with a new, fresh coat of paint.
Media and sport, she said the time for culture wars is over. And if this government, the Labour government, decides to see that through, not to fight culture wars, not to succumb to populism, but actually come up with pragmatic decision making which brings our country together, then I would welcome that. And I think politicians of all colours should welcome that.
Do you have any faith in the 4 Conservative leadership contenders to make the party, bring it closer to what you'd like to be part of again?
You know, there's a much bigger issue than the deep-rooted issue of anti-Muslim racism within the Conservative Party, and that is that the oldest, most successful, and most established political party in this country has just suffered its largest historic election defeat. And that's because the country decided it could no longer trust us and that we were no longer serious people. And until we actually acknowledge that, rather than thinking, well, if we just give the country more of the same, then somehow they'll decide that they got it wrong, then until we actually acknowledge that, and that starts by being a sensible, grown-up opposition. And when we've proven ourselves as a sensible, grown-up opposition, then we can start to redream about being back in government.
So you don't rule out taking the Conservative whip again in the future?
I think that
looks like maybe not.
You know, Kathy, this is such a big part of my life. And what pains me is not just about how the Conservative, you know, some of the people in the Conservative Party more recently have fought these culture wars, but the fact that large parts of the Conservative Party are no longer a Conservative Party, that actually the party of sound money, the party of law and order, the party of patriotism. And yet here we have ended up in a situation where we, you know, crashed the economy. We started attacking judges. We want to dismantle equalities and human rights framework. We don't apparently believe in institutions like the UN. We're starting to condemn the ICC and the ICJ. And we think that patriotism is about dividing communities by setting...
What a fundamental misunderstanding of what the Conservative Party is.
...fires around the nation and having toxic language. We've lost our way so far from traditional conservative values that those of us, and there are many of us, you know, good friends who I have been speaking to over the last week who are saying we have to stay and fight because we owe it to the party and we owe it to be a sensible opposition and eventually, hopefully, once more, a party of government.
The war in Gaza and conflict really across the Middle East sort of runs like a thread, an agonising thread through your book. We now have the possibility of a new all-out regional war in the Middle East. The new Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, said that he stands foursquare behind Israel, yet just in the last couple of weeks alone, there have been more than 1,000 deaths in Lebanon. There have been tens of thousands killed in Gaza. How do you respond to what he said?
I think the problem that we've had with our policy in the Middle East and our policy in Israel and Palestine for many decades now, you'll recall, Kathy, that it's coming up to a decade since I resigned from the cabinet on the issue of Gaza. And my issue at that time was not what Israel was doing to the Palestinians, just like my issue right now is not what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. It's horrific, it's appalling, and it's disturbing. But actually, what our country is doing in response to what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. When the polling is so clear, overwhelming majorities want us to stop selling arms, overwhelming majorities of the British public want a ceasefire, and our clear policy is that there should be a two-state solution, then we are simply not acting in Britain's self-interest, and we are not acting in accordance with...
The two-state solution is not a solution. It's a way to delay and distract and end up in the exact same situation where we currently are. It's one state with equal rights for everyone. It's not complicated. It's not weird. It makes sense. It's just that simple. You have one state for everyone there with equal rights for all of them. No preferential treatment. Doesn't matter what your religion is. Doesn't matter what you look like. Doesn't matter where you're from. Equal rights for all of them. How is that a fringe idea?
British foreign policy, and we are not acting in accordance with our own stated values. We cannot have a two-state policy. We cannot have a policy of two states, Kathy, where we don't recognise one state. We cannot have a policy of being internationalist and believe in international accountability and then penalise the Palestinians when they seek to do that. We cannot believe in the United Nations and be a permanent member of the Security Council and then fundamentally fail to implement its resolutions. And we fundamentally cannot talk about anything until we make it clear that occupation must end. All the violence we are now seeing, whether it's in Israel or Palestine, or whether it's in Syria, or whether it's in Lebanon, or whether it's in Iran, these are all symptoms. The disease is occupation. And unless we end occupation and give the Palestinians their state alongside a safe and secure Israel, this will continue to happen.
I mean, Israel would respond that it's the fact that its safety and security is threatened on a daily basis by rockets coming over the border. It's had to act in the way it has. And obviously, let's not forget the attack on October the 7th. But so do you seem to
But I
suggest...
think the response to that would be this, and I ask people, let's take the politics out of this. But from a human perspective, how long would a community submit itself to being subjugated and occupied? What is the playbook for the Palestinians? If we had to write a book for the Palestinians and how they had to resist occupation, what would that be? Standing at the border with placards? That didn't work. Going to peace negotiations and the Oslo Accords? Well, that didn't work. Appealing to the UN? Well, that didn't work. Going to the ICC? Well, that didn't work. What I would say is, let's put this back in Israel's court. Let them tell us how this occupation will come to an end. Let the Netanyahu government, because I think it's really important. Israel is not Netanyahu, and Netanyahu is not Israel. Netanyahu is a far-right extremist surrounded by far-right extremist members of his cabinet.
And he's currently more popular than he has been in a very long while.
And he's also...
Yes, elected by far-right extremists and supported by far-right extremists and supported by a society of far-right extremists. You're not really doing yourself any favors when you think Benjamin Netanyahu is an outlier by any means in Israel. He's only gotten more popular as he's massacred more people.
Deeply unpopular amongst many Israelis and Jews around the world who think that he has done so much damage to Israel and to Jewish communities. So I think it's really important for us to say, what's the end game? Because the end game in British terms are two states. So how are we going to bring them about?
But I just want to go back to what you were saying about the British government's response, because you suggested that the government, Labour government and Conservative government before it, were completely out of touch with public opposition to what's going on, what Israel's doing in Gaza. Why do you think they are out of touch on that?
I think there's a fundamental breakdown at the heart of our government. And, this is no secret. I said this in my resignation letter a decade ago, and I have been saying so since. The biggest issue we have with our policy on Israel and Palestine is that, not that the policy is wrong, but that we fail to do anything about implementing it. We say occupation and the settlements are illegal. We do absolutely nothing to stop them from expanding. During the time since my resignation to now, we have seen the largest expansion of illegal settlements. We have seen the rise of settler violence. We have seen the entrenchment of the crime of apartheid in the West Bank. These matters continue, and we can't just hold our hands and say, oh, well, we condemn this. And then what?
Well, so you'd like to see all arms exports ended to Israel, would you?
There is no way that a British government, in accordance with the values that we hold, should be seen to be anywhere near the kind of atrocities that are being committed right now.
So end all arms.
End all arms.
Even though it wouldn't make any difference, really, because the US is such a major arms supplier to Israel.
But I'm not a member of the US Parliament, right? I am a member of the UK Parliament. I am somebody who served the UK government. My job and my responsibility is to make sure that my country is acting in accordance with international law. And that's what we will be held to account, not what the United States are doing. They will be held to account for their actions.
Just finally, I wonder if you're going to carry on being, as you were described, a one-woman Islamophobia rebuttal unit. It's
tiring. It's exhausting. It's a fight I don't want to have. It's a fight I would rather not be having. And one of the questions I asked one of my friends this morning was that, what does it feel like to wake up every morning and not have to worry about racism? What does it feel like not having to look over your shoulder? What does it feel like not having to worry about the fact that your future generations may not be able to live in your home anymore? And I want to get to a point where I can wake up and feel as free as that and stop fighting.
Do you think you will get to that point?
I genuinely hope and pray that during my lifetime, politics and policy making gets to a point where my children don't feel like they need to give up their day jobs and take part in politics to fight for a safer world.
Sayeeda Warsi, Baroness Warsi, thanks very much.
Thank you.
That's it for this edition of the Political...
Something I said last time, you may not fuck with politics, but politics will fuck with you. So yes, sounds good that yes, you don't have to worry about it. It's how politics is going to affect you, or having to think about politics after work or whatever. But you do. You're part of a representative democracy. Your one vote is the one vote you get. Your one voice is the one voice you get. You need to be informed and you need to participate. That's how it works. This idea of, hey, it's not me, it's not about me, the politicians will figure out the politics and I just have to worry about myself and my work is very short-sighted and very naive. It does affect you. It will affect you, whether you like it or not. So you should get informed and you should act accordingly. Yeah, the Channel 4 stuff really got me a bit more riled up than I would have liked to be. But a lot of stuff to comment on. A lot of stuff to comment on, I guess. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully it's a bit more laid back from here. Well, laid back at least on my part. I can focus on this, and you can focus on this, hopefully, and this. Being informed and entertained. Hopefully this is entertaining. Color wants to debate Israel's genocide. This is the majority report from 8 days ago. Again, I'm in this stupid situation where I'm unsure of what I'm gonna come face next because of not watching or pre-watching the videos. But yeah, at least you get a genuine reaction.
Calling from a 732 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Is this me?
Yes, it's you. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, I am Neville. I'm from New Jersey.
From where?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. I'm not familiar with it, but okay.
I have an accent. New Jersey, NJ.
Oh, okay. New Jersey. All right.
Where in New Jersey?
Do you know, like, I'm all near the central side, so you wouldn't know the area. There's like Monroe.
Oh, Monroe? Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. First, I want to preface, I greatly respect you guys, especially you, Sam, and Emma. I love what you guys do, and your reporting on, like, everything is, like, perfect, so I just want to say keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I had a question pertaining your reporting on Israel. So usually I'm fine with a lot of things you say, but I do have a slight disagreement on this issue. Well,
sure.
You can talk about whatever you want, but just respectfully, I just want to pick your brain on, like, how do you justify your characterization of the war as genocide? Because I'm really struggling on empathizing with this position, especially with how much, like, a lot of the evidence I've seen.
Well, I don't know what evidence you've seen. I mean, the way that I justify is characterizing it as genocide is basically from scholars of genocide. And, you know, I guess we won't have this adjudicated as an international legal matter for, you know, some time. But genocide, I don't know what your understanding of genocide is. But genocide is a legal determination that can be made if there is a series of genocidal acts that have taken place. And, you know, we just know, I mean, just in this past week, we have seen that the two agencies most tasked with assessing these in the U.S. government had determined that Israel was essentially withholding international aid. We know that they've also used starvation as a weapon in this conflict. Those in themselves are genocidal acts, which constitute, which in my mind justify the use of the term genocide. When you kill, we have right now 30 medical professionals?
99 American doctors have sent a letter to the Biden administration, and they have basically determined that at minimum 118,000 Palestinians have died in Gaza, over 5% of the population there. And to add to what Sam is saying about the legal definition of genocide, in my view, there's very little ambiguity that Israel has met at least one of the 5 planks that would constitute genocidal acts under the legal term genocide. Killing members of the group, you already have that. To causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. 3, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. 66% of the buildings in Gaza are destroyed. They've been cutting off water. There's no medical supplies. They've been cutting food. As Sam mentioned, it's now been established by U.S. organizations that they've been blocking food and medical aid. So that they've met all 3, which are all 3 genocidal actions. And then 4, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. The lack of medical care is a part of that. and 5, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. You could argue, okay, maybe Israel hasn't met that, although we do know that Israel has detained without any recourse many children under the age of 18 that are Palestinian.
I understand they fit those 5 categories, and that is a part of the genocide conventions, from my understanding. But like, to me, the important part of genocide, which is the most difficult part to prove, is that highly special intent, which is called dolus specialis. So that's like within the genocide conventions. To establish that intent would require like some form of evidence that they're intending to deliberately target civilians within each attack.
Well, wait a second. You now listen. There's never, I mean, the idea that that they're going to sort of like, produce a statement that says we're going to deliberately do this, but we have heard over and over again the demonization. We have top Israeli officials saying that, the president of the country. Now I know that it's not as operational as the prime minister. I get that, but they're saying there's no non-Hamas Palestinians. They're saying, I mean, it's so easy to go online and find an Israeli official or Israelis themselves or soldiers saying there's no innocence there. I mean, the idea that there's no evidence of intent to do harm on civilians. I mean, honestly, like,
there are hundreds of footnotes in that South Africa brief. I'm just going to describe a few of them. At the outset of the genocide, Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, called Palestinians, quote, human animals in his proclamation of a, quote, total siege. That's on October 9th. Netanyahu described Gaza as, quote, the city of evil. He talked about fighting against barbarians. He framed Israel's attack as a fight against, quote, monsters. This is not a battle not only of Israel. This is a battle not only of Israel against these barbarians. It is a battle of civilization against barbarism, he said. Now, if you want us to produce a document where Israel says we are going to commit genocide, then under that definition that you're describing, no genocide in the history of the world would be able to meet your definition, because when people are committing genocide, they don't write on a piece of paper, I am committing genocide. So
I agree with you that the Israeli leaders, especially when you look at Ben Gvir or what's the guy's name, Smotrich, whatever, they have like borderline genocidal statements. But I feel like when we're analyzing this type of stuff, we look at an analysis of the military policy rather than just inflammatory statements.
Well, we know. Okay, I mean, how about 2,000-pound bombs? Like, there's no like a military doctrine coming from this country would be, aside from the fact that we're selling them to Israel, you don't drop 2,000-pound bombs in such densely populated areas. You certainly don't need a 2,000-pound bomb for tents on a beach, right? I mean, listen, here's the thing. I think
if you can target it.
We have a system that's going to be adjudicating this, right? And the idea that we are not past a rhetorical use of the term genocide, to me, is really just a way for people who want to justify the absolute inhumanity and barbarism that is being unleashed by the Israeli government on Palestinians, both in Gaza and the West Bank. To me, it's a distraction.
Okay. So on the 2,000-pound bomb point, just because it's a massive weapon doesn't just necessarily mean it's genocidal. You can target those bombs.
No, you're asking. I mentioned that because you're asking for some type of intent that shows that they're intending to do harm on civilians. I'm sorry, this is just absurd. The standard in which you're talking about is just absurd.
I mean, no one.
You certainly wouldn't say that, like, because Mossad is located in the middle of Tel Aviv, that there's, that the civilians are irrelevant. I mean, this type of parsing is absurd. It's absurd.
Civilians are part of proportionality calculations. Just because it's a 2,000-pound.
Excuse me, we're in Khmer Rouge territory now. We're in Khmer Rouge territory now. We're in, Pol Pot territory in terms of like the amount of civilians that are being killed. Now, you may deny the report from these 100 or so U.S. doctors. You may deny, because there's no way to assess this right now in any type of legitimate way. But we're in territory of like some of the greatest monsters in the history of the world. And so like to parse it in this way, honestly, dude, seriously, like if you want to believe it's not genocide, you can have at it. We have, this is being adjudicated by the international court, and that's where it's going to end up. But the idea that that the issue is that it's a problem when people refer to what's going on there as a genocide without the force of legal, like I don't have the force of legality to it. The parsing that's going on here, you got to look at yourself and say, like, why do I have to get this? Why am I splitting hairs so surgically to try and claim that this isn't genocide? Okay, let me put it this way. What if it's not genocide?
What about it? What
if it's not genocide? You have such an issue with the term genocide. What if it's not genocide? Then what?
And I don't know what you expect me to say. It's a good thing.
I'm asking you, you characterize it. It's not genocide. What is it?
They just killed 5.4% of the population, and it's not genocide.
Call that?
What would that be?
Is that just war?
It's your average battle in an urban area where Hamas is human shielding, using civilian clothes, using civilian vehicles.
Excuse me. Why does Israel put their Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv? Are they shielding? Is that human shields? Human shields, right? Human shields? So it's okay for Iran to bomb the hell out of Tel Aviv because we know for a fact that Mossad is headquartered there, correct? Is that what you're saying?
The IHL is very specific about these things. You do proportionality calculations, distinction calculations, and you do
this is the point. This is the point. This is why I think the whole genocide thing is such bullshit. Because as soon as I tell you, let's put that aside, this is what we get. It's bloodthirsty. It's barbaric. It is inhumane. It is a war crime. It is a contravention to all human rights. It is disproportionate. It is not even remotely close to some type of symmetrical battle. It is completely being waged because of a sociopathic leader who is sitting atop a country that is trying to, justify its expansion in some areas. I mean, you're sending a bomb to the West Bank. Give me a break. I'm done with this conversation. I mean, 12 minutes, and I fell for your bullshit parsing of the word genocide, which was just simply cover to hide, the idea you're going to spend 12 minutes with me on something that's being adjudicated by a court because you don't want to have to address the actual reality, the actual inhumanity that's going on there. That's what that argument is about. That's why I don't really care about the term genocide, because I don't care what you want to call it. However you want to parse that, what's going on there is completely inhumane. It is a war crime on a daily basis.
Well, and he doesn't, the problem is like we laid out the planks and of what constitutes genocidal acts. We lay out the intent. We lay out the numbers in terms of 5.4% of a population being erased in less than a year in Gaza. There is no world in which that is not genocide. I like using the term because I think it democratizes it and it makes people understand what state extermination really does look like and what we are complicit in. But when you scratch the surface, as you're saying, he says, oh, this is warfare in urban areas. We just had a total freak out. I mean, again, like, if you flip the situation and it's Tel Aviv as opposed to Gaza City or Khan Yunis, you know what the reaction would be. And when you say average, what do you mean average? This is so disproportionate that it's breaking historical records. There's no average for urban warfare in terms of combatants versus the when you you're looking for justification for you to be able to sleep at night. And I'm not going to give that to you.
The idea that people need to bring up like Hiroshima or Dresden is extremely telling, because the idea that Hamas equals the Axis military machine in World War II is just absurd. This is, this is like these are the things that they have to cite. When you have to cite Dresden to justify like this conflict, you know you've got a problem. Folks, that's the look, we take calls randomly. And honestly, like that is why I don't get hung up on the word genocide, because it is a total bullshit distraction that is used because.
But Sam, if we were to use another word, they would deny that too. So it doesn't really matter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why it's like, I should have 90 seconds into that conversation. What would you call it? Oh, I just call it normal. There's like, if it's not genocide, it's just normal.
Yeah.
That's basically what the caller's arguing.
Bloodthirsty pedantry disguised as nuance.
Yeah. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
I mean, I'm glad it was Emma and Sam that received that call. I don't know if I would have been as respectful. But yeah, I mean, good on them for actually having this conversation. Good on Sam for having that patience. But also good on Emma for calling him out. This is exactly what it is. It is just this double standard. If it was happening to anyone else or by anyone else, the reaction would be very clear. You would know exactly what to call that. If the roles were reversed, within, never mind a year, it's been over a year now. Within a day, if the roles were reversed, none of this would have been tolerated. This wouldn't even have been possible to have happened if the roles were reversed. Never mind this entire year, never mind October 7th, never mind, the non-stop massacres. The inception of the Israeli state would have never come to fruition if it was happening at the cost of, well, really, I don't know. I don't have any words for this. If this really was happening in reverse, this would have never been tolerated. This wouldn't be a discussion. So this next video is by Middle East Eye, also from 8 days ago. Why did Israel escalate to its attack on Lebanon now? Yeah, let's find out from Daniel Levy.
Why this timing for Israel's escalation on the Lebanon front? There's still debates as to whether Israel's infiltration of the Hezbollah comm systems, the mass maiming pager attack, whether that was about to be found out and had to be launched at that moment. Once it was launched, followed with the walkie-talkie attack, the sense is that this is the kind of tech intel success in Israeli terms that doesn't come along very often. It needs to be built over many, many, many years to put those fake companies to infiltrate that system. Therefore, once that was done, Israel looked to push home the advantage. The assassination of Nasrallah, the removal of some of the command operatives, other personnel taken out of commission in that attack, injured, killed. Therefore, Israel, it seems premeditatedly, made the decision that if you do that, then see if you can push home that advantage. Eventually, the leadership and the cadre and the fighters will be replenished. If you're convinced that you've significantly degraded that, then this, as they saw it, was the time to go after the missile stocks, the infrastructure in the south, underground, and so that's what they did. But what about the bigger picture? That's the immediate. But the bigger picture for the timing of this escalation. And here I think one looks to a few factors. First of all, it's coming up on the 1 year. In that time, and against the backdrop of the colossal devastation wrought upon Gaza, the destruction, the killing, the displacement, what has not been achieved is that thing Netanyahu held out for and was never going to achieve. This idea of total victory, total dismantling of Hamas. Hamas stood strong. Israel hadn't restored its deterrence posture or this myth of the powerful Israel. And this was seen, given that they knew they had that infiltration on the Hezbollah front, this was seen as the opportunity to do so. Do it on that front, not on the Gaza front. But there were other factors, because this was a confluence of things. And one of them is that the attempt to restore this sense of Israeli power aligns with Netanyahu's personal, political, and ideological needs. Netanyahu hoping that his path back to political saliency and survival is via being the indispensable wartime leader. For that, you need to keep going, expanding war, and have something successful. Personally, of course, it's his get out of jail card. And ideologically, if you can seriously degrade the axis of resistance challenge posed to you, then you can continue in less constrained circumstances down this path of trying to vanquish, displace, remove the Palestinians. Netanyahu also saw that this was perhaps a unique opportunity inside Israel with a mobilized society behind these military actions. The political Zionist opposition in parliament not only did not oppose the expansion of the terrain to Lebanon, but were actually pushing for it. That's what Gantz, for those familiar with them, Golan, the head of Labour, they were all saying, go after, do Lebanon. And Israel had tested, over the course of the past year, the question of were there any red lines as far as the US is concerned, and the answer came back unequivocally. Israel can not only get away with anything, but the US will continue to send forces to the region, send warships, back Israel up, not just with weapons and political diplomatic cover, but with active intel.
This is just what it would look like if the US was on the side of the Nazis, or the Nazis had the world superpower behind them. That's exactly how they would have acted. This is exactly the type of expansion, the sense of impunity, the massacre, the non-stop violence and willingness to escalate because, hey, I have the big guy in my corner and I can get away with literally whatever. International law be damned.
And involvement, not just defensive, but also offensive, in Israel's war effort. This is America's war, not just Israel's war, even to the extent, and we don't know for sure yet, but just before Israel escalates massively in Lebanon, the US manages to corral its allies to put out a statement, not just calling for a 21-day pause, but it's telling us in briefings on the record by US officials that they've got it. The 21-day pause is locked in. It's about to be announced by the parties. Were the Americans duped? Were they intentionally misleading and misdirecting at Israel's behest? We don't know, but we do know that Israel was confident it had the US exactly where it wanted it. What next? How far does this go in Lebanon? Well, the Dahiyya doctrine of the use of force in a civilian area, civilian infrastructure, not drawing that distinction, that was started in 2006, and that's the southern Beirut neighborhood. In many respects, Beirut is both prologue and epilogue now to what we've seen in Gaza over the last years. So Israel feels it can get away with this, and we already see the destruction across significant parts of Lebanon. Increasingly, that's going to and is including civilian infrastructure. We've seen hospitals being evacuated. We have 20% of the Lebanese population displaced. That would be the equivalent of 13 million Brits or 60 million Americans. That's one part of what we see going on. What about, though, these ground incursions? And if you look at the Israeli commentary, it's interesting because the military analysts, clearly being briefed by at least parts of the security establishment, are giving the warning, let's not drink our own Kool-Aid in terms of the extent of the damage that has been inflicted on Hezbollah, the idea that Hezbollah is now totally incapacitated. You go in on the ground and it will be painful, and that's already been seen in the very brief and limited incursion on the ground that's taken place so far. So that's a warning not to do it, because that's where Hezbollah, and there is a sense that the units have operational autonomy and are still sufficiently intact. That's where attrition comes in. But despite some, at least, knowing a bit of their history, the social political dynamic inside Israel, and the bar again, these bars that the Israeli leadership set for themselves of total quiet, total removal, only then can the northern residents who have been evacuated, 60,000 approximately, return to their homes. It's a bar that when you have no politics and you only rely on the military, and Israel has no politics because it has no diplomatic plan to offer, is almost, and very probably is, unattainable. But because of this dynamic towards we can do it, maximalism, no diplomacy, the likelihood is that they will go in deeper, despite the fact that they should know better. So what we are left with is the bleak prospect that at least some, and perhaps much of what we've seen in Gaza, could yet be inflicted on Lebanon and Gaza, and what's happening in Gaza, destruction in the West Bank, provocations on Al-Aqsa. None of that stops. And one of the things one's hearing from people in Lebanon is that this feels like what the no red lines future of a tech, AI, robotics-driven warfare against civilians looks like.
I suppose on that note, it's kind of like opening Pandora's box, you know. What we've allowed in this war will come out against other people. That this is why I brought up the quote like last stream of, you know, first they came for, hold on, let me pull up the quote, because actually Should be quite easy to find. Here it is. Martin Niemöller, I think was his name. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Martin Niemöller. This was him talking. He was a German pastor. He was talking about his experience living in Nazi Germany. If you're silent on this now, if you're silent on what Israel is doing now, be sure that the day will come when this tech that is being tested on the civilians in Gaza will be used against you. This tech that's being used against the civilians in Lebanon will be used against you. Your phone blowing up because you spoke out, or you did something that was not approved of, or some country declares you as an enemy. Think about it this way, never mind just Israel, because this isn't just limited to Israel. Any country can do this. Any enemy of you or your state could deploy these strategies against you now that you made this okay, now that you're saying that this is acceptable, that this is acceptable warfare. Democracy Now! 5 days ago. Palestinian poet Musab Abu Toha. 1 year after October 7th, the US still arming Israel's slaughter in Gaza.
News is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to look at Gaza as Israel's military has launched a new offensive on northern Gaza. Over the weekend, Israel ordered more than 300,000 Palestinians to flee. Israel's latest mass evacuation order came on the one-year anniversary of the start of its brutal war on Gaza, following Hamas's attack on October 7th. Over the weekend, Israeli forces attacked a mosque and a school sheltering displaced people in Deir al-Balah, killing at least 26 Palestinians. The official death count in Gaza is nearing 42,000, but believed to be much higher. We're joined now by Musab Abu Toha, Palestinian poet and author. He left Gaza in December after being detained by the Israeli military. His essay in the New York Times, published Sunday, is headlined, "Gaza schools are for learning, not for dying." And his latest piece for the New Yorker magazine is "The Pain of Traveling While Palestinian." He's a columnist, teacher, founder of the Edward Said Library in Gaza, author of the award-winning book titled Things You May Find Hidden in My Ear, Poems from Gaza. His second book of poetry will be out next week. It's titled Forest of Noise. Musab, welcome back to Democracy Now! We talked to you right after you came out of Gaza. We also spoke to you in Gaza. You had been detained by the Israeli military. Your thoughts on this anniversary of both the Hamas attack and the beginning of the slaughter of Palestinians by the Israeli military in Gaza?
Thanks so much, Amy, for hosting me and for this platform. My thoughts is that whereas the Israelis were able to bury their dead after October 7th, there are just thousands of Palestinians whose bodies were not found because of the Israeli airstrikes, the intense Israeli airstrikes, and others whose bodies were left still under the rubble of their houses. I lost 30 members of my extended family, 3 first cousins, 2 of whom with their husbands and their children. And I haven't been able to bid them farewell. Some of them, they had nothing in their bodies left for me to look at them. And many of them are still under the rubble because there is no fuel, there is no equipment to remove the rubble from above the bodies. So it is really devastating to think that after a year, the world is still thinking about the October 7th only, rather than about the years and decades before October 7th and the many and long days and weeks that followed October 7th.
If you can respond to the Pope calling for a ceasefire in Lebanon, in Gaza, the French President Macron calling for an end to weapons sales to Israel, the U.S. continuing those weapons sales, though President Biden has said he wants a ceasefire, and these latest attacks in Gaza.
I mean, it's really funny when someone says that we need to achieve a ceasefire as soon as possible. This is what President Biden and Kamala Harris are asking for. But at the same time, they never stopped sending bombs to Israel. And they never even took any measures to stop Israel from invading humanitarian areas and from targeting humanitarian aid trucks when they enter Gaza. So instead of monitoring whatever bombs and weapons get into Israel, not only sending Israel weapons, but instead of monitoring whatever bombs Israel is using against the civilian population, and even the tent areas where there are only tents there is even no house. There are even no houses there. So instead of monitoring the weapons that are getting into Israel and the kind of weapons that Israel is dropping, they are keeping a very close eyes on the kind of trucks and the kind of foods and biscuits and lunch on canned food into Gaza. So, and this is something that I wish I could hear after Palestine was occupied in 1948. Weapons should have stopped being sent to Israel, not in 2023 or 2024. It should have been stopped, after 1948, and they should have called for a ceasefire, and the halt of settlement construction in the West Bank and the expansion of settlements. They should have called for all of these, not only for a ceasefire, because a ceasefire does not lead to peace. There should be justice. And all those who care about Palestinian lives, why don't you recognize them as a people who should have their political rights, not only to look at them as victims of Israeli terrorism?
You were a teacher in Gaza. So many schools in Gaza have been hit. So many were turned into shelters and then still hit by the Israeli military. You write in your New York Times column, on Saturday morning, I learned from my school's WhatsApp group that my most talented student, Hatam al-Zanin, had been killed in Beit Hanun, where Israel that day carried out strikes. Can you talk, as we wrap up, about your students, about your colleagues, those who are dead and alive, your own family, and how it's coped with leaving Gaza today?
Just to honor my student, his name is Hatam al-Zanin. I would like to pronounce his name the way he used to tell me his name when I first met him. Hatam's hope was to join me in the States when he grows up. I promised him, literally, when he was one of the few students who kept in touch with me when I was in Syracuse doing my MFA 2 years ago. And he kept in touch, when are you going to come back? I need you to teach me. I love all teachers, but I want you to teach me. I love your teaching. And I told him, when you grow up, you should come to this country. It's very beautiful. People here are really beautiful, and the universities are really magnificent. And I told him I will help you apply for a scholarship to come to the States. He was very, very brilliant, and he won a short story competition. And I still have the video on my phone of him reciting the short story that he picked for the contest. I mean, this is Hatam, and he was not. I mean, first I thought he was killed in a municipality building where he was sheltering with his family, but later a teacher corrected this to me early today, that Hatam was looking for firewood to help his family bake and cook food. And Israel is not only blocking the entrance of food trucks, but they are also killing people who are looking for ways to survive. So children like Hatam and my siblings and their children, they are not living. They are only spending their time trying to survive. And there is no place that's safe in Gaza. Very important, Amy. You mentioned that Israel ordered people in North Gaza. North Gaza used to have about 1 million people, but now with the evacuations, now I think the number is about 400,000 people, including my father, 3 of my siblings and their children. Today they ordered, and also my wife's family, all of them are in North Gaza right now, and they're looking for ways to evacuate, but they don't know where. So they ordered Beit Lahia, Jabalia, and Beit Hanun to evacuate. And an hour after that, they ordered 3 areas in Khan Yunis, in South Gaza, to evacuate. So the thing is not about evacuating. So people are evacuating from North Gaza to South Gaza, and then they find themselves bombed in South Gaza. So they are cramming people there. And I thought, I was asked a lot of time by dear friends of mine, after October 7, why are you not going south? The Israelis are telling you to go south. Why aren't you go south? I told them, well, do you have any guarantee that I will make it alive south? And then the second question, do you guarantee that I will be safe in South Gaza? Is there any place that's called safe? And safety is not about not being killed by shrapnel or airstrike. Safety is about finding food, finding water, finding medicine. There is nothing in South Gaza even. So wherever you go, there is nothing that's called the humanitarian area.
Mossab, we are going to have you back on to talk about your new book of poetry. I want to thank you so much for being with us today. Mossab Abu Toha, Palestinian poet and author. His new book out next week is called Forest of Noise. He's speaking to us today from Durban, South Africa. South Africa has brought a genocide case against Israel to the International Court of Justice.
If I have a moment, I'm here to participate in a poetry festival that I was invited to, and I'm based right now in upstate New York.
Thank you, Mossab. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
And here we have our first Hassanabi video of the day. It's from 4 days ago. This is on his official channel, so it might be a bit late. I think his editors take a bit longer than most others. Sorry, there is construction happening near me, so I've been muting the mic, which I do anyway. All right.
Did you think we would get a year of this? I mean, I didn't even think we would get a fucking whole year of this. I'm not gonna lie. I'll tell you this much, okay? What's going on right now in northern Gaza, especially, is incredibly dire. At this point, like I don't even fully know how to deal with the situation. I don't know how we're gonna actually how there's going to be any sort of like movement in the positive direction. I'll be honest with you. Like this morning, I started off my day. I'm talking to my accountants, right? And past that, like, I'm also simultaneously talking to a dude in northern Gaza right now. He's a journalist. He's a journalist and he's a fan. He's a member of this community. So this is Hassan and this is Ismail. In the middle is Hassam Shabbat. Hassam was 19 years old. Hassam is 21 years old. Ismail was 27. Israel killed Hassan and Ismail, Israel threatened Hassan multiple times before assassinating him. And they killed him specifically because of his coverage, for the record. Straight up. They literally said, you know, we don't like your coverage. We're going to kill you over and over again. They threatened him over and over again. This is a constant for journalists in Gaza. Bizan gets death threats on a regular basis. Obviously, Motaz got death threats on a regular basis, as you know. And they were getting these death threats specifically because of their coverage, okay? Hussam, sorry. I'm talking to Hussam right now. He reached out a while back. I didn't see his original DM reaching out to me a while back to get on the show, right? He was like, hey, I'm a journalist in North Gaza. I want to talk. Like, I would love to get on your broadcast and talk to you about what's going on. He reached out through his friend. He said he's a big fan. Hussam is a big fan and is asking if he can come on your stream one day to explain how life is like in North Gaza. This was back in August, at the end of August. I didn't see it. He reached out recently on Thursday. Again, I saw it this time. And on Thursday, Israel had not started its North Gaza, its additional incursion into North Gaza. So he reached out again. I was a little worried. I talked to a couple of my journalist friends to be like, should I put a fucking target on his back, basically? You know what I mean? Especially after his two friends who are also journalists were recently assassinated. Because that's a real calculation that I have to make. When I talk to someone who is in Gaza and I bring them up on the broadcast, or if I bring them on the broadcast and talk to them, there is a likelihood that people in the Western world see that and they get punished for it. That is a real calculation. Now, these guys are so fucking brave, okay? They're so brave. They know that already. So I have to ask them ahead of time to be like, hey, if I have you on, like, you know, I'm a little worried about the extra scrutiny that you are going to get. And he said that it was fine, and that unfortunately he can't talk at this point, and that they asked all the residents in the north to evacuate to the south in a way to ethnically cleanse the north, but we're not leaving, and he's staying, and he's reporting till his last breath. I don't think I can come on your stream anymore, maybe if things calm down, but if they don't, and I don't make it, please pay tribute to me on your channel and keep talking about Palestine. Much love from the north. That's an insane conversation to have with a 21-year-old journalist. But that is the fucking reality on the ground. And I don't know what to do about this, you know? That's why I feel like I lose my mind when I'm, on the one hand, living in the United States of America, in the heart of empire, in comfortable-ass Los Angeles, California, trying to do my very best to, within the means that I have, trying to communicate the humanity of these people and their resilience for the past 12 months. So when I see other journalists, other members of the media not offer the adequate coverage that speaks to their conditions, it disgusts me. When I hear people in the Western world talk about their fears of anti-Semitism on college campuses spreading because there are students who recognize the reality on the ground and want to protest against these atrocities because they see what is right and they see what is wrong and they do not have the social conditioning that others do. And then they get brutalized by our domestic police and smeared as anti-Semites. And then that's the main point of contention, like the feelings of Western Americans, the feelings of American students who have been propagandized to such a degree that they are objectively hysterical because they associate Israel as a core part of their identity. Some cynically do it, some genuinely believe it. At a time when anti-Semitism is rising, but we are only focusing on the wrong avenues because all of these institutions that are supposed to be talking about anti-Semitism or defending against anti-Semitism are so deeply invested in the continuation of the Israeli apartheid and genocide. It frustrates me to no end. Like, it's a weird situation to have when I'm describing this, and there are still people going, you support Hamas.
It's also an insane thing to think or to say. Anti-Semitism is rising. Absolutely, rising where? You think the liberals are being anti-Semitic? Is that what you think is happening here, or could it be the people that have a track record of being anti-Semitic? Like, actually just fucking insane. Like, brainworms is what we're dealing with here.
Hamas, so you do support terrorists. I don't know what's wrong about that. Like, I just described to you an active dialogue that I'm having with people that are currently withstanding genocide, currently experiencing genocide, and people that have been killed by the genocidaires with my tax dollars for the coverage that they've offered. And you just so shamelessly turn around and you go, well, you support Hamas, you support terrorists. I don't know what's so wrong about that. I don't know. I don't know what will change the mentality of a lot of these people. I don't know if there is any pivotal turning point for some of these people. I think they just don't care. They're just locked in. This was Ken O'Keefe 10 years ago.
100%, without reservation. I support the right of self-defense without any doubt. I would be involved myself in violent resistance if I were a citizen of Palestine or Iraq or Afghanistan.
This perspective is from 2010. What's really interesting about it is that this is like Ken O'Keefe, U.S. Marine guy. I don't really know who this guy is, but I will tell you this much. This is a perspective that's shared by literally every single Israeli general, okay? They have openly said that. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I don't know his background. I don't really give a shit about his perspective here. You know why I don't give a shit about his perspective? Because the idea that you would join a resistance group if you were under those same circumstances is literally shared by Ehud Barak. It is shared by, like, Ben Gurion recognized this. Former Shin Bet leaders have said this. I don't need to hear it from some fucking American guy. It is an obvious perspective. It is so obvious that every single fucking Israeli former prime minister and general has reiterated it. They have said time and time again, if I was on the other side of that border, I would be fighting. It makes sense. It makes total sense. Yeah, and here's Columbia campus. At this point, it's almost funny the students on their own campus are outside agitators, but Columbia opened the gates to let in an unaffiliated Zionist organization with a tractor trailer full of shit to occupy that very same lawn today. Yeah, that's it. Your own students can't protest against your involvement with an apartheid, with a state that does apartheid, but an unaffiliated non-campus organization can come in and literally occupy the same space that you brutally suppressed your own students on.
This is Kibbutz Be'eri, about 3 miles from Gaza. And reminders of the massacre are everywhere, like the burned out house you can see behind me. It's where Hamas murdered Yuval Haran's father and kidnapped his mother and 6 other members of the family. It's just one of the traumatic stories that Israelis are reliving today, a year after the October 7th attack. The attack began with Hamas terrorists shooting their way out of Gaza.
Shooting their way out of Gaza is a 10-10 line. Yeah, it's like a weird editorial quirk that they like kind of left in there that goes against the prevailing narrative that these guys are, you know, they were living happily inside of Gaza and then they anti-Semitically decided to attack Israel. Yeah, they were. Like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. They shot their way out of their concentration camp. It's 100% correct. If you are knowledgeable on the matter, then you recognize, obviously, Israel sets the standards for the violence. Thing is, a lot of the October 7th coverage rings hollow when you've used it to justify genocide for the past 12 months. You can't like try and relitigate this stuff when people have heard it, the exact same sentiment expressed over and over again. Anytime a school is bombed, anytime a mosque is bombed by Israel, anytime an orphanage is struck by Israel and like tens of thousands of children are burned and dying in the rubble. And Israel's like, well, remember October 7? Like, yeah, dude, we know. But the reality is you can't message your way out of the actions at this point.
To launch a pitiless attack on young people attending a music festival. It was chaos, a killing spree and mass kidnapping.
Another thing that's like pretty crazy about this situation is that like the music festival was being conducted on the border of a goddamn Israeli open air prison. Not only was it being conducted there, but there was obviously information ahead of time that this would not be a good idea. Israel, in all of its hubris and arrogance, let it happen anyway. Yeah, zone of interest, 100%. They didn't give a shit. They even extended the Nova Music Festival by 1 day, despite forewarning that it would not be a good idea. Why do we know all of this? Because there's an active lawsuit against the Israeli government, just so you know. You might not hear about it in American news, but obviously, if your fucking loved ones died, you probably want answers for it. You know, regardless of how much you want death and destruction from those who killed them, I think you're going to want to know what kind of like security flaws existed, and you're going to want closure, which is why the family members of those who were killed at the Nova Music Festival have opened up lawsuits against the Israeli government. Everything you need to understand about Israel, or everything you want to contextualize about like Israeli actions post October 7, can be defined with one very simple, albeit reductive, concept. The Israeli government cares more about bloody imperial ambition and conquest than they do about the livelihoods and their lives of their own citizens. That's it. That was clear from October 7, when there were Palestinian resistance forces and even other unaffiliated elements like criminal elements and whatnot that penetrated the Israeli border wall and went into Israel proper. And they were wreaking havoc, overtaking positions, taking over military command. And Israel's first action was to bomb Gaza. Israel's second action was to bomb its own citizens. They were more predisposed with immediately punishing Gaza.
Israel's response was immediate. It bombed Gaza, then sent in ground forces. The mission? To destroy Hamas and rescue the hostages. A year later, neither has been accomplished. 97 hostages taken on October 7th are presumed still to be in Gaza, along with 2 million Palestinians trapped in a sliver of land the Israeli military bombs every day. The target, they say, is Hamas. The collateral damage can be anyone else, no matter how small.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of brutal. CBS Morning's kind of I mean, they started off with the both sides shit, but goddamn. They're arriving at like what many people recognize like pretty early on. Here's hoping that this is a genuine change of attitude. In the 1 year anniversary of October 7, if they're still being like, yeah, dude, Israel's blowing shit up, it's completely unacceptable. That's definitely a change of attitude overall from their regular coverage. Calling it collateral is still demonic. I agree. I agree. Make no mistake. It's still not where it's supposed to be if this was honest and decent reporting. But, you know, it is a change of attitude that I do recognize.
Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, in hiding, is stalling on a deal and vowing to fight on.
I spoke too soon. That is an abject lie. Hey.
Stalling on a deal? October 10th? Hamas over an hostage exchange. What are you talking about? Who's stalling on a deal? Who's refused to make a deal? Who's refused to compromise on a deal every step of the way? Sure as shit wasn't Hamas. And this is no defense of Hamas. Not a fan either. But what are you talking about?
How did Yahya Sinwar become the negotiator? Can anybody prime me on this? Because I remember a different guy who was the negotiator. His name was Ismail Haniyeh. How did Yahya Sinwar become the negotiator on the ceasefire? Oh, that's right. Israel assassinated the principal negotiator that was responsible for Hamas's Politburo, who was responsible for the civil governance and not responsible for the military at all. Oh, shit. I mean, I'm sure they're going to mention that here in the reporting, right?
And millions of Israelis believe Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his ultra-right allies are stalling too.
We see that our government are full of excuse my language, and they do nothing. Our Prime Minister is a liar.
Over the past month, Israel's government has led the country into a bigger, riskier war.
It's crazy, bro. You are literally outflanking the Israeli protesters. CBS showing how anti-Semitic this Jewish Israeli man is for protesting against the Jewish state, the only Jewish state. Does he not know that this is the only Jewish state? It's weird, man. I don't understand why you're. Yeah, it must have been a classic self-hating Jew, I think. This is what I mean. Like, bro, before the Lebanese invasion, which definitely benefited Netanyahu's like propaganda purposes, the Israeli society was on the verge of collapse. They were freaking the fuck out about Benjamin Netanyahu refusing to deal with Hamas with a diplomatic solution. They were angry. Understandably, they were more aware of who was at fault than Americans are, because American media covers it as like Hamas is responsible for not dealing with Israel.
Good morning, George, from the youth village of Kfar Aza. And you can still see the bullet holes and the burn scars in houses like this. And the last time I was here about a year ago.
Man, shut the fuck up, dude. Go to Gaza one time, you piece of shit. What do you think Gaza looks like? The entirety of Gaza, dude, for the past 12 months. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sorry, dude. This is nutty. These people have no respect for the fucking dead on the Israeli side either. Like, it's simply just a talking point, dude. That's it. The way that they are looking at the dead Israeli Jewish population as nothing but collateral damage. I swear to God, it is just a way to market Israel's territorial ambition. That's it. Oh, look at these bullet holes, man. We didn't fix it. 12 months of genocide. Getting bloodless charlatans, dude. Monstrous pieces of shit. The standard for objective news reporting has to be that a life is a life. A life is worth cherishing no matter what background it comes from, no matter what its opinion is. This is not a standard in American news. The only lives worth cherishing are inside of Israel. All the lives that have been lost, all the lives that have been taken, cut short by the Israeli military, are simply treated as collateral damage over and over and over again. Let's see what VP Vice President Harris, running for president right now, second gentleman Mark, October 7, Hamas attacks on Israel. Let's see how they...
In a few moments, Doug and I will plant a tree here on the grounds of the residence of the Vice President of the United States. And we dedicate this tree to the 1,200 innocent souls, including a singer from Missouri who died shielding her son from bullets, an academic and peace activist who studied in Seattle and who was the grandson of Holocaust survivors, and a dancer from California who was killed alongside her fiancé while attending the Nova Music Festival.
Can you imagine the coverage of the 43,000 dead Palestinians, all that had similar dreams, aspirations, like people who were committed to a life of education, you know, things of that nature? No, of course not. You wouldn't have enough time to talk about it. This is, once again, exclusively humanizing Israelis and simultaneously omitting the humanity of Palestinians. Make no mistake. If you cared about the humanity of all people, you would have stopped Israel a long time ago and given a lot of these people in Israel the time to grieve, instead of using the slain as a mechanism to do genocide. You made the dead party to your actions. It's gross. It's a super gross, super shallow way of analyzing and contextualizing the situation. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. That's it. Sorry. You don't care. You do not give a shit. Does this help the election though? Fuck no, dude. What do you mean? It's like Biden's least popular policy is the continuation of Israel's genocide, is literally his least popular policy. He's losing Trump by like 25, 30 points. And Kamala Harris is like desperately ran in that exact same direction since she became the candidate for no reason, like literally zero reason whatsoever. By the way, this omission is the exact same false narrative that was presented on October 7, as though this was the pivotal act, the first step in this Israeli war. Because Israel did October 7 numbers every time they invaded Gaza, every single time prior to October 7. And to not mention that, or the 75 years of apartheid, or the numerous other forms of dominating the Palestinian population and the ethnic displacement that had to have happened in order for Israel to even exist, within the context of how October 7 could have happened, is the exact same shit that she's doing here, which is never covering and never offering any lip service even, no recognition whatsoever to the Palestinians that have been ruthlessly slaughtered for 12 months and continue to be slaughtered every single day with the bombs that she and her administration is gladly shipping off to Israel. Again, 2 decades of relative peace was shattered on October 7. Relative peace doing an unimaginable amount of weightlifting here. Relative peace for who? Relative peace for the Israelis that were living inside of the apartheid regime, sheltered from the victimhood, sheltered from the worst aspects of said apartheid regime, the violent ways in which it has to exist. Yeah, relative peace for them. October 7 was the one instance where there was no peace, where that violence was actually distributed back inside of Israel. A violence born out of desperation, a violence born out of apartheid and permanent occupation for a group of individuals who saw no way out but to fight their way out. That's it. That's literally it. And that same omission exists right here. Yeah, the planting of the tree is also symbolic, which is the eco-terrorism that Israel engages in. We've talked about this quite a bit, obviously, which is so insidious and crazy. You give money to Israel to plant trees, not realizing that tree planting mission is happening on top of the olive groves that once were there, that were destroyed by the Israeli occupying force, on top of Arab villages where Palestinians lived for hundreds of years, in an effort to westernize the land and make it seem more Western facing.
So in this moment, on the 1-year commemoration of October 7, what is asked of us? First and foremost, I believe that we must never forget. I will never forget October 7. and the world must never forget.
Yeah, never forget. I know. Never forget means like, just for 9/11, just for October 7, always forget if Israel is, please forget all the things that Israel has done to the Palestinians since then. Please don't even think about it, actually. Just think about this.
We must work to ensure nothing like the horrors of October 7 can ever happen again. And on this solemn day, I will restate my pledge to always ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself, and that I will always work to ensure the safety and security of the Jewish people here and around the world. What is asked of us? We must reunite the hostages held in Gaza with their families, and I will never stop fighting for the release of all the hostages, including the American citizens, living and deceased. Omer.
Unless they're killed by Israel, in which case, suck my dick, for the record. You can't reflect on 10/7 without reflecting on everything that came after and what like 80% of her base would like her to renounce, or what came before it. Because what came before it is also pretty significant. If you personally think this kind of hatred materialized amongst the Palestinian population of Gaza out of nowhere, then you're delusional. You are no different than a QAnon supporter, okay? The only difference is it's like if every media outlet was worse than Fox News in terms of like repeating this QAnon narrative. That's it. And people still genuinely do believe that. They're like, oh no, these guys are like ancient anti-Semitism. They have that ancient anti-Semitism in their hearts. That's why they did October 7th.
I mean, I do think it's wild how people think it just comes out of nowhere. Yes, I mean, there's 76 years of history that would lead to this horror. All right, AJ Plus from 4 days ago. It's Bisan from Gaza, and we will return to our homes. And yeah, fucking, I hope so.
Good morning, everyone. This is Bisan from Gaza. I'm smiling because I'm still alive.
Our homeland, our lives. We have lost everything. Seriously, everything.
Have you ever seen destruction like this, even in the end of the world movies? No.
Bombs, rockets. But it's written here. USA.
While we're leaving our houses, they told us from a Riman neighborhood in the center of Gaza.
It was the worst day in my life. I remember that I only had 15 minutes to collect 25 years of my life in a backpack.
Pray for us. I know that I seem to be energetic and smiling, but it's not the truth.
If death had a smell, I'm smelling it right now. Behind me is a bombing happened last night.
We are besieged. I don't know if I can survive this or go anywhere. I'm just alone.
During this year, I feel all the time that I left a part of my soul back in my home in the north of Gaza Strip. And this soul is now with my belongings, with my room, my box, my clothes, with the pictures of my family hanged everywhere. I have been homeless for almost a year.
Let me show you guys where am I now and the place that I'm sleeping. Oh my God, they started bombing early tonight.
I had a family, I had a home, I had a lot of dreams. I used to believe in my role in changing this world to a better place. I know I changed a lot. Everything lost its meaning in the genocide, unfortunately.
Good morning, everyone. This is Bisan from Gaza. It's the day 23 of continuous bombing. I'm smiling because I'm alive. I'm at the hospital, Shifa Hospital. I'm evacuating here, living in a tent for almost 3 weeks now. هلا ألف مبروك. من وين جبت هدول الأغراض؟ زبطت معك تجيب خبز ومية مع بعض؟ يلا مبروك اسرد يلا. They bombed the door of the hospital. They bombed. I've been there before 2 minutes. It's a massacre. Thousands of people are out. Thousands of people.
I wish I had never left my home. No matter what are the consequences of this, I wish I had never left my home. I had never fled the north of Gaza Strip to the south.
شكرا. ثاني. من جبتوه؟ شو مكتوب فيه؟
الوقفة الإنسانية مؤقتة. الرجوع إلى الشمال ممنوع وخطير جدا. مصيركم ومصير عائلاتكم بأيديكم.
They are feeling so sad and they're feeling that the truth is not a very important thing since they can't go back to their homes, and I am one of them as I'm from the north and I can't go during the truth to see my home, to see anything in the north.
Displacement in Gaza. It's difficult. It's almost impossible in our conditions.
Hundreds of thousands of people are in tents. They don't have any place to go or in the streets. I'm one of them. It's cold, it's windy, it's raining. Look at us. It's winter. It's officially winter.
Displacement is the only thing that will never be deleted from our memory. And we will never forget it until the end of our lives. Displacement, yeah. Hey everyone, this is Wissam from Gaza. Apparently, I'm still alive and I'm leaving my place,
Merry Christmas, by the way. It's the 25th of December 2023. The world is celebrating and Bisan is evacuating. It's not the same. We're not the same, unfortunately. So the first people I really want to say goodbye for them are Mahmoud, Jana, and Amir. So these are my friends, and we've shared like breakfast several times. Let's ask them. These kind, cute children of the tents. Let's ask them about رفح. طيب وانت رايحة؟
انا بديش اروح رفح. ليش؟ ان شاء الله قبل ما نروح رفح بيصير الكلام نروح على دورنا. ان شاء الله.
The situation is really hard. The carpet bombing before this moment was just unbelievable. The bombings are really loud and are so close to us. People who are displaced inside the hospital, dozens of thousands are just moving randomly, cannot find any place to go, as many in other hospitals were before. In the Shifa hospital, in the Indonesian hospital, Kamal Adwan, it's a war against hospitals. Imagine sharing only 40 square kilometers of space, okay? With too many people that are at the risk of being killed all the time, usually, that are displaced, hungry, exhausted, poor, maybe sick, and without hope.
خوف وارد لكن لما تلاقي طفل مش لاقي ياكل كل اللي بيشتيه في حياته بيجي كوز هذه كانت اصعب معاناه في حياته وما فيش شيء اكلنا الذره واكلنا الشعير تبع الحمير.
No one of us is in a safe place. There is no safe places in Gaza Strip. And even nowadays, when I'm filming, for example, in an encampment or in the street or on the beach, I'm always like this, me and death. All of us like this. They are all... Ya Rab, ya Satir. Look at this! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! It's a bomb inside the sea. Oh my God! Oh my God! These people are really suffering. There are no safe places in Gaza. The Israeli army have been telling us always to go to the south, but now there is no more south. We don't have any more south in Palestine. The south of Rafah now is Sinai Desert in Egypt. But actually surviving the aggressions and the occupation taught us that survival is a collective thing. And we stick to each other so we can survive all of these conditions. We are a close-knit people. And we share everything, all the resources and the food. We share also the joy, the sadness, the pain, the sorrow, and the hope. بدنا أستاذ سيدرا. هاي. بدنا أستاذ سيدرا. يا زعرة. كيف حالك؟ نعم انت بخير تهاني والله استقنا لك. طايل عنا أبوها الدنيا. اليوم جاي أفطر معكم مرحبا فيه ولا على السريع؟ مرحبا فيك. هات شكرا. When the sunset is here and it's the time for futur, they brought me some dates and water. And by the way, dates are really rare and expensive, while it's one of the fundamentals of Ramadan for Muslims. This is so generous. And they all said the same thing for me. Eat with us today, افطر معنا اليوم. I don't have many dreams anymore. My only dream now is to stop the genocide and for my people to live in freedom and justice. I feel anger and I feel that the world abandoned us. Look at this. Look at these bombs. Look what is written here. USA. USA. These are the American weapons behind me that are used to destroy the buildings around me. Can you see the destruction? Oh my God. Oh my God.
هاي القناص كان قاعد
ايش صار؟
القناص قاعد طلعي
القناص كان قاعد ها؟
تبطق الناس
ايش لاقى القناص؟ ايش لقيت وراه؟
هاي ما صار طيب شوف.
When I was young, I used to read about these civilizations that disappeared suddenly, or about the huge cities that vanished without any trace. And I used to ask myself, what is this enormous, destructive force that can wipe the people, the place, and the history all at once? I now had my answer in a hard way. I experienced it. If that had a smell, how I'm smelling it right now. Behind me is a bombing happened last night in a displacement spot in a Los area. Around me are tents where people are still inside these tents because they were told that they are in a safe area. People are so afraid, and the main question is where to go, where people should go. If the bombing is all over Rafah, Khan Yunis, and Gaza Strip around us, where should people go? So people are fleeing in foot in the dark, in the midnight, or at the noon, when the heat is about 40 Celsius degrees, extremely hot. The family will be sitting on the street waiting to build their tent from worn clothes or pieces of plastic.
أنا عمري 75 سنة، يعني مش بقدر على الخيم أقعد فيهن. شو بنات أكلتنا إحنا مش قادرين نقعد جوا في قلب الخيم.
يا واعي صفية.
من وين واعي صفية؟ معناها بقول لك أنا طلعت من البيت ما جبتش غير الهدم اللي علي، شوفي كيف يعني طلعت هيها مخزقة من كل جميع النواحي، ما فيش حاجة نحطها عروسنا.
Since the beginning of the heat waves, since the middle of June and during July, I started suffering from skin pimples. It turns into an inflammation and a swelling of the skin and ulceration. A lot of people are suffering from the same thing. All the time, I'm watching in the streets people putting bandages at the same places in their legs and feet. Look at that little girl there. She's so happy. She's the first in the line.
اسمي ريان عمري 7 سنين.
لمين بتلعبي ميه؟
إلنا.
زميلك بتسالي كنا وين ساكنين؟ اشياء.
هذا الشارع بنلف هيك وبتلاقي شارع بنخش منه.
كل حدا بتمشوا بالجلان؟
بدنا نشيل قبل ما يجي اخوي بنجيبها على كروسه.
طيب احكي لي كم مره بتعملي ميه في اليوم؟
مرتين ما شيلوا مي مالحه.
So, kids, instead of waiting in lines to enter their classes and their schools, instead of being in a healthy environment, in an educational environment, they are between the rubble, on the dust, carrying heavy tanks to afford water to their families. Children have nothing. All I see when I'm in the street are children running for water, running for food, barefoot, wearing warm clothes, very thin, very unhealthy. And they're without health, without education, without dreams.
عمرك 9 هذا البيت اللي هو طبعا من تحته
طبعا كله
مين فقد؟
فقد والده ووالدته اخواته كله هيك لا احد
هو بيعرف؟
لا يعرف لا يعلم.
Believing this is beyond my human belief. I can't believe that this is happening for children.
هدموا بيوتنا 3 طوابق هنا وعمرتين لنا 6 طوابق هدموها عملنا خيمه وهنا قاعدين فيها انا انا واخواتي فوق دور فيش دور هاي.
Have you ever heard about a land without dreams? Gaza is the land without dreams now. ايش لعبوا؟
الكورة مرفع عن حالنا شوية. شايف كيف خيم منقسم صواريخ طالع صوت الناس.
وين جايب هاي الكورة؟
الكورة كان جايبها ابن عمي معها ساعة الإخلاء سبق وعيه وجاب الكورة وجاي يجري.
And it looks like it's not suitable for living, for sheltering, for evacuating. It's just good for football. And yeah, I'm so proud of being here despite everything. Displacement is really ugly, it's really hard. Living in tents is almost impossible after all of these events we're living, but I'm so proud of us, so proud of these people, of the children, of everyone. We will return to our homes and to our cities. And when we return, we will celebrate this with you. Celebrating the return by cleaning our cities, cleaning our streets, and rebuilding Gaza with you. See there? Gaza City, my beloved city, my lovely place. Inshallah, we will back. Inshallah. Inshallah, I have an inner faith that we will get back. And I make a video like that from Gaza City, inshallah.
Bisan has a huge impact on how people see this conflict. They see it through her eyes and her experience. She's a brilliant journalist, and she does a great job humanizing the people. She shows it's not the cold calculating reporting of, hey, this X number of people are killed, or X number of, people have this thing or that thing happen to them. It's real people with real experiences going through everything. So I have to say, I have a lot of respect for Bisan and the work she's done. Props to her. We're back with some Channel 4 news. Last time wasn't the greatest, but we'll see. It's also from 4 days ago. Israel's military pushes further into Lebanon. Let's check the reporting here.
An Israeli flag hoisted above a rubble-strewn Lebanese village. Parts of southern Lebanon now resemble the apocalyptic landscape of Gaza.
I'm sorry, before we get started on a new video, I'll just go back 5 seconds. You notice there was a bit of a change. Obviously, I'm no longer cutting the map. The map is done. The map essentially is done. I just need to, well, there's some minor things to do. If you remember, I had done like these stilts to hold them up, but I'm not going to do that on stream. You saw essentially what I had in mind. I'll be doing it slightly differently. I'll just have them shorter stilts at certain areas, higher stilts at different areas. But now we have some minis to paint in. These will be kind of villains that my players are supposed to encounter. Just a terrifying presence, I suppose. We'll see how it goes. I was thinking like a gray skin, white cloth, purple and green tentacles all around them. Yeah, that's about it. Anyway, back to this.
Parts of southern Lebanon now resemble the apocalyptic landscape of Gaza, and Israel's war with Hezbollah is intensifying. This apparently all that's left of the border town of Yaroun. The Israeli army announced today another military division has now been deployed into Lebanon. Around 15,000 soldiers are said to be taking part in the invasion. Here, troops show off weapons they say they've seized from Hezbollah. But despite sustaining unprecedented and devastating blows, Hezbollah is trying to project strength. Today, the group's deputy leader addressed followers in a televised speech. I would like to reassure you, he says, our capabilities are fine, and what the enemy said about our capabilities being affected is a delusion. As Israeli airstrikes on Beirut continue, the Hezbollah deputy also said he supported attempts to negotiate a ceasefire. Significantly, he didn't draw a link between that and a deal ending the fighting in Gaza. But his words were also accompanied by a barrage of rockets fired into northern Israel, the heaviest attack targeting the city of Haifa since the war began. Most were intercepted, some landed, but with no reports of injuries. It's still Israel that's firmly on the front foot. Today, Prime Minister Netanyahu suggested the man tipped as Hezbollah's new leader had been killed last week in Beirut.
We've degraded Hezbollah's capabilities. We took out thousands of terrorists, including Nasrallah himself, and Nasrallah's replacement, and the replacement of his replacement.
The pain felt in the Lebanese capital, though, extends far beyond Hezbollah members. This, one of so many schools, now sheltering displaced families. Garda and her daughter Rula fled the south of the city. They're worried about their 3 cats and 6 kittens they left behind in the care of a neighbor. I love them and miss them, Garda says.
There was a lot of people running, so we ran with them.
You must have been scared.
Definitely.
And now, how do you feel?
Still scared, but we'll manage it. We need to stay alive and live.
More than a fifth of the population is reported to have been forced out of their homes. Some resent Hezbollah for entering the war with Israel, though open criticism is rare. Many others remain steadfast in their support.
We can't see children being killed in Palestine and stay silent. If you saw me strike a child, you wouldn't be able to just watch. Your humanity wouldn't let you. So we want to defend them.
Children here in Lebanon are now also living with the threat from Israeli strikes. And for now, the bloodshed continues. Well, just as we were coming on air, reports began emerging of a suspected Israeli strike on Damascus, the Syrian capital, possibly targeting Iranian Revolutionary Guards in an apartment there. We'll bring you more details on that as we have them. Here in Lebanon, I think the apparent de-linking by Hezbollah today of a ceasefire with Israel from a ceasefire in Gaza will be seen by Israelis as a vindication of their strategy here, no matter how much international criticism it engenders. But will Hezbollah really be willing to withdraw entirely from southern Lebanon? Will Israel be content to trust them to do that? I think we're unfortunately likely to see significant further fighting before any resolution. A year into this conflict in Gaza, Israel is still launching fresh offensives on the ground. Right now, their forces are moving in on the Jabalia camp, 2 hospitals in northern Gaza ordered to evacuate.
Sikander, thank you very much indeed. Well, 2 senior US senators from both sides of the political divide, Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal, are in the Middle East trying to promote their diplomatic solution to this crisis. This afternoon, they were on their way to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, calling for a regional settlement, including a peace accord with Israel. Well, I caught up with them in Jerusalem after they had met the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I started by asking the Democrat, Senator Richard Blumenthal, whether the US should be putting pressure on Israel to stop its attacks on Gaza and Lebanon.
Israel has a right to defend itself, and it has to make decisions tactically. We've urged that civilian casualties be reduced, that more humanitarian aid be provided in meetings before this one repeatedly. And Senator Graham and I are bringing the hope that we can help lead toward normalizing relations that will, in a longer sense, achieve peace and stability for the region.
What did we do after Pearl Harbor? We went to all-out victory. There is no military solution here. We bombed Japan to smithereens. We destroyed Berlin. That's not an option here.
But not holding them back has meant 40,000 dead Gazans?
Well, that's because Hamas wants them that way. They want it that way. I don't blame
Why
Israel.
do them the favor?
Hamas will not be standing. They will never govern Gaza again. If you get nothing else out of this interview, Hamas will never govern Gaza again. Sinwar is going to meet his fate. If you're successful to build on the Abraham Accords and to reconcile the Arab world with the Israelis, then you've truly created a sustainable solution for this problem.
Because if there is failure, then there may not be Hamas anymore, but there'll be another organization with similar policies that will be, called something
I
different.
couldn't agree with you more. Gazan children who've seen their parents killed, seen their neighbors killed, they will join a cause, a new cause with a new name, unless somebody comes in and takes over their lives, provides them an education system and a future that's more hopeful.
But their bitterness is created by American bombs dropped on them inside Gaza, in part, isn't it?
Well, I think their bitterness should be toward Hamas. They've been radicalized. They're the most radicalized population on the planet. From the time you're born in Gaza to the time you die, you're taught to hate the Jews.
The weapons we are providing enables Israel to defend itself against terrorist organizations, not...
Jesus Christ, no pushback? No pushback on this fucking bullshit. Lindsey Graham is a fucking demon. What the fuck? Actually, no push, nothing. They're the most radicalized people on this. What the fuck? Literally, the reporter tells him, hey, this is just gonna radicalize the next generation because they can see that you're the one providing bombs. And it's Israel that's bombing them. Oh yeah, they should just blame Hamas. Like, obviously that's not going to be the case. That's not what happened with Hamas. That's not what's going to happen with the next organization that's going to form out of this massacre. It's not going to happen with the next organization or the next or the next. Bombs are not a way to peace. Bombs have never been a way to peace.
Palestinians,
But they're also
not
killing lots of
Lebanese,
innocent
but
civilians,
terrorist
aren't
organizations that want to annihilate it.
If Israel takes on Iran in such a way that this escalates and becomes a war between Israel and Iran, the United States would be obliged to enter on Israel's side, wouldn't it?
Iran has declared that it wants to destroy the United States, as well as annihilate Israel. So Israel's war is not only against the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, but against Iran. And
so that's a yes, then we would enter on the side of Israel.
I'm not predicting what will happen. Our effort here is actually to help reduce or avoid escalation and the widening of this war.
There needs to be a confrontation of Iran. We've put it off way too long. We need to call the question on Iran. They're the source of most upheaval in
regime
change.
You see how comfortable some people are just calling for further war. Like that shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be normal. To be like, hey, I'm okay with escalating. I'm okay with starting another war, another front. These are people that have been way too comfortable dropping bombs and never having to suffer any consequences of being attacked. This is what it means to be the world superpower and face no consequences. I get to bomb who I want and I'll not be held accountable whatsoever. That's insane. That's not normal. Starting another war means more war, more death, more destruction. That's
I am 1,000% for regime change, but you don't have to.
How did that work out last time America tried it in Iraq?
I think we have nothing to lose. How did it work out when we got rid of Hitler? Better. He's Hitler. So what I would say that the way the regime falls is not through an invasion, is by isolation. That if you can reconstruct Lebanon and you can get the Arabs and the Israelis working together, then Iran truly becomes isolated. That's the way the regime eventually meets its fate, is to be isolated by other players in the region.
What have you been telling the Prime Minister of Israel? What's he been telling you about the next chess move in this very dangerous game, Iran-Israel?
So what happens in Gaza once the fighting is over? What happens in Lebanon? What's the day after look like? Yeah. For a year and a half, I've been coming to the region, trying to sell the idea of normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. What would that look like? Saudi Arabia would recognize the state of Israel, create diplomatic ties, thus ending the Arab-Israeli conflict. The biggest change in my lifetime, your lifetime, in the Mideast.
I hope that the government, Prime Minister Netanyahu, will seize that moment, and we urge to him the imperative of leading toward normalizing relations and seeking peace that will also reduce civilian casualties, bring home the hostages, and enable more humanitarian aid.
Now's the time, if you're ever going to do it, to start a dialogue with Saudi Arabia about the day after.
Right, but the Saudis have also been very clear that what they want in return, that there needs to be a viable, sovereign, independent Palestinian state which the Israelis recognize.
They want two things. For them to recognize the state of Israel, they want a defense agreement with the United States. Saudi Arabia and the United States would have a mutual defense agreement like we have with Japan and Australia. In other words, the United States would go to war for Saudi Arabia. That requires 67 votes in the U.S. Senate. Senator Blumenthal is a Democrat trying to get the votes. I told MBS a year and a half ago, that will be a heavy lift, but I will try.
But the Israelis also have to want to recognize an independent Palestinian state. They're not going to do that.
An independent sovereign nation called Palestine, with security guarantees for Israel to make sure there's no future October 7th. It will be more like an emirate than it will be a democracy. MBS and MBZ at the UAE will come in and rebuild Gaza. They will reform the PA. They will create an enclave in the Palestine that can live in peace and harmony with Israel. They will stop teaching their children to kill the Jews. A de-radicalized, a demilitarized...
Is that actually true? Is that how they teach it?
Yes, literally. So, bottom line, a de-radicalized, a demilitarized Palestinian enclave is what Israel wants. And here's the rub. After October 7th, declaring a Palestinian state after the attack would be seen as rewarding terrorism. That's the universal view of the Jewish people. The two-state solution, as we know it, died on October the 7th.
You think it's dead?
I think as it's been envisioned in the past, it is, and I think that was the goal of the Iranians. If you don't have a day-after plan like I described, Hamas will come back. If you don't have a day-after plan like I described, Hezbollah will regenerate. And you'll have 50 years of Israel half in and half out. There will be no normalization. Nobody's going to come to this region to do business because it's going to be on fire. So if you want to beat Iran, if you want to make sure October 7th is revenge, in the proper way, do peace.
We have stated emphatically and repeatedly that there needs to be a path toward peace, and diplomatic successes need to match the military successes.
If Trump becomes elected as president, where does his project, where does your project go?
I think it dies. If we don't do the deal on Biden's watch, there will be no normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Because I can't get 67 votes.
President Biden, speaking in an impromptu appearance at the press room in the White House yesterday, a couple of days ago, hinted at the fact that he thinks Prime Minister Netanyahu is trying to influence the American elections, which are due in less than a month. Do you think that he's right?
There was no indication in our conversation yesterday that Prime Minister Netanyahu was trying to influence elections, but of course we're not inside his head.
Senator Blumenthal, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Graham, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And before that, you heard the Democrat Senator Richard Blumenthal. Well, I'm joined now by Hossam Zomlot, the Palestinian ambassador to the United Kingdom. Welcome back to the program, Ambassador Zomlot. You heard what Senator Graham there especially had to say. Do you think that was a realistic scenario that he outlined, or pie in the sky stuff?
I wish you didn't force me to have to hear this nonsense that actually explains why the US for the last 3 decades has failed miserably to play the role of an honest mediator. Why the US has failed to be the grown-up in the room, it's because of the logic expressed by Senator Graham, Lindsey Graham just now. And I was the ambassador to Washington, and I did meet Senator Graham many times, and I tried to actually persuade him that this mindset, this complete adoption of the Israeli narrative does not help the cause of peace. He needs to see with 2 eyes, but he only sees with 1 eye, and that eye is hateful, and that eye is racist.
Right, so what in particular did you take offense to in what he said?
That the Palestinian people are the most radicalized, particularly in Gaza. I mean, Gaza, he doesn't see it as the most densely populated area on earth, besieged by air and sea and land for 17 years, made of 80% of refugees who were ethnically cleansed from their villages and towns just a few kilometers away from Gaza, like myself, who I was born in a refugee camp in Rafah. Yet still Gaza, over all these years, was able to produce the highest literacy rate in the region, the highest PhD per capita graduates, yet Gaza was able to sustain as a society. This is a person who sees us from the prism of imperialism and hegemony, and he relates only to Israel, and for him, we are the other. We are the other. It's very unfortunate.
Okay. Right, let me just ask you this though. The Saudis have mooted a plan, which he seems to have bought into as well, which could offer a path towards a recognized Palestinian state, recognized by the Israelis. Is that not something that you might be interested in?
This is only Netanyahu's logic that Senator Graham has completely adopted, and many in the US, which is just bypass the Palestinian issue. Anything, abracadabra, let's do anything, and we'll resolve the issue, but to actually resolve and look at the root cause, which is the Palestinian issue. Israel knows that it is the occupation, the colonization, the besiegement. Israel knows that the biggest elephant in the room is us, especially in the last year. The Saudis are very clear. I don't need to speak on their behalf. The Saudi prince, the foreign minister, said it clearly. The crown prince said it clearly only a couple of weeks ago. Saudi Arabia will not normalize until a Palestinian state is established. So the Israelis and with some of their American backers has got to give up that fallacy.
Okay. Another question is this. You haven't had elections in the West Bank for a variety of reasons, since 2006. Are you afraid that if there were to ever be free and fair democratic elections in a recognized state of Palestine, that your party, Fatah, that you represent, would lose it, and other more radical forces like Hamas or whatever they might be called in the future would prevail?
Elections are elections. We are not going to design elections at the size of Senator Graham or the West for that matter. Democratic elections must be respected, and whatever the Palestinian people decide must be absolutely respected. However, this is not an issue of leadership or democratic process. If we suggest that we haven't gained our independence and freedom because we don't have the right leaders, think again, my friend. This is about the actual issue of gaining freedom so we can convene and conduct democratic elections without the interference and the veto power of the occupier, as has been the case over the years.
In 10 seconds, do you think that anything positive at all can come out of this crisis, this war?
The realization among growing numbers in Israel itself, in the region and worldwide, that without justice, and resolving the Palestinian issue in accordance with international law, that the Palestinian people shall be treated equally like all other nations, we shall not see peace and stability and security in the world, not only the region.
I think I'm gonna have an aneurysm. This entire video was fucking horrendous. Lindsey Graham needs to be examined. This is fucking insane. So, back with Democracy Now! Again, this is from 4 days ago.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Vigils and memorials were held across the globe Monday and this weekend on the first anniversary of October 7th to mourn Israelis and Palestinians who've been killed over the past year. The anniversary comes as Israel's widening its assault on Gaza and sending more troops into Lebanon. Today, we spend the hour with the acclaimed writer, the journalist Ta-Nehisi Coates, author of the new book, The Message, based in part on a trip he took last year to the occupied West Bank and Israel. Ta-Nehisi compares Israel's apartheid system to that of Jim Crow here in the United States. He writes, "It occurred to me that there was still one place on the planet under American patronage that resembled the world that my parents were born into." In his book, Ta-Nehisi Coates also writes about traveling to Senegal, where he visited the slave trade memorial at Goree Island, and going to South Carolina, where school officials tried to ban his book, Between the World and Me, which won the National Book Award in 2015. The Message is written as a letter to his students at Howard University, where Ta-Nehisi Coates is the Sterling Brown Endowed Chair in the English department. The Message is Ta-Nehisi's first collection of nonfiction work since his 2017 book, We Were 8 Years in Power, An American Tragedy. Ta-Nehisi, welcome back to Democracy Now! Last time during the pandemic, you were in another studio, so it's great to be with you in our New York studio. I wanted to read one of your quotes. "We're plagued by dead language and dead stories that serve people whose aim is nothing short of a dead world. It's not enough to stand against these dissemblers. There has to be something in you, something that hungers for clarity. You'll need that hunger because if you follow that path soon enough, you'll find yourself confronting not just their myths, not just their stories, but your own." Ta-Nehisi Coates in The Message. We're going to talk a lot about what's happening in the occupied territories in Gaza, in the West Bank. But I wanted to start where you go in The Message first, and that is to Senegal. Right. Talk about this journey that you actually took with great trepidation.
I did. As you said, we'll spend a lot of time talking about the occupied territories in Israel and the West Bank, but it's good to start here because the two parts are kind of paired to each other. African Americans are a group of people who have lived under the weight of artifice, a creation, a kind of mythology of what Africa is in our minds. If all of the myths of racism, all the justifications for enslavement, all the justifications for Jim Crow, at the end of the day, they have their origins in these constructions of Africa as this savage place. The idea that, having been brought here, we're better off. Very, very typical of, colonizing and conquering movements. And one of the things we've done to push back is create our own narratives, our own journeys, our own ideas of what Africa is. My very name comes out of that, which I'm very uncomfortable with, as I talk about in the book. And
talk about it.
Oh boy, oh Lord. I wrote it, I should be very comfortable talking about it. I was born in 1975, and that was a period in time coming out of Black Power, coming out of, Black is beautiful, like really discovering this idea that our sense of beauty, our nose, our lips, our names, our hair, that we had the right to take control over that, including our history. And so my name is an ancient Egyptian name that refers to the ancient kingdom of Nubia. The notion was that, put very, very crudely, that if the West had its kings and queens, if it had its great monuments, if it had its great ideas, so did we. And part of growing older, part of, and I actually talk about this in Between the World and Me, part of becoming a writer, actually, is like, our job is to be skeptical of clean stories. And I learned that very, very early on. And The Message is kind of a continuation of that. Of course, the ultimate, I would say, climax in that journey is going to see the continent itself. And moving past myth, moving past the idea of constructed narratives, even when they're liberatory, even when they're emancipationists, to see the people themselves. And that is what took me to Dakar. And that is what I think took so long for me to go to Dakar.
And in terms of what most surprised you in the trip, could you talk about that?
Yeah, what most surprised me is the thing that will not surprise any African American watching this interview. It was my deep sorrow. It was my deep, deep, deep sorrow. And I think like much of what I've just said in answer to Amy's question, I'd already intellectualized before I went, and so I was already thinking about this, but thinking about something and being confronted with it is a totally, totally different thing. As the great Mike Tyson said, everybody's got a plan until they got punched. And as soon as that plane started descending out of the clouds over Dakar, and I saw the buildings rising up, I was being punched. It is one thing to think about the Middle Passage, to think about your ancestors theoretically. It is quite another to literally sit on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean and look out and understand that this was, even if only symbolically, last stop.
And when you went to Gore, you decided that you did not want to have any of the tour guides. You wanted to wander around on your own.
No, but
talk about that experience.
Well, by then it was like day 3, and so I understood that as much as I thought I was going to see the continent, I was actually going to see some sort of departed version of myself, from hundreds of years ago. I was walking with ghosts the whole time, and I didn't want to be talked to. My family is from the eastern shore of Maryland, not too far from Ocean City, if anybody knows that geography. It's like right on the Atlantic Ocean. And so to get back to Senegal, to get to Dakar, which is itself right on the tip of the continent, I would look out and I would have these moments and I would say, my God, you know what I mean? There's part of me all the way on the other side, and there's part of me that's here. And so, again, Gore is a place that has a lot of story and a lot of myth around it. And I read about that. I thought I was fully prepared. But I'm going to tell you, brother, you get on that boat, and that boat pulls off, and you think about all your ancestors, and it was 7 a.m. in the morning, and I was alone on that boat. And it is a very, very different experience.
And back to your name, Ta-Nehisi,
Yes.
and also which goes to your parents as well, and how their influence on you. Your dad, a former Black Panther, ran a publishing press right in your house.
Yeah. No, and I think like what they were really trying to do, and this actually goes to the core of what the book is about. How do you tell your own story? How do you free yourself from a history, from novels, from film, from television, an entire architecture that is designed to tell you that you are exactly where you belong because of who you are, because of what you are, either because of your genes, because God said, you belong there. How do you construct something different? And one of the things I'm trying to confront in the book is, I think perhaps step 1 is almost to make a mirror image of the people that have put you in that situation. Well, you say, with this, we're actually that. But I think one of the most difficult things is to free yourself entirely of that structure and to construct your own morality, your own stories, your own ideas that don't necessarily depend on those who have put you in the situation to begin with.
And the structure of your book is addressed to your students at Howard. The decision to choose that form for your book?
I was, to be honest with you, I've not said this anyway, I was very worried about that because I'd done that, like I'd written this letter in Between the World and Me, and I thought people could get, oh my God, he's gonna do this again, what, Between the World and Me again. But the fact of the matter is I am always trying to achieve intimacy with the reader. That's the the primary job. I would tell my students all the time, look, you are dealing with readers who could be doing anything else. They could be on their smartphones, they could be playing video games, they could be watching movies, they could be watching TV, somewhere making love. They could be doing anything but reading you. And so you have a responsibility to make them feel a sense of intimacy and immediacy. And I was lucky in the sense that, these were very, very real conversations that I'd had with my students, so I had something to pull from, and also, the fact of just the letter form allowed me to do that. It allows me to get, a kind of intimacy with my reader.
Talk about George Orwell, Why I Write, and connecting politics and language in the promise you made to your students at Howard. Between the World and Me was written to your son Samari, this to the students.
Yeah. So we usually start actually with politics in the English language. That's the first essay that I have them read. Just to think about language as a political thing. We live in this world where I feel that oftentimes we are taught, not that everybody subscribes to this, that art lives over here and politics lives over here. And the politics itself is actually very, very limited. That it happens every 2 or 4 years. It's in the voting booth. It's who you decide to vote for. It's what issues you decide to activate on. But one of the arguments that I make in the message is that there's an entire architecture outside of the world of mean politics that determines how politicians actually talk, the choices they give, et cetera. Why does Kamala Harris feel the need, for instance, to say that she has a gun? What is that actually based on? And I would say it is based on archetypes of femininity. I would say it's based on archetypes of race, archetypes of the cowboy. And where do those archetypes come from? They come from our art, they come from our literature, they come from our film, our TVs, our commercials. And at their base, they ultimately come from writing because somebody has to write those ultimately. And in that world, things that seem separated from politics never really are. And so I wanted to start that book, or this book, The Message, with that Orwell quote, because that's like one of the things he kind of is obsessing with in that essay. And at the same time, there's this beautiful tension that I often feel, which is in a different world. He would just write beautiful stories. He would just play with language for the hell of playing with language. But he doesn't live in that world. And I don't feel that my students live in that world. They live in a world of as we'll talk about, genocide, apartheid, segregation, global warming, category 5 hurricanes, flood on one coast, fire on the other. These are immediate issues. And I don't believe that they as writers, we as writers, have the luxury of sort of sitting back in our salons and in our living rooms, simply constructing beautiful language for the hell of constructing beautiful language. It has to be engaged with something.
From Senegal, you take us to Columbia, South Carolina. Why that choice?
Well, I was writing this in a time where this wave of book bannings was happening. And I always wanted to write about that, but I felt that I was worried about making the writer the center of the book banning, because even though the work is directed at the writer is actually not the person that suffers under the book ban. The teachers suffer under the book ban. It's the teachers who are under threat for losing their job. It's the teachers who get harassed. It's the librarians who are under threat of losing their jobs. It's the librarians who get harassed. It's the students who lose the ability to have access to different worlds and different ways of thinking. And I was trying to figure out how I could write this in such a way so that I would not be the center of it. Luckily, I ended up in conversation with a teacher by the name of Mary Wood from Chapin, South Carolina, went to Chapin High School where she teaches and where she was trying to teach Between the World and Me and got into some amount of trouble for that. And she invited me down, just to, go to a hearing. And that's what I did. And it was quite eventful. It was not the world that I expected. It was not the audience I expected. It was interesting to see how much support actually was rallied behind her, even though she's in a deep red area, in a deep red state. And so that too is about the power of stories. That too is about the power of narratives, the questions we ask and the questions we don't.
You write in the message about this experience in South Carolina. I see politicians in Colorado and Tennessee and South Carolina moving against my own work, tossing books I've authored out of libraries, banning them from classes. I feel snatched out of the present and dropped into an age of pitchforks and book-burning bonfires. My first instinct is to laugh, but then I remember that American history is filled with men and women who were as lethal as they were ridiculous.
Right.
Now,
if you got one running for president right now, you know, lethal and ridiculous.
Well, you talk about the area you were in, 70-30 split, 70% for Trump, and yet, and this is what you were just talking about, this 30%, how surprised you were by the minority, the power of it when it's mobilized.
Yeah, you know, it's like one of these things, like, again, like this goes back to how we construct language. It's either a blue or red district, right? Even purple doesn't quite, like, carry the quite, you know, like the real context. So you think it's red, okay, battle's over, why am I here? You know, but 30% and 30% activated around an actual issue is actually a lot of people, you know what I mean? And it was like I could not have known that without seeing it. Like, you have to, and this is like one of the messages I have, you know, for my students in the book. You have to walk the land. You can't, you know, sit on your butt reading reports, you know what I mean? And even reading books like this one and say, hey, I'm gonna be a writer. You have to have actual experiences. So I have to walk in that room, you know, and meet this, you know, white woman in her 70s, you know, who tells me in the wake of George Floyd, we organized a reading group at our church for black authors. And I love Colson Whitehead. Oh my God, have you read him? You know, like, I have to have that experience with somebody. You know, I have to have that shock, you know? And so I just feel like it was like really, really important in the message to actually model the work that I was articulating, or model the lessons that I was actually articulating for my students.
When you just referred to President Trump, can you elaborate further?
He looks ridiculous, but he is in fact quite lethal, you know? And I think certainly in 2016, there was great temptation to laugh, you know what I mean? You hear these things, you know, you hear him say certain things, you know, you see him, you know, in certain places, and there's a kind of dismissiveness. But what we actually are dismissing is a kind of darkness that I think lurks deep within all of us and can actually be appealed to. It's not comfortable to say that you can win through hate. It's not comfortable to say that you can win through anger. It's not comfortable to say historically it actually has been very effective at, you know, electorally to pick out weak people or people who are not in, you know, the most advantaged political space and to demonize them and use them as a tool. That actually has been quite effective for people in pursuit of power. We would rather think that good wins all the time, that people see the best in each other. It reifies our notions of what America is, our stories that we tell ourselves of what America is, but it doesn't correspond with the actual history and the truth.
Okay, that's weird. It's the first time I've seen a video like this end from Democracy Now! Also realized the mic was on this entire time. So, hope you enjoyed some heavy breathing. Alright, Secular Talk, Kyle Krasinski, 3 days ago.
All right, guys, welcome to the show. I got an awesome one for you today. So, in just a second, Benjamin Netanyahu released a video which was an ominous warning to the people of Lebanon. And long story short, they're doing it again. They're doing it again. They're going to try to do to Lebanon what they did to Gaza. It's already underway. We'll discuss that. Then we'll get to a bombshell story about how the conversations behind the scenes right now between the Biden administration and Israel are absolutely psychotic, and the U.S. is plotting and considering jumping in on war with Iran. It certainly looks at the moment like a foregone conclusion that Iran's oil facilities and perhaps their nuclear facilities are going to get attacked. The only question is, will it happen by Israel with U.S. logistical support, or will it happen with both of them engaging in it? So absolute worst case scenario on that front. Then we'll get to Kamala Harris on The View. There's a very good part of it. There's also a very bad part of it. We'll also get to Elon and Tucker making fools of themselves. We'll talk about the Category 5 hurricane that's barreling towards Florida right now as we speak. And Jon Stewart ruthlessly goes after Elon and Trump. So lot to dive into. Everybody do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel. You know the drill. It's below. Thank you to everybody who supports this channel on Patreon. It means the world. Wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. Not everybody in the independent media space takes money from billionaires or advertisers or, you know, foreign governments like that indictment that dropped the other week. So we're relying on you guys and the default ads on YouTube. So thanks again, guys. I really appreciate all the support. All right. Without any further ado, let's go ahead and dive right into it. So Benjamin Netanyahu released a video here directed at the people of Lebanon. And I want you to really think about the choice he's giving them. I want you to really think about it. So let's watch and we'll break it down.
This is a message to the people of Lebanon. Do you remember when your country was called the Pearl of the Middle East? I do. So what happened to Lebanon? A gang of tyrants and terrorists destroyed it. That's what happened. Lebanon was once known for its tolerance, for its beauty. Today, it's a place of chaos, a place of war.
Gee, why is that? That's weird. There's like shots fired there and bombs being dropped. Who's doing the firing and who's dropping the bombs? It's bizarre, huh?
Israel withdrew from Lebanon 25 years ago. But the country that actually conquered Lebanon is not Israel. It's Iran. Iran, which finances and arms Hezbollah to serve Iran's interests at Lebanon's expense. Hezbollah has turned Lebanon into a stockpile of ammunition and weapons and a forward Iranian military base. Just one day after the October 7th massacre a year ago, Hezbollah joined the war against Israel. It launched an unprovoked attack on our cities and on our citizens. It has since fired over 8,000.
What gaslighting is this? Can you imagine bombing another country and being like, hey, you're being invaded by someone else. It's not us. I know you can see us doing the bombing and shooting your people, but like, don't blame us, blame literally anyone else.
1,000 missiles at Israel.
Hey, how many dead civilians are there as a result of that? Just curious. Just curious. So if we're looking at the scoreboard, right now you've killed minimum 48,000 Palestinians in Gaza, right? You've killed minimum 2,000 Lebanese. In the case of Gaza, it's like 90% civilians that you killed. Bodies, just piles and piles of toddler bodies to the ceiling. How many civilian deaths have there been in Israel from these dastardly Hezbollah rockets? How many civilian deaths have there been? I'll wait for that answer.
Killing civilians without distinctions, Jews, Christians, Muslims, and Druze. Israel has decided to put an end to this. We've decided to do whatever is necessary to return our people safely to their homes. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel also has a right to win, and Israel will win.
By the way, there's a clip that's going viral on Piers Morgan. Somebody asked Piers Morgan, does Iran have a right to defend itself? And his reaction was, ask any of these soulless cretins, do Palestinians have a right to defend themselves? Does Lebanon have a right to defend itself? Does Iran have a right to defend itself? Does Syria have a right to defend itself? A lot of these countries that Israel has waged offensive attacks against, right? Israel just bombed Beirut not that long ago. Israel just bombed Tehran not that long ago. They took out the top Hamas official of the political wing who was engaged in negotiations. So by everybody's logic, by everybody's reasonable standard, Iran has a right to defend themselves. Lebanon has a right to defend themselves. But no, that selectively only applies to U.S. allies, right? And so it's amazing they still use these brain-dead talking points. It's astonishing.
We've degraded Hezbollah's capabilities. We took out thousands of terrorists, including Nasrallah himself, and Nasrallah's replacement, and the replacement of his replacement. Today, Hezbollah is weaker than it's been for many, many years. Now you, the Lebanese people, you stand at a significant crossroads. It is your choice. You can now take back your country. You can return it to a path of peace and prosperity. If you don't, Hezbollah will continue to try to fight Israel from densely populated areas at your expense. It doesn't care if Lebanon is dragged into a wider war. Christian, Druze, Muslims, Sunnis, and Shiites, all of you are suffering because of Hezbollah's futile war against Israel. Today I ask every mother and every father in Lebanon a simple question. Is it worth it? Because it doesn't have to be that way. I know you want a better future for your children. So I'm speaking to all of you today. There is a better way for your children, for your cities, for your villages, for your country. You deserve to restore Lebanon to its days of tranquility. You deserve a Lebanon that is different. One country, one flag, one people. Don't let these terrorists destroy your future any more than they've already done. Stand up and take your country back. You have an opportunity that hasn't existed in decades. An opportunity to take care of the future of your children and grandchildren. You have an opportunity to save Lebanon before it falls into the abyss of a long war that will lead to destruction and suffering like we see in Gaza. It doesn't have to be that way. Each of you can take a step for your future, even a small step. You can make a difference. I say to you, the people of Lebanon, free your country from Hezbollah so that this war can end. Free your country from Hezbollah so that your country can prosper again. So that future generations of Lebanese and Israeli children will know neither war nor bloodshed, but will finally live together in peace.
So do you understand the choice he's giving them there? He's saying, do a civil war, or Israel will do to you what we're doing to Gaza. That's what he's saying. I'm at a loss for words. And let's also be clear, the idea that he's like trying to pretend like he's being kind and sympathetic to the people of Lebanon, right? Like, that's PR bullshit. This is PR bullshit. This is like Hitler doing a speech telling the people of the Sudetenland to liberate themselves before he goes in there and takes it, right? They're already hoisting the Israeli flag in southern Lebanon. What happened? I thought you weren't a expansionist settler colonial project. It turns out you are. It turns out all the evidence points to that being the case. And also this idea, this flowery language of like, things can be wonderful, things can be great, if only you wage a civil war. And if you don't, we'll do you what we did to Gaza. So basically it's like, pick your poison. You want death and destruction by civil war, or you want death and destruction because Israel guns you up like sitting ducks? Take your pick. And then, by the way, after that, everything will be wonderful. Everything will be flowery. Everything will be lovely. It reminds me of a little something. It reminds me of this clip. Mr. Bloodthirsty neocon warmonger, who's also absolutely wrong about everything. Remember this clip?
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. And I think that people sitting right next door in Iran, young people, and many others will say, the time of such regimes, of such despots, is gone. There's a new age. Something new is happening.
And that's speculation on your part, or you have some evidence to that effect?
I was asked the same question in 1986. I'd written a book in which I had said that the way to deal with terrorist regimes, well, the terror was to deal with the terrorist regimes, and the way to deal with the terrorist regimes, among other things, was to apply military force against them.
The way we did in Afghanistan.
The way, for example, I want to answer your question.
I guess I'm running out of time, so I quickly was trying to get there. We've done, I think, what you proposed in Afghanistan, yet I haven't seen that sort of neighborhood effect.
Well, I think there's been an enormous effect. The effect was, we were told that there would be a counter effect. First of all, people said that there would be tens of thousands of people streaming into Afghanistan, zealots who would be outraged by America's action, and this would produce a counter-reaction in the Arab world.
I think you're not saying that when you take an action like we did in Afghanistan, we're going to see all the other countries just fold.
No, what we saw is something else. First of all, we saw everybody streaming out of Afghanistan. The second thing we saw is all the Arab countries and many Muslim countries trying to side with America, trying to be okay with America. The application of power is the most important thing in winning the war on terrorism. If I had to say, what are the three principles of winning the war on terror? It's like, what are the three principles of real estate, the three L's, location, location, location? The three principles of winning the war on terror are the three W's, winning, winning, and winning. The more victories you amass, the easier the next victory becomes. The first victory in Afghanistan makes the second victory in Iraq that much easier. The second victory in Iraq will make the third victory that much easier too, but it may change the nature of achieving that victory. It may be possible to have implosions taking place. I don't guarantee it, Mr. Attorney, but I think it makes it more likely.
He says about the third victory. I wonder who he was referring to there, by the way. He said the first victory in Afghanistan will make the second victory in Iraq much easier, and then the second victory in Iraq will make the third victory easier. Who's the third victory? What's that other country that you wanted to attack forever? Oh, that's right, it's Iran. It's Iran, but you held yourself back there because you didn't want to give the game away. Project for a New American Century, the neocon playbook, right? Wrong about everything. oh, we were told it would break the region and lead to a rise in extremism. And yep, that's exactly what happened with the rise of ISIS. Oops. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. This guy has got to go. Israel Finance Minister Smotrich says the war will not end until Israel topples the Iranian government and ends its nuclear program. What happened? A year ago, as this person says, the goal was we got to end Hamas. Then it went from let's end Hamas to let's end Hamas and end Hezbollah. And now it's end Hamas, end Hezbollah, and do regime change in Iran? And you think that's going to go cleanly? You think that's not going to leave a wake of millions of people who are dead and injured and displaced? Or do you not care about those dead and injured and displaced people because they're Muslims? You don't care. We know the answer. You don't have to answer it. We know the answer. So at the same time, guys, he's giving this ominous, dark, cryptic speech to the people of Lebanon, saying, kill yourselves via civil war or we'll kill you ourselves. We got this, drop site news. Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign in North Gaza now in overdrive. Israeli forces are emptying northern Gaza of its 430,000 residents. Dozens of bodies line the streets of Jabalia refugee camp amid intense ground operations involving heavy bombardment and an ongoing siege. Now, 3 hospitals have been ordered to evacuate. All of this aligns with the so-called general's plan aimed at fully displacing all of northern Gaza's citizens. Here's a thread with all the details. I'm going to give you a warning right now because the second I scroll down, you're going to see absolute carnage, and it's carnage involving children. Here's your warning. Here we go. This is what Israel's doing. This is what Israel's doing. You have a reporter on the ground here in North Gaza. He says, Israeli occupation forces bombed the only remaining bakery serving the population in northern Gaza. The bakery is currently burning and out of service. This is being done intentionally to eradicate any semblance of life in northern Gaza. You know, for the life of me, I can't wrap my mind around, so for the first 4 months, 5 months, there were a lot of eyes on what was happening, right? It was the big news. It was the big story. Mainstream media was even covering it, albeit doing a worse job than many other outlets, right? But now it's like everybody's gotten used to the carnage and the barbarism and the slaughter and the massacre and the genocide and the ethnic cleansing. So it's getting less eyeballs. It's getting much less attention. And the band plays on, bro. The band plays on. And we owe it to the people of Gaza and the people of Lebanon and the people of Iran to not stop talking about the genocidal fascist regime that is trying to barrel over the Middle East, create a greater Israel, and kill and displace and injure millions in the process with the backing and arming of the United States of America. So, go ahead. Turn on CNN, turn on MSNBC, turn on Fox News, turn on the Nightly News, pick up the New York Times, pick up the Washington Post. Tell me how much coverage you're going to get of the Nazi-like speech delivered by Netanyahu where he tells the people of Lebanon, kill each other or we'll kill all of you ourselves. And by the way, it wouldn't even matter if the people of Lebanon tried to topple Hezbollah, right? And they did break out in a civil war. Israel would still continue with their invasion and with their bombing campaign. Already 2,000 dead there. That number's going to rise really fast. At the same time, they're trying to complete the ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza. And the United States, don't get it twisted, man. There's a lot of stories now coming out where it's like, Biden was really pissed at Benjamin Netanyahu. And he called him, he said he's an effing liar. And there's like a whole bunch of quotes that just came out from a Bob Woodward book about this. And there's one part where he's like, what the fuck, Bibi? Another part where he's like, you're a fucking liar. Another part where he tells him, you know you're being viewed as a rogue state now around the world, right? And it's supposed to be like, it's this routine of, oh, the United States is this bumbling, fumbling empire that means well. They mean well, but oh, he's just lost control. That's the narrative they're trying to put out there. That is PR bullshit to whitewash the fact that actually the U.S. is perfectly fine. They are okay with what Israel is doing. They're okay with it. That's why they keep arming it. That's why they keep funding it. If they were actually against it, you just stop arming it and stop funding it, and that'd be the end of it. But they're not doing that. They're still arming it. They're still funding it. So that is just their attempt to distance themselves from Netanyahu's war crimes on a daily basis because they know it's unpopular, right? That's all that is. So don't fall for the nonsense of, oh, the empire means well, but he just can't rein in Benjamin Netanyahu. No, they can today. They can right now. They are choosing not to do it because they passively accept and support what Israel is doing. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Thank you, Kyle. I do appreciate Kyle's coverage a lot. I do have an issue sometimes when he does, like, these mocking voices. I think it makes it immediately less serious, but it's his style, and so be it, I guess. I do think he does a lot of really good coverage. He covers stuff very quickly, very early on. He does really good analysis. But yeah, sometimes the voices don't help. So, from 3 days ago, the Majority Report again.
Sam Cedar, Emma Bigland on the Majority Report. Pleasure to welcome back to the program Ryan Grimm, reporter, co-founder of Drop Site News, co-host of Counterpoints. Drop Site News has already had, like, I don't know, half a dozen massive exposés. Honestly, it's been crazy. Was this like a Bob Woodward situation where you're holding it back for your own enterprise? Like, is this all stuff that you reported 6 months ago and then you just held it all back for when you were launching the new site?
We didn't hold anything back. But some things take a while to come to fruition.
and so the timing was good on some of the things. But yeah, I've never been one to. I just constitutionally I'm incapable of.
I was being facetious and using this opportunity to make fun of Woodward, but I guess you're a little.
No, but it's a thing. It's not just Woodward. Like a lot of people.
Oh, they all do this.
Yeah.
Like Maggie Haberman, right?
I was just
like,
about to say, right.
Saved half the stories on Trump that were damning for him for when, she had to move on in terms of like where she wanted to report, I guess, for her career. But
yeah, and sometimes you only have the stuff. They're like, okay, you can use this for your book, but I will not give it to you under any other circumstances. So sometimes that's the case. But anyway.
All right. Well, nevertheless, you guys are doing a great job over there. And let's just start with, we're watching the expansion of this war. It is now a regional war. It has been largely driven by Israel's desire to expand the war. They have bombed Yemen. They have bombed Lebanon. They have assassinated people in Iran. They have committed what Leon Panetta's words, not mine, although also mine, terrorism in their in the whole pager thing blowing up. And the U.S. seems to be not tapping the brakes, but in some way sort of putting the car in neutral, if not putting gas in the car and then also putting it in neutral and letting Israel like push it down the hill. What's going on with this? Like, I noticed we're reading more about like McGurk and Hochstein and what is your sense of what's happening? Like, why are we even hearing about these guys now?
And just to underline real quickly, the Yemen bombing, like that's something that I've been covering for 10 years now. And the port of Hodeidah, which Israel struck with a massive attack, is the entire linchpin to the famine in Yemen. Like when that was shut down, that's when you had famine. When that was able to be opened up again and you could get humanitarian aid flowing again, that's when you went from famine to just absolutely miserable conditions, but not famine. And so that port was back up, and Israel struck that fort, fiercely. And so the fallout from that strike, depending on whether they can get it up and running again, could implicate hundreds of thousands of lives. And because there's such a huge war going on across the region, it's just kind of got passed by. But I think when it comes to McGurk and Hochstein, they kind of personify what we understand as America's bipartisan foreign policy that isn't influenced by elections. This is a guy who served like basically every administration, was like instrumental in our Iraq strategy or implementing our Iraq strategy. He has had as his North Star for like decades, normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Like that has been his thing. He's been pitching it internally that, he thinks that unlocks the key to everything. It helped, he quit briefly, right, during the Trump administration, but in general was like a pretty good, like he pushed back against Trump at times. But he and Kushner were pretty much on the same page when it came to this normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. And so I think the reason he's getting more attention now is that it's so clear that we do have this like permanent foreign policy that is immune from political pressure and immune from elections. And we need some way of understanding that. And so we're like, oh, it's Brett. Must be Brett.
Well, let me ask you.
Let me just fill in some of that, just only, and then go ahead. But Atrios had this post that I think really sort of outlined this whole sort of continuity. One was a clip from during Iraq where Condoleezza Rice said, "What we're seeing here, in a sense, this is talking about attempts to make peace between Israel and Lebanon. What we're seeing here, in a sense, is the growing birth pangs of a new Middle East. Whatever we do, we have to be certain that we're pushing toward the new Middle East and not going back to the old Middle East." This was, incidentally, over almost 20 years ago. Now you've got Hochstein and McGurk, who are out there saying, essentially, that are describing Israel's Lebanon operations as a history-defining moment, one that will reshape the Middle East for the better for years to come. McGurk first, apparently came back to public service to serve in the CPA. That's the Coalition Provisional Authority for the prefect. I can't remember his name now. It's been so long, but in Baghdad. And I mean,
Paul Bremer, right?
Bremer. And since then, I mean, the guy's been around. I don't know how he managed to get the Iran deal. Maybe he wasn't, in the right position during that era, during the Obama years. But this is a guy who's been around for a long time. But go ahead, Emma.
Well, it really is. I'm just curious about, I think there's a lot of really interesting writing and depressing writing about how foreign policy has been entirely inculcated from electoral politics in many ways. I mean, we haven't been able to test that theory because I do think that most voters who are voting for Harris perceive her as just like, okay, she's not Biden. She may not pursue this exact strategy. But in terms of Biden himself, like, Dropsite posted this clip. It's 11 seconds if we could just play it really quickly, Bradley, of Biden being asked about some of this escalation, and he just trails off here. Here we go.
Would you support Israel striking Iran's oil facilities, sir?
We're discussing that. I think that would be a little. Anyway.
Oh, there you go.
Anyway,
okay.
So I wanted to play that because, because like when we talk about Brett McGurk and his role, and Hochstein, or I'm forgetting his name exactly, but yeah, these two advisors who seemingly, according to Politico, are basically just like running the foreign policy right now as it relates to Israel. we should be having this conversation about Biden's just kind of not with it. And he's given the administration, not that this would be in contrast to his overall Zionism and ideology about this, but like it feels like there's a leadership vacuum. And it feels like these deep state ghouls have essentially just been handed over this policy in an election year where Biden really doesn't have anything on the line. He's a lame duck, which I think also undercuts his negotiating power when he doesn't want to cut off arms. What do you make of that dynamic and how it relates to the election and how it relates to how Netanyahu may perceive this as the most opportune time to take advantage of this leadership vacuum?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So there was this reporting that showed that the elements of the State Department and the Pentagon were pushing back against this like full-scale war being launched in Lebanon. And McGurk and Hochstein were privately telling the Israelis, actually, it's fine, like go for it. But, mum's the word. And the way that it was presented publicly is that mum's the word on U.S. support for this operation because it wouldn't look good. Just be bad PR. But that's not actually the real reason that it was mum's the word. It was mum's the word because it was in conflict with what the Pentagon and the State Department wanted. And so it's like, well, wait a minute. We understand we don't elect exactly the State Department and the Pentagon, but we do elect the president, who then appoints people to the Pentagon and the State Department. Who are these other guys? Like, who are these other people that are out there telling Netanyahu, yeah, actually go ahead and do it? And what that doesn't mean that we're going to publicly support it, but what it tells Netanyahu is that he can do it and there will be no penalty because we're too divided and we're too crippled to be able to effectively say anything about it. And look, hey, Brett said it was cool, man.
Well, here's the part that I don't. I mean, all that makes sense to me, or at least let me put it this way, I can understand it. I don't. It makes no. It shouldn't exist. But so from the perspective of the Harris campaign, like, if there is this type of dissent that exists there, and we don't know where. I mean, Biden presumably either A, has no problem with what McGurk. I mean, maybe McGurk and Hochstein are just doing what Biden says, and the reason why it's hush is because I don't want a big story about how I'm not. I'm bumping heads with the State Department and the Defense Department. I want to avoid that type of press. You guys do it, and I'll just, it's like that Saturday Night Live Ronald Reagan sketch that Phil Hartman did that famously was like, Reagan's there, and when there's cameras, he's like, I don't know what's going on. And as soon as they go, he's like bringing out maps and stuff like this. I mean, maybe that's part of it. But from the perspective of the Harris campaign, like, and maybe I overestimate it, and maybe it's just my own projection, right? Like, but this doesn't seem to be helping the Harris campaign. And it seems to me that there is so little that they would have to do, because I don't think Harris, frankly, has any influence over any of what's going on in this instance. She's part of the administration, but I don't think she has any influence on it. But she does have the ability to, A, signal to the electorate that, like, things are going to change when I get into office. B, it also puts, Netanyahu on notice. I mean, 3 months ago, the impact that it would have had on Netanyahu might have been, I got to speed things up, but he clearly already feels like I got to do this now. And if she puts it out there by any mechanism, even if it's like that, we're going to tap the brakes on this, or this isn't going on, or McGurk is gone, or whatever it is, it seems like that's a winning proposition across all of her incentive structures, unless either A, she's just too afraid to weigh in, or agrees with Biden. I mean, what's your sense of this?
And it's going to get even worse for her if gas prices continue spiking as a result of the speculation that Israel's going to launch a massive attack, or the actual fact of a massive attack. Like the timing here is just comically predictable. Like,
right.
11
this is not
months
a coincidence.
Ago,
this is not a coincidence.
Like, if Netanyahu's going to like blow this into an all-out regional war, let's just throw a dart at the calendar and guess what month he might pick. To make this happen. Oh, amazing! October of 2024. What are the chances that it all landed right there for Netanyahu? And so, in some ways, Harris has to actually do something because gas prices mean that it's beyond the realm of rhetoric. Like, she can say she's going to tap the brakes or she's going to get rid of these particular bureaucrats, but if people are paying $4.50, $5 a gallon in mid to late October for gas because the whole region's on fire, they're not going to want to hear that. They're just going to be pissed off.
Absolutely.
And they're going to vote for the other party.
And Biden seems those comments, that was what he was saying, mumbling there, was that basically he's not ruling out an attack on Iranian oil fields, which is and I'm really trying not to have rose-colored glasses about this whole thing, but he's lost it. I mean, this is insanity. And
that's not rose-colored glasses.
I know, but like in terms of the difference between Harris and Biden, like he's not operating, it seems to me, with her self-interest in mind as it relates to the election at all. He's thinking in the terms of an ideological Zionist, which is I'm going to cement Israel's position in the region with the time that I have left, and the consequences may not be clear to him because it's not clear to me that he's all there anymore.
And he's just not equipped to answer those questions because we don't even know what he means by that. Does he mean, yeah, I've heard the reports and we're telling Israel not to do that? Maybe. Does it mean we're brainstorming with Israel which oil fields to hit and how to hit them? Like, we have no idea what thought is going on in his mind and what he means when he tries to translate that into words, and then he drifts off with it anyway.
Well, I mean, he doesn't. I mean, it's his way of saying like, I'm not going to go into this. This is too complicated for me to sort of like
right.
come
So
up with a public-facing comment. I mean, I think that's really what it is. But it seems to me that the part of the calculation, I would imagine, is the Biden administration essentially, from what I've read, according to like oil traders and other folks online, is the Biden administration essentially broke OPEC's pricing power, at least for an extended period of time, with maneuvers by releasing the strategic reserve and then buying back. It drops the price and then they buy it back, and they have the ability to do that. And I wonder if they're not thinking like, we can absorb this. Like, there may be 7 cents over the course of the next 30 days. Maybe there's a 7 or 10 cents of rise in gas.
We can handle that,
but nothing that's going to make like huge, earth-shattering news stories. But again, it still doesn't address like why, putting aside the rise in gas prices. And again, maybe this is like my own projection, but if I'm worried about Michigan, if I'm worried about Pennsylvania, as a first order, I'm now worried about Lebanese Americans who may not have necessarily, felt as intensely about Gaza as obviously Palestinian Americans, but they may see like there's just absolutely no reins on Israel. But also as a second order issue, the activists who are supposed to be getting out the vote, and they're not seeing any indication from Harris that there's going to be any type of like meaningful change. I'm not capable of assessing whether Harris is going to implement any change, meaningful change or otherwise, but like as a campaign electoral matter, they don't seem to be indicating anything.
Right, and there are a bunch of Lebanese Christians who
that's what I'm talking about.
They hate Hezbollah. Yeah, like, and you're even losing them because you're not even willing to show any concern about American citizens who are in Lebanon getting bombed by American bombs, and it raises all of these questions. Like, wait a minute, you can't even control the offensive of your own client state long enough to like get an orderly evacuation of the American citizens in Lebanon. On October 12th, with Ben Gurion Airport, still operating just fine, State Department started chartering planes to get Americans out of Israel if they wanted to take the chartered flights. They were even taking their pets. Like they could take their pets out. In Lebanon, China has done evacuations of its citizens. The UK has done evacuations of its citizens. The French have sent like a naval ship down there to begin evacuations of its citizens. The State Department has just said the airport's open. Good luck. The airport's south of Beirut too, so it's like difficult to get
more
to either way.
Yeah.
Flights are like $8,000 or something, and every flight you buy gets canceled. And they're just like, yeah.
But doesn't that indicate the rudderless leadership I'm describing? Like there's nothing going on in the White House.
Why? Like it wouldn't even offend AIPAC,
right?
For you to say some nice things about just the American citizens in Lebanon, how you're concerned for them, and you're going to organize, their evacuation to safety. Like nobody would even be bothered by that I can think of.
Matt Miller was apparently parsing the
American permanent resident,
the permanent resident status of Kamel Jawad from Michigan, who was killed in Lebanon. But apparently, they said, well, we understand he was not an American citizen. He was only a legal permanent resident. But there's some indication that maybe, in fact, no, that's not the case. He may have actually have voted in the past. Obviously would have to be a citizen for that. But nevertheless, it's also like, why are you parsing this stuff?
Right,
can you imagine? I don't know, the Trump administration parsing stuff on Khashoggi. It was he was just a he was not
a citizen. Yeah,
right. He was just a resident. Like people would be incredibly offended by this. And I don't know. It is. I worry about it obviously from a foreign policy perspective in terms of like it's over in terms of the Biden administration. But whether Harris has any plans, but also from an electoral standpoint, it seems utterly bizarre. They just don't seem to want to engage.
Yeah, a couple other things Michigan Democrats have done. There was that whole Dana Nessel, Rashida Tlaib thing.
Yep.
But then there was also, after all these campus protests, the students got together and endorsed a candidate for Board of Regents. Like every 2 years, like 2 of the 8 regents are up for election. And they endorsed this like human rights attorney. I think her name was Hueda. Like 600-700 students like show up to the Democratic convention wearing like yellow like Hueda t-shirts. They do everything right inside the system. They got their petitions out, and they're like, and it looks like, based on that turnout, like an overwhelming nomination. So it's not even that she's going to win the Board of Regents position. She would just be one of like the Democratic nominees. They like make these students sit around for like 8 hours. They delay announcing the results of that particular election until the very final thing. They send a woman out on stage who like mumbles that the other person won, doesn't list the tally. They don't explain, because it's a weighted system, where like county chairs get weighted heavier than these chairs and that. And the students are just left there like with the lights going up, like, what the hell just happened? And so like all of these efforts that Uncommitted and others are making to operate inside the Democratic tent and be part of this big coalition that disagrees about some things and agrees about others are just being spat on left and right.
And there is a quality to this that we're sort of like watching the full sort of like arc of Obama from the 2008 campaign, but going all the way to 2012, like where it's like there's a realization of, I mean, all this enthusiasm. I mean, it's all compressed into like a 3-month period of time, frankly, with Harris, but all this enthusiasm at the beginning, and then a slow recognition that, wait a second, we're not super interested in that type of energy. We're looking for something different, and our policies align that way. Again, it's very truncated, very difficult to assess, but that's sort of like, I'm getting that feeling.
And the truncated nature of it, I think, is also just exacerbated by the fact that she's using the entire Biden team for her campaign. Like, they used the entire infrastructure that was put in place by the Biden campaign that she just basically took over. So all the voters that Biden was targeting, these moderate Republicans, the Liz Cheney thing being, the rally yesterday, which was disgusting, but designed for moderate Republicans. I mean, Harris could be identical to Biden. We don't really know in this view because it's still the same campaign, and they're using the same strategies that Biden would have used.
Except we're not even lucky enough to get identical, because when it comes to like Wall Street economic policy, labor policy, that's the one thing she's breaking from them. There's an article in the FT today that quotes 2 Wall Street executives. She's been doing this like this campaign where she's trying to like tell everybody that she's friendlier to Wall Street than Biden is. 2 Wall Street executives say that she assured them that she can get rid of Gary Gensler and Lena Khan. Like, a campaign official is quoted on background saying that they're that's not exactly what she said, but Mark Cuban has said publicly, and he's a surrogate of hers, that she's against regulation by litigation.
Yes, so we played that clip the other day. He was on CNBC, and he said, they told me to say this.
Yes, that's called enforcement.
Yeah.
And she also invited the Visa CEO to the residence, according to this FT article. Last week, the DOJ sued Visa for an illegal monopoly and ripping off small businesses and consumers. The next week, Kamala Harris has the CEO at the vice presidential residence to court him and assure her that she doesn't believe in like litigation. But like,
it's disturbing. And again, like we're in that situation where it's like, I genuinely do believe that Donald Trump has to lose, and she is the only vehicle in which to beat Donald Trump. But this is
you seem more convinced of that than the Harris campaign. It's like they don't seem to have any like urgency.
Well, that's the other part that I worry about. Like I say, I have like a policy concerns, what she's going to do when she's in office, and then I also have an electoral concerns because I'm not sure. Like, there's a level of confidence in I guess you can't do that in college basketball anymore when you like a 4 corners where it's like we're just trying to run it out the clock here, and I just don't know. I mean, it's clear they have a January 6th strategy, right?
Yes.
Like they must have known that Smith was coming out with this stuff. They are really pushing it to bring Lynn Cheney on stage. Frankly, I mean, I worry that there is a mentality that is analogous to, for every blue-collar guy we lose in Pittsburgh, we're going to pick up 2 in the Philly suburbs. Like, it didn't work out like that last time. And I just wonder, like, who is Lynn Cheney?
Liz
Cheney, or any of the Cheneys for that matter, or Dick. But Ryan, like, who are they really getting? Like, I mean, is there a constituency out there?
Maybe this is what Emma was going to say, but they're looking at polling that says that some people code her as too liberal.
Yep.
And some of that is just, I think, race and gender. That Biden could be to her left on economic policy, every day and twice on Sunday, but he codes as like a white centrist, and she codes as somehow left. And so, in order to like satisfy if a black woman is going to run, like she has to run to the center by this reasoning,
right?
Like way to the center and overcompensate for the like implicit assumptions that people have that, oh well, she must be a radical communist.
Those are the 2 polling issues that are there. Like, I'm just saying what this campaign, a standard Democratic Party campaign, not a movement campaign, not someone that's going to bring out low propensity voters. This is how 90% of Democrats that would be in the general election would be running. They're looking at the 2 liabilities for her: too liberal, bad on immigration. And the entire focus of the campaign since the convention and since her convention speech has been look tough and sprint to the center and say how you love Republicans. And for me, like, I don't know that with this set of circumstances, with her being so poorly defined to the public, and with that perception being that she's too liberal, with this short time frame, I don't know that's the wrong strategy to win. I just don't know. And I don't have access to the internals to make that assessment, but it is such a unique set of circumstances that, like, hey, she could govern as a centrist. We don't necessarily know. But for a campaign to be a movement that galvanizes people who are maybe lower propensity voters, that would take a long ramp-up period, and she would have to be offering programs in a populist manner that she was never going to do. So in terms of the type of campaign that she ended up running, the strategy makes sense within that context, but it just sucks for the progressive movement more broadly because of the gains that we had made in that Bernie Sanders period.
Yeah, and then the question is, are there like suburban Democrats or suburban independents who are swayed by Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney being involved with the campaign?
Well, that's my question. Like, everything Emma's just said, okay, if she wins.
Right,
I mean,
but Liz Cheney is a substitute for, in people's minds, January 6th. So when she comes on, but I know it's stupid, Sam. They could do without it, but this is what they're thinking. I'm just like,
no, I know what they're thinking. Oh, I get what they're thinking. I mean, they're trying. I just wonder Where's the evidence that anyone gives a crap about Liz Cheney? That, like, at one time she may have had
district.
Exactly. I mean, one time she may have had a constituency, but I'm not convinced that there is a constituency out there for her that is
isn't
on
already Venn diagram completely with MSNBC.
Exactly.
But that rally that she did with Liz Cheney was very well attended the other day.
Well,
like there were
people
lines
want
around
to
the
go
block.
see Kamala Harris, and I don't know if they're there because they want to see Liz Cheney. And to the extent that there are people there who want to see Liz Cheney, I'm not convinced that they're already not like rushing to the polls anyways.
Right.
My concern is that every time you put Liz Cheney up there, you are maybe losing some of people who are sort of like midway propensity voters. And that's my biggest concern about it. But I don't know.
Yeah,
Ryan, tell us.
Ryan, can solve this. For me, it's just I'm trying to fight between like what my politics are and what I would wish that the campaign would do versus the data that I'm seeing about the gains in the swing states and the assessment of her that she's getting in terms of her being too liberal. With this truncated period to define her, I don't know how the outcome would be if she went in a different direction. I just don't know.
The problem is we don't really know what people mean by too liberal, and sometimes is that code for she's too socialist, like she's too left on economic policy,
No,
or is
she's too not white and too not male.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Right.
And that's why they're putting walls out there too. Apparently more. He's going to be doing more cable hits and things like that to reassure white men.
Well, I mean, they always should have had him doing that. Like, it never made sense that he did a bunch of cable hits. People loved him, so they made him the VP, and then they put him in the kennel.
Yeah, it's very odd. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern.
Well, that was a bit of Israel-Palestine, but or maybe not just Israel-Palestine, just a bit of Middle East news, but quite a lot of just U.S. politics. But oh well, it is what it is. We're right back with the call. Ooh. Okay. Just give me a sec. Just a lot of messages coming in, trying to figure stuff out. And also this mini is very mini. It's very small, so it's hard to paint. But anyway, lots of detail to get through. But I'm liking how it's coming so far. Just yeah, some angles are hard to reach through, like the intricate design. I'll start up the video and I'll be right back.
Ta-Nehisi Coates has been promoting his new book, The Message. He has been going into cable news environments, and we played that infamous interview from the CBS anchor Tony Dokapol, who basically harangued Ta-Nehisi Coates on TV on a morning show for daring to talk about the racism that's inherent to Zionism, and he made some extremely racially charged allusions to him basically inspiring extremists and terrorism, and it was frankly unbelievably offensive. But I am really grateful that Coates is using this opportunity to talk about Israeli apartheid in a way that makes sense to mainstream liberals. And that includes going on Chris Hayes' program last night, where he says to a mainstream liberal audience on one of the most popular MSNBC programs that Israel is an apartheid state.
When you're writing something radical, as it was at the time, in 2014 for the case of reparations, you're really always trying to ground it in some sort of real thing so that people can perceive it. And in the case of reparations, it was reparations, and I want to be very clear about this, from the state of Germany to the state of, actually West Germany to the state of Israel, not necessarily directly to Holocaust victims. I neglected to ask a very important question, which is, what is the nature of that state? Because for me, the case of reparations was not simply about compensation for something that has been done, but about making the world safe from a particular kind of oppression at large. And as it turned out, as was very clearly revealed to me when I did my travels, to use the state of Israel, reparations to the state of Israel as an example, actually undermined the very message of the thing I was trying to get across in the article.
And why is that?
Because Israel's an apartheid state. And I don't mean that as a slur. I mean that in repeating the reports of Amnesty International. I mean that in repeating the reports of the Human Rights Campaign. I mean that in reporting the reports of the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem. I mean that in reporting the fears of Israel's own prime ministers, Ehud Barak, Ehud Olmert. And I mean that in terms of what I actually saw, which was a society in which half the people live and have the benefits of full citizenship, and the other half live on various tiers somewhere below that. This was immediately clear to me the first day I got there. And certainly by the second day when I was walking through Hebron and I literally saw streets where certain people could walk down and certain people couldn't. Where I could walk down as long as I was clear that I was not Muslim, and other people could not. When it was made clear to me that I was with a group of people and spending time with a group of people who, should they fall into any sort of trouble or get into any sort of trouble, would be treated by the military justice system, while all around them were Israeli Jewish citizens who were subject to the benefits of the civil system. You can imagine the difference in the degree of harshness there. And it went on. It went on. It was pretty clear across the board in terms of the laws and the policies.
I've been on those same streets in Hebron and had the same reaction, which is that this is obviously a moral abomination.
Obviously.
So credit to Chris for having him on, but the last part there.
Moral abomination is not apartheid.
Well, the last part there is like, so Chris has been to, he's been there. He's been there, and he says it's a moral abomination. Then why are you not talking about it? And
is it apartheid, though? Like, moral abomination is a fuzzy word. It's
true.
apartheid.
And I mean, we've been saying the words apartheid for quite a while as it relates to, I mean, as Coates mentions there, all of these mainstream humanitarian organizations, the United Nations, this is not a matter of anything but fact. It's a matter of fact.
They were, those institutions he cited were all delayed and I think slow in reaching those conclusions. I mean, I understand why he's citing them, including like the former prime ministers of Israel, because that's who's most persuasive sources for MSNBC audience. But yeah, like this is absolutely not controversial to anybody but people who work in mainstream news.
DSA Aaron in Atlanta says Hayes has called it apartheid before. So like, look,
okay,
I mean, cool. But it is. This is not. It's Chris Hayes is one of the better hosts on TV. He's one of the.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, we like Chris, but I'm just trying to make a point about like where the permission structure is moving. Ta-Nehisi Coates is doing something important. He's going on these, like, he has built up a lot of cachet with liberals and a lot of goodwill. And he's burning a lot of that right now, to be honest about what he's seen. And he's doing it on these mainstream liberal platforms. And I think actually really changing the conversation for good. And I'm appreciative of that. Now, we need to go further than even calling it an apartheid state. We need to be having conversations about empire, about colonialism, about genocide. But he's doing this in a very targeted way. The fact that a year after October 7th on MSNBC, on Chris Hayes' platform, that we're talking about Israel as an apartheid state, it's a change in rhetoric, and that's something that maybe gives me more hope for a future shift in policy, potentially. We shall see, but at least a glimmer of hope with Biden out of the way.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's good. Like you said, I think, I've had criticism of Ta-Nehisi Coates in the past, especially during his writings in the 2010s, right? But it's clear that he has broached this conversation in a way that is highlighting the obvious contradictions, because, I mean, the obvious contradictions in liberal ideology when it comes to Israel and Israel's status as an apartheid state. And he's doing it in such a way that is not meant to flatter them or their ego about how complicated it is, or how, how morally gray this is, and how, well, you've never been there on the ground this is. This is, like he's saying, this is a morally black and white case that is very easy to see. And unfortunately, the people who are most in denial about this around the world really are liberals. Like, it's not conservatives who are denying that really
no,
don't care about it. They like it, right? It's liberals. It's your average NPR listener. It's your average New Yorker reader who has had this obfuscated for them for decades, really, by through various means, through various types of leisure domain. It's just too complicated for you to understand. Like, this is a religious war. You should stay out of it. All types of excuses. And he's, forcing them to contend that this is black and white for everyone in the world but them. And, that's why they're mad at him, right? Because usually when you see this kind of, this kind of liberal thinker talking about issues of racism or sexism, they position it in such a way that we acknowledge the historical injustices, or we talk about, the Kamala Harris unburdened and burdened thing. We acknowledge the historical injustices, but give lip service that we're moving in the right direction. He's not doing any of those types of things. He's making it very clear that we are, morally and practically implicated in the perpetuation of an apartheid state, and that people need to be educated, as he was, but also need to be active in spreading, the need for change. It's really good, yeah.
And really quick point on that is that he's doing it in the language of U.S. racism in a way that liberals can understand it. When you mention apartheid, when you talk about Jim Crow, as he did in that other interview, that makes it much clearer for people who are not educated about the situation or propagandized. But Matt, you wanted to show
I recommend this. A really good book. It's edited by Ilan Pape, who's going to be a guest on this program once again very soon. But he's just editor. There's a number of different contributors to this: Israel and South Africa, the many faces of apartheid, including Ron Kasrils, who was a TMBS guest, who was fundamental to the struggle within South Africa against apartheid. And I mean, everyone from him up to Mandela is like, yes, these are similar struggles, and we're not free until Palestinians are. So I would highly recommend that book to anybody who wants more on the apartheid question specifically.
But he's right. It's really important to situate it in narratives and analogies, even if they're inexact, that liberals specifically understand, because that confronts them with the contradictions in what they claim to believe and what they in practice support. And I'm sure he's going to make a lot of enemies. He won't be writing the next arc of Black Panther, the Marvel comic book this time. But it's good. It's good that he's able to force them to come face to face with these, with the atrocities that, or rather, with the ways in which American liberalism, American modern liberalism, as the ideological underpinning of the Democratic Party, also gives legitimacy to genocide and apartheid, imperialism abroad. And what can you say, really? I hope it leads to change.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a few other people in that stratosphere grow some courage as well, because it's crazy how few breaks there are in that dam, and it seems to be like, time's now, guys.
Well, he shows that there's no excuse. There's absolutely no excuse at this point, really. Coates put himself out there. Can some mainstream liberal authors grow a pair and start to call this for what it is? Because I mean, for your own legacy, if nothing else. This is a genocide that will be discussed probably within the context of the downfall of American hegemony in the world, and our belligerent foreign policy in the Middle East, just to keep China at bay from capturing oil reserves. It's insanity.
Well, I mean, I think one thing that is important that Coates is doing here is that he's making it more impossible than it already is with social media and how things are so hyper visible now for people, liberal pundits and liberal thinkers specifically, to pull the like, I didn't know, nobody was saying anything at the time, that a lot of people still tout out about 9/11 and the run up to the war in Iraq, because you will still have like respected liberal and even sort of like more left leaning thinkers pretend as though no one was saying that the war was bad, pretending as though no one was saying that America was interested in spreading imperialism as a result of 9/11, using it as an excuse. And because there's just less surviving, there's still surviving media, but there's not the ubiquity of media as there is today, they get away with that. And there's still centerpieces in our media landscape, not just David Frum, but like, no offense, I've seen Corey Robbins still say this. And it's like, this is just not true. Like, people were losing their jobs over 9/11, trying to situate it in the history of U.S. colonialism, and they were losing their jobs over standing up against the war in Iraq. But I think a lot of people are still in that same frame of mind that, oh, well, if this turns out bad, I can just pivot to a position where I say I signed a ceasefire notice at some point, or I said that Israel needs to reduce civilian casualties, or like any number of things that are insufficient. And, people won't be able to, as they will be able to, situate it in the just complete flood of barbaric images and stories that we've seen come out of Israel over the past year.
Well, I mean, we've got to be really fair here, because how dare we be ideological and call things like they are. Here's the editor of the Free Press, Barry Weiss.
The Free Press.
With an excerpt from someone wrote an article for her website reviewing Coates' book. And
someone named Coleman Hughes, which is this guy who worked for Manhattan Institute think tank, guy born in 1996, a young fella, willing to go on record saying, disregard Mandela, Rodney Kasrils, or anybody who's making comparisons between Israel and South Africa. They're hysterical. Listen to me, the Manhattan Institute educated youngster that is...
who said that maybe Derek Chauvin didn't actually kill George Floyd. If you want to look up some of his past work. He's an anti-reparations conservative black writer.
Yeah. He wrote a whole book about it. It wasn't just like he had a throwaway, a moment, a sentence in a larger article, or he went on a show once and said he wrote a whole book re-examining whether Derek Chauvin, the police officer who's in jail for killing George Floyd, whether he was actually innocent.
So you can see what role he plays. This is his excerpt.
No, he's a journalism adjudicator.
So Coates actually went to Israel and the West Bank, by the way. But apparently, according to this guy, Coleman Hughes, Coates is not a journalist so much as a composer, one who uses words not to convey the truth, much less to point a constructive path forward, but to create a mood, the same way that the film scorer uses notes.
Now, I want to just pause you there.
The writing is so bad.
This is conservatives. This is the problem with conservatives, is they love just the worst, most over purple prose possible. It really it's
And honestly, it's not just conservatives. There are liberals that still like. I mean, honestly, I found Olivia Nuzzi's writing to be insufferable. And then the New York Times guy, Friedman. People think Friedman, just because he makes like analogies, is some great thinker.
It's the more forward, the better. I read this one and I was struggling with it because I don't think I've ever seen that many M dashes in one paragraph. And also,
too many.
Also, that's that wall of text you're looking at. That's 2 sentences.
Yep.
I know. All right.
Marcel Proust over here. The Marcel Proust of Italian Zionists and corporate interests, what they want to hear. That's Coleman Hughes.
And the specter haunting this book, and indeed all of his work, is the crudest version of identity politics, in which there you go, ding, 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 in which everything, wealth disparity, American history, our education system, and the long-standing conflict between Israel and its Arab neighbors are reduced to a childlike story in which the victims can do no wrong and have no agency, and the villains can do no right and are all powerful. This is a classic conservative defense mechanism where people make straightforward moral arguments about injustices, and they basically call them children. In terms of children, I feel like I was writing with that kind of same level of train on thought, stream of consciousness when I was 14.
I'm sorry, you do not get to defend Israel and complain about identity politics at the same time.
No.
It is fundamentally like that. Talk about the crudest form of identity politics. It's Israel the good guys, everyone else is terrorists who want to do them harm. That is the identity politics here, Coleman. And it says a lot about a guy who is supposed to be on the beat of, we don't do any identity politics, we're against all that stuff, to be so in the absolute bag for Israel.
For Zionism, and so triggered by Coates calling out its racism. It just, his past writing makes total sense.
It's always been like Barry Weiss' beat, like the anti-identity politics, identitarian. That's her primary beat. Indeed. Like when she worked at New York Times op-ed section.
Desperately trying to get fired, and then having to force the situation and quitting herself to make herself a cancel culture victim.
Yeah, right. Now she has like a whole cancel culture university. It's great, right?
Yep.
I wonder if Coleman's going to be a teacher down there. Be interesting to take a class.
BRB forever. All right, guys. Sorry, no more time for calls. I'm turning on the voicemail. I apologize. We're going to hang up the phone lines, read some IMs, to get out of here. Jonathan Armstead. I've followed Coleman Hughes for a while now, and he's horrendous. All I can say is the white guy who bought his body in the Get Out Party auction uses his black voice to push white supremacy.
I haven't seen that movie, but I don't know if we need to get that in detail about.
He says it's okay. I'm a black nerd and can make this joke. Okay.
Don't you know, Ta-Nehisi Coates is like the Pied Piper of identity politics. He's ensorceling libs with his mastery of the English language, which is unfair based on how Coleman Hughes writes. It's a the real atom bomb versus a baby situation.
It really is. And just Jonathan Armstead, I've got to point out that while you may be a black nerd who can make this joke, I am the white lady that has to read it. Vinny P. Coleman Hughes is a fucking asshole. Hogtown says 10 years from now, authors, politicians, and pundits who cheer the genocide will pretend that either no one could have known or that they were against it all the time. They cannot be allowed the comfort of their lives.
McGurk was George W. Bush's special assistant on the Iraq War.
Yeah, he's the top advisor to the Middle East and reportedly is basically the one spearheading all of this, who went around the Pentagon and the State Department and the CIA to tell Israel, basically probably from Biden's mouth, if he even knows what the fuck he's saying, that they can do their limited operation in Lebanon, which infuriated the Pentagon.
Which a journalist reported on months ago, and Biden called that journalist a liar. So so much for the war on the press being a partisan issue.
I mean, if a Republican administration had thrown the assessments by two major U.S. agencies that Israel was blocking humanitarian aid to deliberately starve the Palestinians, and they continued to send bombs to them, I think that, honestly, there would be so many partisan Democrats that actually would have the courage to call that out. And it's pathetic to see that this extreme scandal that the Biden administration is engaged in gets just no traction in those same corners of the press.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls.
Sorry, there's a big change. Had to switch out the microphone. Hopefully it's not horrendous. We got another video by the Majority Report, also from three days ago. I still have quite a few videos I'd like to get through, but I'm worried about time. I don't have the most amount of time today. We'll go through a couple more videos and then I'll have to head out. I'll show you what this mini looks like by the end. It's probably going to be where I'm going to model the rest of them to look like. Well, not all of them, but this set. I have a few minis I'd like to paint. Anyway.
Bibi Netanyahu went out and gave a speech about Lebanon. Weirdly, this one's in English.
Huh.
So you get a sense of who the target audience is. Understand that reportedly today, Joe Biden is speaking with Netanyahu apparently for the first time since August, if that's possible.
That he remembers.
And they're discussing where Israel's going to be attacking Iran. The U.S. has reportedly said, essentially, we'll give you money not to hit the most sensitive Iranian sites. Basically, the idea is we'll pay you to simply do what the Iranians did, which was to largely avoid casualties.
They hit military targets. They bombed close to things like the Mossad headquarters. And the only person that died ended up being a Palestinian, I believe, in the occupied West Bank, which Israel doesn't give a crap about, obviously.
And we also know that Israel was aware of where they were going to hit. So the Mossad office was evacuated prior to the bombing, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, this was a symbolic attack as far as these things go. The U.S. is offering to pay Netanyahu. Let's listen to his speechifying on why they have, again, invaded, or I should say bombed, partial invasion of Lebanon. And keep in mind that Netanyahu's probably biggest consideration about attacking Iran is what will do the most damage or help Donald Trump in this election. So he's trying to figure out what's the best time for me to do this. What time does the political science say that something like this will have the most impact on the election? But here he is.
This is a message to the people of Lebanon. Do you remember when your country was called the Pearl of the Middle East? I do. So what happened to Lebanon? A gang of tyrants and terrorists destroyed it. That's what happened. Lebanon was once known for its tolerance, for its beauty. Today, it's a place of chaos, a place of war. Israel withdrew from Lebanon 25 years ago. But the country that actually conquered Lebanon is not Israel, it's Iran. Iran, which finances and arms Hezbollah to serve Iran's interests at Lebanon's expense. Hezbollah has turned Lebanon into a stockpile of ammunition and weapons and a forward Iranian military base. Just one day after the October 7th massacre a year ago, Hezbollah joined the war against Israel.
Can we pause it for a second, just so I can give you a little bit of history?
It has since fired over...
It is so rich for this guy to be talking about, do you remember when Lebanon was the jewel of the Middle East? The pearl of Middle East. And then after we stopped occupying it in 25 years ago,
because Hezbollah forced us out, yeah.
Hezbollah was created in the wake of the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon. This is, I've mentioned this before. I was there as a kid during that summer, 15, 16 years old. And we were in Caesarea, and we saw the attack helicopters, a ton of them going up low on the coast. Ultimately, we found out to bomb Lebanon, to bomb Beirut, I should say. And just a coincidence, but from there, I think it was at the beginning of sort of some of the skepticism I had as a kid about what was going on with Israel. But the idea of like, it was the pearl of the Middle East, and then we left a power vacuum after we went in there that allowed Hezbollah to grow into such a force.
And can you imagine if, like, after October 7th, where Hamas basically said to the people of Israel, and they had the capability to do this, please, you need, we need to, for your own safety and security, invade. Please take back your country. This was some of what Netanyahu was saying to support the Bush's administration's illegal war in Iraq, where he bolstered the idea that the United States would be greeted as liberators. If we just took out Saddam, Iraq could go back to the Iraqi people. This is not about our imperialist aims. This is about the good of the Iraqi people. He's saying the same thing about Lebanon in this speech. And, you know, we don't talk about it in these terms, but if you saw what Beirut looked like, September 23rd, I believe, was the date that they basically bombed the hell out of Beirut. Equivalent, if not, I think more, civilian casualties than the day of October 7th. And the fact that you don't hear about September 23rd over and over again, September 23rd, but we hear about October 7th every single day to justify continued slaughter, not just in Gaza, where 99 American doctors and nurses say that over 118,000 people minimum are dead. That's 5.4% of the population, and that's the minimum they say. The fact that we don't hear about that every day says everything you need to know about what is being used as propaganda to justify slaughter.
After the October 7th massacre a year ago, Hezbollah joined the war against Israel. It launched an unprovoked attack on our cities and on our citizens. It has fired over 8,000 missiles at Israel, killing civilians.
I'm sorry, just really quickly, just unprovoked. They did 2 terrorist attacks in Lebanon. First of all, Iran didn't respond when they killed the lead negotiator for Hamas in Tehran, the capital of Iran. Okay, then they did pager attacks, coordinated bombing campaigns all throughout Lebanon. Then another walkie-talkie coordinated bombing campaign all throughout Lebanon. Then they started bombing right on the outskirts of Beirut, and then Hezbollah was sending rockets back. Just like insanity to call this unprovoked.
The denial of provocation is a hallmark. Let's say that.
Over 8,000 missiles at Israel, killing civilians without distinctions, Jews, Christians, Muslims, and Druze.
Oh, wow.
Israel has decided to put an end to this. We've decided to do whatever is necessary to return our people safely to their homes. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel also has a right to win. And Israel will.
Has a right to win.
We've degraded Hezbollah's capabilities. We took out thousands of terrorists, including Nasrallah himself, and Nasrallah's replacement, and the replacement of his replacement.
Unconfirmed.
Today, Hezbollah is weaker than it's been for many, many years.
Well, pause. I mean, I don't know how much more of his propaganda. I mean, he wants to speak it in English, but the Orientalism that's involved in this idea, and we went through this in Iraq too, where every couple of weeks we were taking out the Al-Qaeda's number 2. Like there was always like a new number 2. And this is the same dynamic. There is no doubt Israel has the capacity to assassinate Hezbollah leaders. But the idea that these are, you know, sort of like a gang of, you know, like in the Game of Thrones, like the Khazar, you know, whatever it is, like the Khalisi, the Khalazar, and if we take out the Khalazar, you know, the army will they won't know where to go and this and that. This is like sort of just Orientalism. It is really just this notion that there's no infrastructure. You know, this is Hezbollah is essentially because Lebanon has been so devastated. And look, I'm no fan of Hezbollah's. There's a lot of people in Lebanon who are happy to see Hezbollah's power downgraded, I'm sure. But the fact of the matter is this is not, you know, some movie version of like you know, a Game of Thrones where, you know, if you just get rid of the leader. I mean, the fact that you have to say like we got rid of Nasrallah and then we got rid of the person who replaced him and we got rid of the person who replaced him, like this is the dynamic.
Yeah.
Al Qaeda. Yeah, we've seen this show before.
And whatever, even if you take out every Hamas fighter and every Hezbollah fighter, which is impossible, but say you were able to do that, does that even matter? Because a new resistance group will form and it'll just be called something different. And like Hezbollah is, as you say, Sam, there is just this racism about it, truly, where like they're just basically barbarians who want to taste Israeli blood and they will stop at nothing else, as opposed to Hezbollah being like a major political party within Lebanon that also provides civil services and has civilian infrastructure and has a leadership structure that can maintain itself even if you take out the big bad, in the same way that any major political party in other countries would be able to do the same. But because they're basically, in the way that the West characterizes people in the Middle East, animals on a good day, then they think that they can get away with this kind of dehumanization.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Bibi is objectively a terrorist, and a lot of sort of leaders of the IDF and all that stuff. I still think the solution is international diplomacy and not just razing their cities with civilians in them.
Yeah.
Let's buckets and buckets. Didn't Hezbollah start firing rockets on October 8th? Well, I would say Hezbollah and Israel have been trading rockets a lot earlier than October 8th. But yes, my understanding is that on October 8th, Hezbollah did fire rockets, not necessarily into Israel, into Sheba Farms, which is occupied territory, Israeli occupied territory of Lebanon.
And so Israel has an Iron Dome.
Technically, they fired rockets, but not necessarily whether they fired them into Israel is or occupied territory is really
and it's just like such a facile view of this kind of stuff. Hezbollah understands that Israel has the most advanced missile defense system that you could basically buy because the United States provides them with the Iron Dome. They do this as a show of force and solidarity with the people of Palestine and Gaza who were about to be genocided. Yes, that's what they did.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Thank you, Sam and Emma. Still have a little bit of time. We got breaking points from 3 days ago.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu released an unusual English language video directed at the Lebanese people, urging them to free themselves from a significant portion of the Lebanese population through the organization Hezbollah. Let's roll a little bit of that.
This is a message to the people of Lebanon. Do you remember when your country was called the Pearl of the Middle East? I do. So what happened to Lebanon? A gang of tyrants and terrorists destroyed it. That's what happened. Lebanon was once known for its tolerance, for its beauty. Today, it's a place of chaos, a place of war. Israel withdrew from Lebanon 25 years ago. But the country that actually conquered Lebanon is not Israel. It's Iran. You have an opportunity to save Lebanon before it falls into the abyss of a long war that will lead to destruction and suffering like we see in Gaza. It doesn't have to be that way.
All right, so we're joined now by Eitan Mubarak, who is an analyst at the National Iranian American Council. Eitan, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Ryan and Emily. Great to see you. Great to be here. Just a quick note: I'll be speaking today in my personal capacity as a Jewish Iranian American, advocate, not on behalf of my organization, the National Iranian American Council, but I will discuss the organization's work and positions.
Excellent, and we actually prefer that because then people can speak a little bit more freely than if they're speaking on behalf of a large institution. So, Eitan, Netanyahu goes on in that clip to say that the Lebanese people basically have a choice, that they have to, quote, free themselves from Hezbollah, or he's going to turn Lebanon into Gaza. He's going to do to Lebanon what he did to Gaza. And so, separating those two things out, first of all, what would it look like for Lebanon to, quote unquote, free itself of Hezbollah?
Well, Ryan, I think it would look a lot like we're seeing in Gaza, and if recent events are any indication, it's likely to look like a lot of what we've already seen. But the bottom line is, the United States and activists are demanding that the United States should not be helping Netanyahu pursue a campaign of regional war with Iran or regime change in Lebanon while he continues to fail to achieve his strategic goals in Gaza. Instead of preventing a war with Iran and throughout the region, U.S. policy is actively fanning the flames of this conflict, and we need to change course. The fighting in the Middle East broadly over the last year, in Yemen, in Syria, in Jordan, where we lost 3 U.S. Service members, and most recently centering Lebanon, Iran, and of course Israel and Palestine, has flown directly in the face of Biden's stated goals of avoiding a regional war. And Netanyahu continues to cross red lines in Gaza, in Rafah, as he inflames tensions and seeks this regional war. And Hezbollah has also carried out heinous attacks on civilians, but they've also stated repeatedly that their attacks will end with a ceasefire in Gaza, and we should be wary of this campaign to distract from the failures of achieving strategic goals there.
And a quick follow-up on that, and let Emily get in. If we can put up F2, NIAC has helped to organize a coalition against war with Iran. And I've noticed in the reporting over the last few days that the U.S. is not only coordinating with Israel when it comes to Israel's response to Iran's response, the back and forth airstrikes that we're seeing, which would implicate the War Powers Act because it introduces the United States into hostilities. But there's even reporting from the New York Times and elsewhere that the United States is considering its own direct airstrikes on Iran, which would obviously be a flagrant violation of the War Powers Act and the Constitution itself. What's your understanding of the current situation and whether or not the laws on the books have anything to, are at all an obstacle in what the United States is considering here?
Yes, Ryan. Yesterday, NBC claimed that U.S. officials discussed joining Israel in offensive strikes against Iran, passing them off as defensive after the fact. And you're right to point out that we need to keep in mind Congress has not declared war on Iran, and that outcome would be disastrous for the region, and it'd be exactly what Netanyahu wants. And some extremist Israeli and U.S. Iran hawk camps are suggesting that this is some kind of generational opportunity to take out Iran, the head of the snake, the eye of the octopus, what have you. And these calls again are meant to distract from the need for a ceasefire. But in that letter that you mentioned that NIAC led, signed along with over 80 civil rights, human rights organizations, we're demanding again that the U.S. Not pass any new laws, but just adhere to our basic laws on the books, that we condition offensive weapons in line with the Leahy laws. And there's going to be a historic vote on a joint resolution of disapproval to condition weapons coming up. Senator Sanders is expected to force a vote in mid-November after Congress returns from recess, and that'll be the first straightforward Senate vote on Israel arms sales since January. A crucial opportunity to enforce whether or not to see whether or not the U.S. can enforce its own laws relative to the Leahy Law and National Security Memorandum 20.
And at the crux of the efforts from those generational calls of people especially hawkish on this is the idea that Iran wants to wipe Israel off the map, as they often say. So I'm curious for your perspective, Itana, on how that central, as somebody who's both Jewish and Iranian, how the characterization of Iran's ultimate goal towards Israel, what do you make of that, especially as it is used to justify potentially extreme responses that could be very, very escalatory?
So, I mean, let me just make it clear, as a Jewish Iranian American, my family left Iran. They came to the United States, and many of them live in Israel now, and I have friends and family in Israel who are horrified by this conflict, who are exhausted by the mental toll and strain of this, aside from the Palestinian humanitarian issue. But I think the bottom line for American Jews and the bigger picture around Iran and the regime's calls to annihilate Israel is that the U.S. I'm an American citizen. I can only control what the United States government does, and activists around the country have been laser focused on us doing better. And the U.S. needs to do a better job of stopping this chaotic cycle where Israel, Hezbollah, Iran, proxy parties keep trying to outmaneuver each other and one-up each other, each unwilling to be seen as the one who backs down. This kind of constant cycle of tactical wins in a war that is a strategic loss for everyone involved, for all civilians involved. And we've seen how military solutions play out to solving political problems. And I also want to make it clear, I absolutely condemn the Islamic Republic regime's human rights abuses, and I stand with the Iranian people's movement for self-determination. The regime has been brutal in its treatment of women, journalists, and dissidents of all kinds. And at NIAC, we publish a human rights tracker every single week covering the human rights activists and abuse stories coming out of Iran. But when we analyze these policies and we advocate for policies, we have to acknowledge facts. And the fact is that our policies of maximum pressure, broad economic sanctions, and general isolation and just eliminating of diplomatic off-ramps have undermined U.S. and regional security interests and human rights in the region. Human rights are a disaster all across the region, including in Iran and obviously in Palestine. So our policies, they need to be attached to advancing clear goals. And that needs, I think that needs to be the framing with regard to Iran. And that doesn't mean that in a vacuum conversation, I don't want to see the Iranian regime on and see a better government that serves the Iranian people. But I don't think the United States and Bibi Netanyahu are the careful executioners of a regime change in Iran, especially given the U.S. legacy of supporting efforts to install and regime change in Iran in '53. So I'll leave it at that. And there's more to talk. Also, there's a template. Sorry to ramble, but there's a template for how we can solve this in terms of goals. Like the Iranian nuclear deal, even though it wasn't perfect, it was working to contain Iran's nuclear program, and Iran's current president, Pezeshkian, supports it and put together a cabinet. Whatever you think of Pezeshkian, he put together a cabinet of former JCPOA negotiators, in support of a deal that was containing Iran's nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief to the Iranian people. And the Trump administration withdrew from it. While Iran was complying, it destroyed goodwill and trust. But there's still a world. I believe that there's still a world where we can re-engage with Iran, even in this moment, and de-escalate the regional conflicts and deal with the nuclear issue. But it's not going to come if the U.S. continues to be unwillingly or be dragged along into a five-front regional war at Netanyahu's behest.
One other thing I wanted to ask you about, by the way, I forgot to mention that I would bring this up, but I don't know, did you notice that Netanyahu yesterday, or the Israeli government yesterday, put out basically an infographic with a bunch of targets of people that it intended to assassinate at some point going forward? And on that was Ali al-Sistani, one of the most revered figure, maybe the most revered, cleric or religious figure on of the Shia faith. Somebody who met the Pope fairly recently, a apolitical spiritual leader. And a lot of people were shocked to see his face with a target on it, along with like Hezbollah commanders and I think Yahya Sinwar or something was on there. I don't know if you saw that, but is that rippling through the Shia community at all?
So I can't speak to it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, that's different area over there. So anyway, I also wanted to ask you about the Irish, if you have any sense of where the situation with the Irish, speaking of my own sect, with the Irish in Lebanon. The IDF has kind of ordered these Irish peacekeepers to basically get out of their way, and the Irish are saying, we put up F3, by the way. This is a VO of some IDF soldiers raising a flag in southern Lebanon. A rather provocative act, and certainly not beating the charges of a planned occupation of southern Lebanon by doing that. The Irish troops have said that they have not been directly threatened by the IDF. Hezbollah has said that they will not fire at IDF troops who are anywhere near the Irish because they don't want to catch the Irish. What do you make of this UN peacekeeping role of the Irish kind of refusing to back down? And what's your sense of how things are going broadly in Israel's ground invasion?
Well, I know that the Irish Prime Minister on the global stage has been one of the one of the most outspoken proponents of Palestinian human rights and critics of the alleged war crimes committed by the IDF within this. I'm glad to see peacekeeping forces involved and trying to stand in solidarity amidst with the Lebanese people. We've seen with the ground invasion so far, 2,000 Lebanese folks killed, 1 million displaced. And while the IDF and the Israelis maintain a strategic advantage in terms of airstrikes, the ground invasion, there are questions, especially considering the recent operation that saw 8 IDF soldiers killed. I mean, the fact is, I think more broadly, this is one of the darkest periods in the region, in the region's history. But it still doesn't have to be like this. We need to call out as Jews, as Americans. Obviously, we need to call out and call out anti-Semitism and escalation from the one side calling to destroy Israel. But we also need to call out and condemn this greater Israel expansion dream, along with ethnic cleansing and occupation in Lebanon and in the West Bank ongoing. No side, despite these calls to eliminate the Israelis from the one side and calls to expand Israel into these states on the other, no side is going anywhere, in my opinion. And despite the regime change fantasies, no side is going away. And we need to just embrace the sustainable path, through diplomacy and negotiations. I don't see the ground invasion in Lebanon, eliminating Hezbollah. They may have degraded them. They may significantly, certainly some decapitation strategy has worked in that sense. But there's a lot of international relations scholars that have questioned the efficacy of decapitation tactics.
Go ahead.
Well, Zason, we wanted to get your reaction to a fairly viral confrontation that Liam Cosgrove of Grey Zone had with State Department spokesman Matthew Miller yesterday. Ryan was there for it, so he'll have probably some color to add to the conversation. But this is Liam questioning Matt Miller on escalation, essentially. We can roll this clip.
We often hear in response to these concerns that, well, Putin, Khomeini, they're war criminals, they're terrorists, as if they're too inherently evil or immoral for us to negotiate with. But meanwhile, this administration has financed a genocide in Gaza for the last year, and every day you're up there denying accountability for it. So, I mean, what gives you the right to lecture other countries on their moral...
So if you have a policy question for me, I'm happy to take it. If you want to give a speech,
but
there are places in Washington where you can give a speech.
Yeah, but people are sick of the bullshit in here. I mean, it is a genocide. You are abetting it, and you are risking nuclear war in Ukraine for this proxy war.
Places to give a speech.
So the question, I guess, was what gives you the right?
How dare you?
Yeah. What does give the United States the right? So if you have a response to that, go for it. We just wanted to kind of make sure that we had that as a chaser to the program.
Yeah, what do you make of it, Etan?
Look, I share the frustration, in the question, and frankly, I'm an organizer. We work, at NIAC. We have 14 volunteer chapters and thousands of members and allies around the country, and we've been organizing meetings at every chance we can for the last year with members of Congress and their staff, trying to call for no war with Iran, ceasefire, no weapons for war crimes, UNRWA funding, by the way, another huge issue, and diplomacy first. And in these meetings, people get extremely emotional, and Democrats have failed, frankly, to, in my opinion, properly engage with Middle Eastern, Arab, and Muslim communities on this, and with progressives generally. They've, there was a moment of hope when Kamala replaced Biden and when Pezeshkian got elected, but right now we're not. I don't have so much faith in the administration right now, certainly before the election, to make any significant departures from what has been. And again, the clip aside, I would just love to reiterate some of the things that activists have been calling for, again, with the war powers, with diplomacy, with Iran rejecting this war, the great statements from some members of Congress, folks like Representative McGovern, Jayapal, the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Senator Van Hollen, et cetera. And the UNRWA Restoration Act was just introduced, which is a huge potential issue in addressing the humanitarian crisis. So, but I feel for that reporter. I'm glad I don't have to be in those rooms because I might lose it. Constituent meetings are much better.
Yeah, it's like there was a question there. No. Where do you get off, basically? Where do you get the right to say the things you say?
Right.
Yeah. Etan Mubarak, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Hey, if you liked that video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to Breaking Points.
If you want to see the rest of Counterpoints, go to breakingpoints.com.
I mean, it is a nice change in tone to have people actually just speak out with their frustrations like this. But I understand that most likely this won't have too much of an effect, and it won't do what we need it to do. It won't have too much of an effect, which is a real shame. Especially since, Matt Miller can just dismiss it. But I mean, if it's a room of people all asking him the same type of question, he has no escape. He can't just be like, oh, I'll switch to the next question. There is no other question. There's this. All right. Democracy Now! 3 days ago as well.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. Health officials in Gaza say the death toll from Israel's war has now topped 42,000, though many fear the actual death toll is far higher. We begin today's show looking at how Israeli troops have repeatedly filmed themselves committing and celebrating war crimes in Gaza. Al Jazeera's investigative unit has just released a documentary on Israeli war crimes based in part on social media posts from Israeli soldiers themselves. The documentary begins with the Palestinian novelist Susan Abu Hawa, as well as footage of the Al-Awda school massacre in July when Israeli troops killed at least 31 people at a school sheltering displaced Palestinians. The moment the bomb exploded was captured on video by someone recording a youth soccer game in the Al-Awda school courtyard.
The West cannot hide. They cannot claim ignorance. Nobody can say they didn't know. We live in an era of technology, and this has been described as the first live stream genocide in history, and I believe that to be true. They are conducting a genocide now with glee. They're setting their atrocities to music and putting them on catchy reels on TikTok. Ordinary Israelis see what their military is doing and celebrate it.
A crowd is singing May Your Village Burn.
It's not just fringe elements who see this and think it's a good thing.
When a nation protects its home, it fights. And we will fight until we break their backbone. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true. It's an entire nation out there that is responsible.
An excerpt from a new documentary on Israeli war crimes made by Al Jazeera's investigative unit. That last speaker was the Israeli President Isaac Herzog. This is another clip from the documentary. We hear from Human Rights Watch's Associate Director for the Middle East and North Africa, Bill Van Esveld. The clips begin with video posted online by the Israeli 202nd Paratroopers Battalion that shows a possible war crime of the shooting of unarmed Palestinians in Gaza. This is a graphic warning.
As troops leave Gaza, they place commemorative videos online.
When they meet the 202nd Battalion, they are going to regret being born.
This video documents the activities of the 202nd Paratroopers Battalion.
I'm just going to hold this here. I'm going to play this back again. This is extraordinary. The fact that he's put this onto video, he's released this on YouTube, to me is kind of quite extraordinary, the degree of impunity.
The video shows 2 other instances where unarmed men are shot by snipers.
Now, of course, I don't know the context of what happened before. I don't know what happened 2 minutes before that. They may have been involved in contacting and shooting at Israeli forces. They may have been legitimate targets, but it sure doesn't look like it to me.
An excerpt from a new documentary on Israeli war crimes made by Al Jazeera's investigative unit. We're joined now by 2 guests. Yuna Al-Sayed is a correspondent for Al Jazeera who is based in the Gaza Strip, and Richard Sanders is the director of Al Jazeera's I Unit's new feature-length documentary investigating war crimes in Gaza. Yuna, let's begin with you. As you narrate this film, if you can talk about the video footage that we see that is actually taken by Israeli soldiers themselves.
Yes, thank you for having me on your show again, Emmy. Of course, Israeli soldiers in Gaza taking these videos and posting them on different social media platforms, they've had all the courage to do that because they know that they are not even going to be condemned by posting these videos. They are showing off how much they dehumanize Palestinians, how much they kill, they destroy their properties, they completely torture them and dehumanize them in different ways, whether they're children, they're men, they're women. They brag about it and they're very proud of their doings. And all this comes back to the fact that the Israeli army acts with complete impunity. And they know that even these videos being posted online, they won't even be shown in other Western news outlets to point out how horrific these videos have actions committed by the Israeli army towards the civilians. On the contrary, Benjamin Netanyahu comes out and says, we are the most moral army in the world, when in reality, they are the most inhumane army in the world. As a journalist, as a civilian in any war zone, I'm supposed to have that guarantee that a soldier from any other place in the world, any other nationality in the world, as long as he carries that term, that definition, that he is a soldier, he must have morals, he must have ethics, that he would not hurt me as an unarmed civilian, as a journalist, as a paramedic. But in Gaza, for them, every single Palestinian, as long as you are a Palestinian, you are a legitimate target.
I just want to issue a slight correction. The person in the first clip that we showed from the documentary was not Bill Van Esveld of Human Rights Watch, but rather Charlie Herbert, retired British Major General. So, Richard Sanders, if we could turn to you, talk about the origins of this documentary, the fact that it begins with the Palestinian novelist Susan Abu Hawa saying we're in an era of technology, and this has been described as the first live-stream genocide in history. I mean, in a way, the film itself documents precisely how it is a live-stream genocide. If you could elaborate.
Well, thank you for having me, Amy. Yes, I mean, that's precisely why we begin the film with those comments from Susan Abu Hawa. The essential point of the whole film is no one can hide. The Israelis themselves were telling us precisely what they were doing and why they were doing it. The film is rooted in these soldiers' videos, of which there are thousands and thousands. And we didn't pick particularly damaging examples. They're all like that. I mean, one thing that's very striking is what you don't see in these videos is combat, or very rarely. There's very little combat. Every now and then you see soldiers expending an enormous amount of ammunition, but they're frequently standing up, and there's clearly no incoming. So that's what you would think soldiers would want to post online, but they don't. No, it's not only soldiers' videos, of course, we have in the film. There is Israeli media, Israeli politicians, and Israeli social media. We're not picking, again, as Susan says at the beginning of the film, we're not picking unrepresentative examples. In the West, there is sometimes this rhetoric, even when people aren't overtly supportive of the Israelis, there is this rhetoric of it's complicated, it's nuanced, it's difficult. And what we're really saying in this film is listen to Israelis, listen to Israelis. They don't think it's complicated, they don't think it's nuanced. Their rhetoric is often overtly genocidal. It's certainly frequently all about ethnic cleansing. They couldn't have been clearer about what they were doing, and if we are ignorant, we're willfully ignorant.
So, Richard Sanders, how do you interpret the fact that these videos were made and posted so liberally by Israeli soldiers themselves? I mean, the obvious question is, to what extent did they think they were totally immune from any kind of repercussions as a consequence of what they were doing, which, you know, if you see those clips that you show in the documentary are so obviously war crimes. In fact, the international legal expert whom you spoke to said that it's very uncommon to have clips like this. He said a treasure trove, which you very seldom come across, something which I think prosecutors will be licking their lips at. So if you could just, you know, talk about that, what do you make of the fact that soldiers themselves so openly, transparently, and widely distributed their own acts that could be construed as war crimes?
They clearly felt this would be popular in Israel. They were competing for clicks, you know, and they were right. These videos were popular. You know, they were using some of the photos they took of themselves on dating apps. So, and yes, as you say, it speaks to an astonishing sense of impunity. I mean, the clip you played there, where you actually see unarmed men being shot, that's fairly unusual. But even so, that was put on YouTube by the people who did it. Now, you know, what we very much hope is that this material, and of course there's an awful lot of material additionally which isn't in the film, this material will be of use to the ICC. And it's quite interesting within Israel, if you follow Hebrew language social media, there's been a panicky deleting of social media accounts over the last few days. But it's too late. We've got it all saved.
I want to turn to another clip from your new Al Jazeera Investigates documentary, when we see Israeli soldiers in footage that they themselves shared talking about the complete destruction of the Shujaya refugee camp in Gaza.
Butterfly Station, this is Command. We're launching Operation 8th Candle of Hanukkah, the burning of Shujaya neighborhood. Let our enemies learn and be deterred. This is what we'll do to all our enemies, and not a memory will be left of them. We will annihilate them to dust. Command out.
The destruction of buildings is regularly featured, often set to music.
You see huge blocks getting blown up, universities getting blown up.
So that clip ended with Human Rights Watch, Bill Van Esveld. Richard, could you respond to what we saw there? And also, you know, what most surprised you as you were researching this documentary? I mean, there's extremely disturbing testimony that we hear, and just a couple of examples. A man who says he was forced to lie on a decomposing corpse, as well as another in a detention center in southern Israel who witnessed a young inmate being raped by a dog.
To be absolutely honest with you, nothing surprised me. It's what I would have imagined was happening inside Gaza. I would say, imagine 40 years ago, before social media and you know, before every phone had a camera, this would all have been done in the dark. But in a sense, it makes no difference, as we say in the film, because they posted it all online. One of the only thing I would say that surprises me, I'm not surprised that the Israeli soldiers feel complete impunity and so on, but the fact that higher up the chain of command and in the government, they clearly feel the same impunity as well. No one has come down the line and cracked down on this and said, stop doing it. It's quite clear that Israeli politicians and Israeli military commanders feel that they enjoy complete impunity for what they're doing in the Gaza Strip as well.
I want to go back to Yumna El-Sayed. Last year, we spoke with you in Gaza, shortly after an Israeli airstrike had just killed the family of your colleague, Al Jazeera's Gaza bureau chief, Wael Dahdouh. He learned of the deaths of his wife, son, daughter, and grandson while reporting live on the air. The Israeli strike on the Nuseirat refugee camp killed at least 25 people in total, and Wael Dahdouh had fled to the refugee camp with his family after Israel ordered residents of northern Gaza to vacate their homes. This, Yumna, is what you said then.
When we say there's no safe place in Gaza, we're not lying. We're not being biased. We're not exaggerating. The North, Gaza City, and the South, they're all just the same in terms of bombardment, in terms of targeting, and in all the life conditions.
So that was last October. Before this, we spoke to you, Yumna, in 2021 when you were reporting in Gaza, and Israel bombed and leveled a 12-story building that housed the offices of media organizations that you worked for, including the Associated Press and Al Jazeera. Israel claimed without evidence the building was being used by Hamas operatives. What do you think the message is that was delivered to the media by this attack on the main media offices, Al Jazeera and AP, where you work, other media organizations? Now Tony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, saying he was not told of any direct evidence of Hamas working in this building.
Yes, and I'm sure that there isn't going to be any. I mean, the Israeli army, when it has the proof for anything to back its story, it provides it instantly. I mean, it wants to back its story. It has to, okay? But it's not a coincidence that 3 towers hosting media offices would be completely destructive. This is no coincidence. I mean, this is just a deliberate targeting to the media voice in the Gaza Strip.
So that's Yumna El-Sayed. In 2021, you notice there we're not seeing her face because the media building that we would talk to her in was blown up, that housed Al Jazeera, that housed AP. And then speaking again after, well, at this point, we're talking about something like 174 journalists and media workers killed in Gaza. If you can talk about the significance of this, and in your reporting on this documentary, the killing of journalists in addition to doctors and nurses, paramedics and ambulance drivers, Yumna.
Well, Emmy, I've always said this, and I continue saying it, that every single time there is a war or a conflict in the Gaza Strip, military escalation, something that was so much easier than what we have been going through for the past year, this ongoing genocide, there was always an attack on the journalists and their offices in the Gaza Strip. In 2021, the largest 3 towers, media buildings, housing all media offices in Gaza were completely destroyed. Al Jawhara had over 50 media offices, the Shuruq Tower the same, and Al Jazeera and the AP as well, in that tower alone. This is Israel's first approach towards journalists and their offices in Gaza at the beginning of any war. It's always to try to make their job as difficult and as impossible as ever. And it's not just in wars and military escalations. I mean, at the protests of the Great March of Return, when we used to cover these protests, and these protests were taking place in the borders, on the borders, and from the Palestinian side, where there is a buffer zone of 300 meters away from that security fence that was infiltrated on the 7th of October, when someone approached those 300 meters away from the security fence, they were shot. And we were labeled as journalists. And even away from that area, we would be targeted with gas grenades that drones came and dropped them over our head. So it was not a coincidence at any of those times. This time, we've always spoken for many years about the suppression and oppression and violations and aggression of the Israeli army towards Palestinian journalists. But this year or last year, this suppression and oppression and fight against the freedom of press has not only been against the Palestinian journalists. If you've seen, it has reached and affected all international journalists as well, because Israel has banned them from entering the Gaza Strip. And no matter how much letters they have issued, no matter what kind of pressure they have tried to put on the Israeli government to allow them to enter the Gaza Strip, to do their legitimate responsibility and work, they were banned, they were declined. So that oppression that we have been speaking about for years has also affected the international journalists today. But on the other hand, the violation, the aggression against the Palestinian journalists, because we are Palestinian and we are inside the Gaza Strip, has been unprecedented. The killing, 175 Palestinian journalists until today have been killed. How many others, dozens others have been injured, and our families threatened and killed and injured. Unimaginable numbers.
I want to thank you both for being with us. Yumna El-Sayed, Al Jazeera correspondent based in the Gaza Strip, though speaking to us from London, and Richard Sanders, director of Al Jazeera I-Unit's new feature-length documentary investigating war crimes in Gaza. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at Democracy.
Yeah, it makes sense. If you know what you're doing is wrong, and if you know you're gonna go commit war crimes, you want to get rid of the journalists. You want to silence the journalists, that especially the ones that would be critical of you. so that, you know, you can keep doing it and not offer any alternative view and keep people in the dark. But yeah. On that note, I also imagine with the mic change, it doesn't sound as good. I do need to get going, so I'm going to cut this stream shorter than I would have liked it to. I had a lot of videos lined up for us, but oh well. We'll, again, like I said last time, unfortunately, almost certainly we'll have another set of horrible news to go through next stream. We can finish up those minis then. But I hope you enjoyed. I hope this was helpful, educational. Hope it was at least a little bit entertaining. Yeah, and I'll see you next Sunday. Take care.